Karibu sana PS. So let's settle in. Karibuni. As we settle in and take our positions, we're just about to begin in the next minute. Right. All the niceties done. Please let's be upstanding for Kenya's national anthem and the East African anthem. Afrika Mashariki tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, tusote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, moja wetu ikusanye Thank you. As you're still standing, I now invite Professor Kihara to come and inform us with a word of prayer.
Let's pray. Almighty God and our Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you this morning. We want to thank you for the gift of life that to each one of us you have given. Lord, we want to thank you also for the safe journey that you have given to each one of us as you have traveled from our places even to this destination. Jehovah God, we want to thank you also for this conference. Father God, you have gathered us as various stakeholders, our God, in the higher education subsector. And Father, we want to thank you for the opportunity also that you have given to us as leaders in the different spaces in this subsector to serve the nation. Lord Almighty, as you have enabled us to be together in these 2 days, we want to ask of your grace, we want to ask of your help, we want to ask of the wisdom that comes from you. that, Father, we shall be able even to realize the objectives of this conference. Father, we want to commit the speakers and the panelists to you, that, Father and God, you are going to help them, even as they help us, oh God, to understand, Father God, the various aspects to do with the funding in the higher education subsector. We want to pray that you bless our beginning, bless even the entire of the 2 days, and even our ending of this conference. For we pray this, believing and trust in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please, you may be seated. Thank you, Professor Geoffrey Kihara, Deputy Vice Chancellor from Multimedia University. Our Principal Secretary, Dr. Beatrice Ganda Nyagala. The Deputy Head of Delegation, the Chairman of the Universities Fund, Professor Kawiti, the Chair of the BC's Public Universities Committee, Professor Daniel Gendi, the Vice Chair of the Kenya Association of Universities, the Chairman of the National Working Committee on Review of University Education Funding Model, Professor Uchenchi, the Chair of Higher Education, the Universities Fund Board members, Vice Chancellors present, both in the public and private universities, Deputy Vice Chancellors, principals, our partners, CEOs, representatives from Kenya Commercial Bank, KCB Bank, Cooperative Bank, National Bank, DTB Bank, CBN Bank, Johnson International, our CEOs from the various state agencies, distinguished partners, the media, and distinguished guests. Good morning. Good morning. Today we have an important day as we this interesting day that we'll be discussing on the university funding, this conference. So it's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to the second Biennial Universities Funding Conference. First and foremost, let me start by extending a warm thank you to all our distinguished guests for finding time to be here. We have our speakers, panelists, and I'm sure this is going to be an interesting conversation. So my name is Dr. Edwin Wanyonyi, moderator and master of ceremony for this first part before I hand over. We have a wonderful program planned ahead in the next 2 days. And once again, I look forward to an interesting session. But before we begin the formal session, with your permission, Principal Secretary, in conferences many times we get here and we are very serious. We get into serious businesses and we never get an opportunity to say hello. This only happens in churches when we are told, say hi to your neighbor. I have no intentions of converting this into a church, but I have an intention of making sure that at least you say hi to one person that you have to meet this morning. So please just be upstanding and say hi at least to one person and find out how they are. All right. As the Swahili saying goes, I have given you a cue. Hiyo ingine ni bidii yako. So we may take our seats and begin. So we would like to begin this exciting session. We would like to begin this exciting session this morning. And to start us off, I would like to invite our first speaker for this morning. And our first speaker will be the CEO of the Universities Fund, Mr. Geoffrey Monari. Mr. Geoffrey Monari has many years' experience in this sector, and he has been serving as the CEO of the Universities Fund since 2020. Before becoming CEO of the Universities Fund, he was the Chief of Operations at Higher Education's Loan Sport. He has a wealth of knowledge, and I'm sure many of us in this room have interacted with him in different capacities. So please, let's put our hands together as we invite the CEO of Universities Fund, Mr. Geoffrey Monari.
Thank you, Dr. Take this opportunity to welcome this morning. It's very important to discuss universities in Kenya. Principal Secretary State Education and Research is Chairman. Steve's Right Honorable Chairman. Mr. Daniel Mbe, Chairman. Mrs. Committee, Cities and also Chancellor. Mr. Henry Kipnet, Vice Chair of the Association of Mr. Nyamu, presenting CEO of KCB this morning. Vice Chancellors, Principals of Institute, colleges, CEOs of various state. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome the second Biennial Universities Funding Conference. I'm grateful for your dedication to shaping the future of higher education and for the various roles you play the funding of university education in Kenya. This is our second such high-level conference in Kenya, having held the inaugural in 2023. This critical event, hosted by the Universities Fund, brings together key stakeholders in higher education, including university leaders, government policy makers, private sector players, and partners to explore ways to financial sustainability and operational efficiency in the funding of universities in Kenya. Ladies and gentlemen, may I first thank you all for your played role as we ensure the success of reforms to ensure sustainability of university. But when this field due to challenges that we want to use, strengths setbacks which are still support. Despite this, solutions to our pleased to support students, institutions. Thank you very much for your continued understanding and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, Since our last conference, we have made some significant progress. We have seen a reduction in some of the institutions and figure that kept on going up. Previously, this started. This is initiatives, artificial intelligence, renewable energy solutions, and climate change to enhance sustainability. Training for a select cohort of universities was held by the Universities Fund. It's treated for research on renewable technology. The energy costs through the option of framework developed designed to integrate climate change, renewable and sustainable goals in our public universities. Technologies. Universities are free of money and resources that have assistance and reduce costs. Where these resources are worth celebrating, as acknowledges challenges remain. Therefore, this conference presents a unique opportunity for sustainability and fund. Discussions are about the Kenya's economic that's vision that a better agenda and a Pan-African agenda. Framework thinking there of high financing. Just was strive to reach the feeling objective as we discuss in this conference. Discuss progress on funding reforms in higher education, fund models, science and research, so universities, digital issues from separations, share knowledge as we to strengthen financial foundations of cities. Again, I thank you for meeting here. It is therefore my duty to welcome Chairman of the University's Fund, Professor Karuti. Professor Karuti is a chair of the University's Fund, such professor in studies at the University of Zana researcher and scholar in extensive experience, social sciences, international studies, and an MA from the University of Nairobi. I take this Professor Karuti. Thank you very much. Sure. Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research, Trustees, the head of the European Delegation, European Delegation, Chair, Higher Education, Board, Board of Trustees, Citizens Fund, Chairman of the Vice Chancellors of Public Universities, Professor Chair of the Kenya Association of Private Universities, Professor Stephen, Vice Chancellors and Universities President, and so distinguished participants. So, and let me begin by saying a big welcome to this second biennial conference of the Universities Fund. And this event itself is an event we began 2 years ago in order to start charting a new path to stabilizing universities funding as well as higher education funding generally. It's a journey we hope to walk and be able to make our universities innovative, pricing, and financially stable. Ladies and gentlemen, most of you were here 2 years ago when we launched this particular initiative. But compared to 2 years ago, this conference is taking place at a very different moment in our education context. And this is particularly because of the significant policy reforms in the education sector that Kenya is boldly taking. And as well, the financial sector, financial reforms within the higher education, which again we are implementing with the support of all the stakeholders. But given the nature of these particular reforms, importantly the education sector reforms, university reforms, and the quest to have financial sustainability in our universities, it's incumbent upon all of us to step forward and ensure that these reforms are successful and successfully implemented, if I can say that, because they hold the key to building a strong, solid human capital to move Kenya from one state of development to another. Universities, as we do recognize, are the only institutions that can build solid human capital to support efforts to make Kenya a prosperous nation. And by this, I mean that even the TVETs themselves play an important role in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, as leaders and managers in public and private universities and TVET institutions across the country, you have a responsibility to make the institutions that you govern better institutions so that they can contribute to the betterment to improve the society in which we live. The decisions you make on everyday basis, irrespective of where you are, are decisions that affect the nature of our society. They are decisions that have got an impact on students and families, faculty, and even the industry itself. It is therefore important to bear in mind the need to be transparent. It's important to bear in mind the need to adhere to the law. And it's important to bear in mind the need to align our decisions with national policies and priorities. And it's for this reason that we have titled the theme of this particular workshop, Navigating the New Era of Higher Education Financing in Kenya, Challenges and Opportunities. This theme captures the essence of the discussions that are likely that are going to take place in the course of our two-day period here. As our CEO has already pointed out, our objectives over the next 2 days are of course ambitious. Conference as a strategic forum for alternative financing opportunities. Forum is bringing simple chance to education. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, universities in Kenya and much of Africa facing new challenges. Let me mention just only 4 challenges that we need to bear in mind as we proceed in this conference. Universities are not attracting sufficient research grants. And in fact, if you were to look at universities, I'm going to show shortly here. In Africa, it's Kenya, South Africa, and Egypt, and recently Nigeria, that top the list in terms of mobilizing research grants for their universities. But when we come down to Kenya here again, it's not all of us that have occupied that space to get more grants. Secondly, universities are not interlinking with the industries, and the industries are also not interlinking with the universities. It's very rare to find an industry that goes to a university and says, please, we'd like this particular program to be innovatively produced so that it can be of benefit to us. Rarely do we go also to the industries to say, let's partner together and produce a course for the kind of human capital we require. Similarly, government ministries are also not closely tied to universities. I am not wrong, and I can boldly say most of the mega projects that are undertaken by government ministries, you will always find consultants in those government projects. But a majority of those consultants are from our universities as individuals, not through the departments that they are in. And this is a space when we want to ask within the State Department for Higher Education, start to think very closely about how ministers can work with universities and be of benefit to the ministers and the universities themselves. Let me just demonstrate what can happen if we started linking with the industries. What can happen if our universities became productive in terms of producing in scientific journals? And what would happen if we started focusing on research grants and endowment funds? Please make that presentation, the second slide. Second slide, please. This is endowment funds by top 10 universities by endowment funds. Their budget is even higher than East African countries combined. Harvard alone, 6.9 trillion. And you can get this data from AP Scientific Index 2024. And Harvard is leading, followed by University of Texas. But you can never get an African university here. Let's move to the second slide. This is now 10 universities with the largest endowment funds. All of them are South African, Egypt. Kenya should have been the second, but we have just started this journey of endowment funds. University of Nairobi, University, and a few others are following suit. But there is no other university that is visible here. And surprisingly, it's only South Africa, Egypt, and Kenya that lead in terms of production of scientific knowledge. But still, what we produce is very limited. How about universities in terms of mobilizing research grants? University of Cape Town is leading, followed by Cairo University, and you can see Makerere and University of Nairobi, and then Nigeria and Addis Ababa. We are not in this particular space where it matters most. And this is a problem that can be corrected with a lot of ease. Now let's look at scientific publications. The most shocking thing is that in terms of scientific publications, 5 years ago, America and the UK and the Germany were leading. 10 years ago, it was US and Great Britain that were leading. Today, China, please go back to that presentation, China has overtaken everyone. Chinese universities have taken everyone, and you can see from this in terms of the number of publications. And these are scientific publications, and we are looking at them from OECD data. Proceeding to the countries now. There's a slide on the countries, please. No? The previous one, please. Okay, go back. Yes. In terms of universities, no, please go back. Yes. In terms of universities, Chinese universities are leading now, compared to the past when we had American and UK universities. You can't even get Oxford here now among these top 10 universities. You can see what has happened to China. Cambridge is being missing from the list. Oxford University is missing from the list. People College is missing from the list. Proceed on, please. In terms of countries, I should have mentioned that China has actually overtaken everyone now in terms of publications, whether it's in humanities or social sciences. China has overtaken them. And when it comes to Africa, that's the story.
Look at even Kenya, it's a dot. And that Kenya is from the university, if I'm not wrong, Professor Mwanda, it is from the Kenya's Medical School at the University of Nairobi. Not many other, it's the University of Nairobi Medical School. And a few from social sciences. Let's proceed on, please. But of course, we need some universities in the European Union. These are leading countries by publications. At the end, this is the slide I want to bring to demonstrate and say that China has dominated now this particular space in a very big way. And I'm not talking about China publishing in Chinese language. It's not Mandarin. It's publishing in journals like Nature. It's publishing in journals like World Development, competing with other scholars and publishing in English, including in English and other acceptable and other languages. Let's proceed, please. How about Africa? South Africa is leading. Egypt is leading. Nigeria, Kenya, and Morocco. I'm surprised about Nigeria overtaking us because we have dominated the dance space for many years. In fact, it has been South Africa and Kenya, South Africa and Kenya. But now we see that quite a number of universities in Nigeria that have been coming up very, very fast. Ibadan University is one of them. But let's not forget that Ibadan is a full 70% postgraduate students. So this is contributing to that as well. Let's move on, please. In terms of research output, again, you can see China is again on top. United Kingdom is using that particular space. Let's move. This is the most shocking news. Because in the past, in terms of universities ranking, whichever matrix you use, among all the five platforms that we have, I've always found some universities in Kenya among the top 20. It's not the case anymore. This year, last year, but one. This is an indictment on us. This is a problem of the faculty and the quality of the faculty that we have. There are quite a number of reasons attributable to this. It has got to do with we, the managers of the universities, and we, the faculty, and what we are spending time on day-to-day basis. Are we spending time in research, publishing, and in high-impact journals? We have had a debate in this country where people try to justify mandatory journals almost every other time. This is what is killing us as a country, where we publish matters. Let's proceed on, please. And I'm saying where we publish matters because if we want to change what we are doing, and if we want universities in Kenya to be attractive to industries, if we want universities in Kenya to be attractive to research grant makers globally, you must do what China has done. One is to ensure that our researchers publish in areas that are visible, high-impact journals. And probably this is a discussion that we need to have with the Commission for University Education so that we can do what South Africa has done. Gazetting journals where people should publish, and we do them on an annual basis. Denmark did that, Sweden did that, where they produce thousands and thousands of journals and say that we want our scholars to publish in journals with an impact factor of 1 and above. Not leave the journals. I know we have got journals within our own universities, but those journals are not indexed. And therefore they are not recognized by anyone. They may be good, but they are not visible because they are not indexed by international indexing bodies. Because of the cost, regularity, quality of the journal, and so on. Scholars are also not visible. We are not encouraging younger researchers to get into this particular space of being recognized. And the more you publish, the more you get recognized and attract more grants for your university and your departments. This is a conversation we need to have in order to ensure that universities, all disciplines in our universities and departments come out of this particular problem that we have. Ladies and gentlemen, I think to address these particular challenges, there are 4 things I would like to propose to guide this discussion as we move forward. We are the managers of the universities. We have a lot of support from the State Department for Higher Education and Research, Ministry of Education. There's no single request we have ever requested. They have ever failed to comply. We may need to ask them to support us more than this and say, foster partnerships with the private sector, government ministries, and global academic institutions so as to expand funding streams that we would like to have in our universities. Partnering with universities in the US, partnering with universities in China, partnering with the universities in the UK is a way of addressing some of the challenges we have. We must strengthen research productivity to make our universities globally competitive and innovation-driven. And we cannot do that if not insist in our universities in scholars publishing articles on regular basis, attending international meetings, cases. We must also start embracing entrepreneurship and initiatives. Universities, especially departments of education, are doing innovative things, but we rarely commercialize them. We have the capacity to become entrepreneurs, universities, but we are not happy with that. And I repeat what I said earlier. Most of the commercial manufacturing sectors that hire consultants, they hire them from our universities, and they hire them as individuals. And the university departments have never tapped their potential to say, hire us as a department. We shall be able to provide you consultancy for this road from Nairobi to Mombasa as a department with the scholars becoming visible on what you're doing. But even if we say this, we must address our internal challenges. We must promote institutional accountability and become more efficient with our university resources. Ladies and gentlemen, it's high time we start thinking about how to become independent on exchequer funding, because there are so many competing demands for resources. In conclusion, I wish to extend my deepest gratitude to the partners who have helped us in this conference and continue to support us in this. We shall be these remarks our support, person who makes us who we the principal secretary of the State Department for Research. Sorry. So it's just we have got our chief guest, the CEO, so let me ask the CEO to come and correct the mistakes that are made. Yeah. Sorry, it's a judge. It's not the CSO. CSO is coming straight. It's not the CSO. Sponsor. CEO just sent over. For that, I do not have a program. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to show discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a bit of to set some issues that we discuss. Feasibility space. This program. He has said he has challenged us so that think research issues season. Especially she's been the sector has been she's actually speaking to us. Stability, support, stability the general manager sector, corporate banking, KCB, and trade.
Thank you, CEO. Established, sir. See, so chairman and the CEO passionate for their face how should this university funding move forward. I think, Madam, yes, this is a conversation that is a Kenyan conversation. It's two things. I think we have no option, but we have to do things differently. This is one. Two. It's high time now we understand how things work. Because as it is, it's factual that governments, national government may not be able to be there always for us. So we seriously have to think out of the box to see how things can be done in a different way. Madam PSI, I always tell people of one person I really admire, a preacher called Judo Bismarck, who gave us someone on understanding how things work. And he challenged us Africans on an example of the Zambian government. Zambian government sold a copper mine for $25 million to a foreign consortium. $55 million. Foreign consortium, within a record 90 days, made a profit of $75 million. So he was asking us, as Africans, sons, how sell our assets off. Somebody comes from out there and does things within a short period and makes money. So the challenge we are having today, and by CCV, we are also here to kind of discuss an issue and have to support you from the balance sheets that we have as a financial institution. One, Madam PS, we have stage of solutions. Suited. Institution that wants to the cushion. Financial institutions, one, Some of them foundations. So we sit on the table and see cities that you have given to have solutions. This is the one. Sisters, as case you said, chairman says, is the son. Interesting. 3 weeks ago, I attended an office. That's also very few. I attended the conference of Kenya. 16th conference. Sitting down, research. I think it's high time to decide when shall we stop these conferences and action. Because there's so much has been done on them. Very good products have been developed. These products are not, we are not seeing them in our shelves. It's a challenge. Some of them such institutions are saying that whatever you are doing, you see solutions. And it's forefront of leading these research institutions. So please, second one is utilization of assets. You have quite a number of assets. How do you make use of them? I was challenged them. This is the military. To enter there, the first thing as you drive in is you see how we are going to use their assets for their own benefits and for the benefit of the institution. In terms of this in assets that we have set chasing certain items. Some takes cities. Yes, you find a university. Out of 12 coins made, maybe 2 shall see. The financial institutions, KCB, can you summarize some of these institutions? It's about to free your bills and how we can convert it to a term facility so that in the future some of these things. So we are here to support you. It's high time things we stop by the CEO. The third government solutions and assistance trying the gap of government in terms of university funding. A number of our universities are having challenges in ourselves. We are now going to come in and challenge us ourselves. Funds are there, financials are there. Give us a bankable solution. How do we fund some of the hostel facilities? To have that time back. So money is paying for students. Something. Solution is one. It's one. So it's case of me. Support. States especially. That you're trying to however, wants to see you come to the table and give us bankable solutions. We shall do a part in the foundation. Our foundation right now, 1,600 students, fully sponsored. universities. We shall continue that where we can. We also but appears the line of activists. They're now close to around 15,000 to 15,400 activists being sponsored all over the country by our foundation. But wants to enhance that conversation also to the public universities. But appears signed already with the Ministry of Education counterparts that appears in trying to solarize our various public secondary schools. Yeah, secondary schools receiving 70% the facility 3 to 5. It's a single digit length. Just trying to see how we can partner with CVF. It's a CVF. CVF can 20% of that cost funds to solarize our secondary schools. It's a position we also want to have the universities. So to solarize some of the institutions. So, 19? Okay. So these solutions are there. The money is there, but let's make them bankable. Assure you of our support as you walk this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David Nyamu, for that stimulating conversation. I'm requesting again we give a better class. Somebody comes in and tells you, I have the money. It's just for you to come and give me a solution, a solution. By the time you can give some of that money to us. Thank you so much, David. Shapes and support KCB. This is what I hear. Madam Median, it's an institution banking, a cooperative bank. Lydia's done banking spans over 30 years, showcasing ascent to various senior positions in the banking area. She has held senior positions. She has been instrumental in spearheading various initiatives that she has held. So I take this opportunity to welcome Madam Lee to take us through insight in financing university. Thank you.
Dr. Beatrice Inyagala, Principal Secretary for Higher Education and Research. Professor Karuthi Kanjiga, Chairman, Universities Fund, Board Trustees of the Board. Mr. Geoffrey Monali, Chief Executive of the Fund. Friend Turo, Chairman of Higher Education Loans Board, former Speaker of the Senate. Ms. Catherine, the representative of Microsoft. The Deputy Head of Delegations of EU to Kenya. Good morning. I bring you warm greetings from the Cooperative Bank Group. I extend my sincere gratitude to the board and CEO of the Universities Fund for organizing this very vital conference. A special thank you for inviting Cooperative Bank to be part of this important conversation on higher education. As Cooperative Bank, we are proud to be a leading Tier 1 commercial bank, offering innovative and sustainable financial solutions across Kenya. Through our 192 physical branches, over 17,000 agents, digital platforms, including internet banking, showing seamless banking experiences for customers. Control the money. We are waiting for you. Our financial group provides a wide range of universal banking services through the following entities. So we have different entities. We have banking division, which comprises of Cooperative Bank of Kenya, Kingdom Bank of South Sudan. We have the Corp Trust Investment Services, which is a leading fund management firm. We have Corp Consultancy and Bank Assurance that deals with insurance, planning, and governance. We have Kingdom Securities that provide study services, and then specializing in financing solutions. Beyond commercial banking, also, and we actively support key initiatives such as transportation to schools, students to I know Jones just spoke before me. Today we come here as a team where we want to focus on ensuring that our universities remain financially sustainable. Every student has quality education. Today we are united by a common goal, sustainable financing solutions, and shape the future education in Kenya for the future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on the theme of this conference, navigating the era of education financing in Kenya, we are now today. So, Professor Chairman of Summit. Research, which so challenge us as leaders. We want to know. We can see examples. We know what. So this calls for innovative, flexible, and sustainable financial solutions. And I'll share you the cooperative bank. So as a bank, we have different universities, both public and where we offer connections, also so that to make sure the schools, the universities, so that you can efficiently institution in an effective manner. We have leasing and asset financing for this is the same business. So looking at offering some to the universities a structure also infrastructure for office blocks, libraries, research students hostels. We also haven't mentioned about the so we have very special financing in good terms. We have solutions like trade for teams and so credit. We have scholarships for needy students through the foundation where we have educated many students. We have supporting the staff. We have options and finding solutions for their staff. Senior loans for their child loans for their schemes. Additionally, sponsorship for investments, initiatives and corporate social responsibilities. Occasionally, we work with universities on different and in this transformative era, between financial institutions, universities, technology section, tests, solved. Simplify the power of technology in enhancing financial efficiency and fostering community-driven solutions. This is exactly what the kind of collaborative thinking we need to change and sustainable financing models for higher. On my call to action, as we continue these critical discussions today, I invite all of us to visit Cooperative Bank booth or engage us. We'll share our numbers so that we can see how we can carry this conversation. So that when we come for the third conference. These are what it means. So our call to action is we must make it happen. We've seen that China, they have made it happen. In Africa, will also make it happen. Today, we send children to get education in our country. So, for your sustainable financing partnership, transform session of the conference organized. First issue. Successful conference here, actionable outcomes will positively impact the future of our universities. So Kenya and thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Ron. I again humbly request you to give a better clap so that she can open her first even more. She's insightful and thank you, and we appreciate the collaboration that you have with the University's Fund. I'm so hope that we continue the same spirit. Is Dr. Najib Abdul. He's an ethic researcher at Soft Research Africa, specializing in computer interaction. As I had indicated, one key achievement has been encouraging AI issues. The approach science from City. He has previously worked as a principal lecturer at Jigawa State Polytechnic in Nigeria. In addition to his academic and professional work, he's an active thought leader, sharing insights in IT, generative, Twitter, Facebook, and its research. I take this opportunity to come forward. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues and industry partners, it is an honor to be here today to represent the Managing Director of Microsoft Research Center to discuss sustainable university financing change. The traditional approach to universities have strain due to rising operational costs, support and through. It is imperative solutions to ensure education institutions such opportunities of sustainable financing. Across the world, leading universities have successfully diversified streams, ensuring financial sustainability and research, industry partnership, and cost optimization. For instance, MIT and the University of Cambridge have leveraged their research capabilities to secure substantial funding through research grants patent and technology commercialization. These universities have created thriving ecosystems where structured and intellectual transform into term income. Similarly, Asian University in Germany has adopted an industry-driven funding model, partnering with corporations to co-develop research projects that receive joint funding from the private sectors and government grants. In Asia, the NUS, National University of Singapore, has integrated technology into its financial strategy, using digital solutions to optimize administrative costs and improve operational efficiency. While just see endowments and to $3 billion of 2023. By actively engaging with its alumni network and fostering a strong culture of philanthropy investment. Robert Horn, South African universities have developed unique financial strategies to support their institution. The UCT, University of Cape Town, has successfully managed an endowment fund that helps sustain its research and educational programs. Stellenbosch University employs a hybrid financing model that balances government subsidies, corporate partnership, and research funding to maintain financial stability. Additionally, the University of Leeds has implemented a performance-based funding approach focusing on research excellence and graduates to attract investment from industry stakeholders and donors. These institutions demonstrate that financial sustainability in higher education is achievable through strategic partnership, technological adoption, and diversified revenue models. Let's look at the role of AI and digital transformation in university financing. AI and digital transformation present unprecedented opportunities to enhance university financing models. By integrating AI-driven tools into financial planning and resource management, institutions can achieve significant cost saving and efficiency improvements. Let's look at the optimizing costs. AI-powered automation can streamline administrative tasks such as admission, student services, and financial aid processing, reducing operational expenses and allowing universities to allocate resources more effectively. Boosting research funding. AI can assist universities in identifying potential funding sources, drafting grant proposals, and analyzing research impact, thereby increasing such enhancing employability. AI-powered tools can help industry demands, ensure sponsorship, and scaling language. Digital platform allows universities to expand through online streams by accessible, strengthening data analytics, personalities, and solution. The to successfully and sustainable tenants between three institutions. Tenants can enhance structure, activity across universities, cost-effective access to cloud, e-learning, management tools. By reducing our so chances universities and this fund came facilitate diversified financing by developing strategic partnerships with industry players, international research institutions. Through performance-based and international some transformation join efforts in supporting such skills institutions use clients by working together institutional systems retain financial stability and access. Let's talk about Microsoft. Supporting taxes. Microsoft Center is committed to supporting this transformation plans. Solutions assist to build sustainable student research, supporting edtech startup, sustainability, structure, center to ensuring that sharing success, challenges and considerations. Potential for digital transformation. Institutions must address key challenges to our institutions. Shelf investment costs. Digital solutions structure, training, and system integration. 2. Cybersecurity risk. Universities must establish security system check and storage. 3. Sharing access to technology. Education, change management. Institutions must foster the future of digital transformation and machine. By adopting innovative funding and embracing technology efficiencies, system achieve sustainability, kids to provide the education.
To lead in higher education innovation, and Microsoft Africa Development Center stands ready to support this vision through technology, research collaboration, and industry partnership. Let us work together to build a resilient, financially sustainable higher education system that empowers future generations. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Najib. I think we all agree that the future is in AI, and the people to lead us in this is the universities that we currently have, and we have seen progress in some of the universities and what we have been able to share with them. Can we again give him a hearty clap? And he'll be here to share more. He has given us the options that we have to work with Microsoft. I hope you will spend more time with us so that we can pick your cards and have more collaboration. I know many universities here will want to work with you. The next speaker this morning, before I go to the next speaker, I want to recognize Honorable Christine Ombaka. She is a human and social development, public service, reform, and media. I humbly request Mr. Aldridge to come and make his presentation this morning on behalf of the head of AU. Thank you. Please give him a hearty clap.
Thank you very much, and also for the introduction, spreading the word about the European institutions and my previous work. Honorable Principal Secretary, Member of Parliament, representatives of the government, Vice Chancellors, representatives of the Kenyan universities and private sector, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here today at this important conference on university funding. We can all agree that higher education is the cornerstone of any nation's development, and I hope that the outcome of today's and tomorrow's discussions will contribute to strengthening of sustainable ways to support and grow academic institutions here in Kenya. The European Union and its member states have long been strong partners of Kenya in the area of higher education. We firmly believe that investment in education is an investment in the future, be it here in Kenya, in Africa, or in the EU. Our collaboration in this sector is therefore designed in a way to create stronger bonds between Kenya and the European Union, to create opportunities for students, for researchers, for academic staff, to strengthen institutions and foster innovation, excellence, and entrepreneurship. One of the European Union flagship programs is Erasmus+, which has provided Kenyan students and academics with opportunities for international mobility, institutional cooperation, and capacity building. Over the last 10 years, over 2,000 Kenyan students and university staff have benefited from Erasmus Plus scholarships for study and research in Europe. Kenya is today among the top Erasmus Plus beneficiary countries in Africa. In addition, through Horizon Europe, the EU's key funding program for research and innovation, we are supporting Kenyan universities and researchers to collaborate with their European counterparts. Horizon Europe has a budget of 95.5 billion euros for the period 2021 to 2027, making it the most ambitious research and innovation program in the world. The African initiative of Horizon Europe promotes specifically collaboration between European and African research institutions. Here again, Kenya is among the top African beneficiaries. We encourage Kenyan universities to take full advantage of this opportunity, particularly in the fields such as climate change, health, digital innovation, and sustainable development. Beyond the European Union's flagship programs, EU member states also offer a range of opportunities for Kenyan universities. For instance, Germany's DAAD scholarships, France's Campus France program, and the Hungarian Stipendium Hungaricum all provide funding for Kenyan students and researchers to study in Europe or cooperate on joint projects. So from our perspective, the big picture is reasonably good. But we are keen to see further strengthening of engagement and partnerships between Kenyan and European universities and increase the number of institutions and individuals benefiting from the programs that we offer. Erasmus Plus offers not only scholarships but also opportunities for institutional partnerships where Kenyan universities can collaborate with European institutions on curriculum development, joint research and staff exchanges. It also works for the TVET institutions. That's a new element of Erasmus+, which I think has a massive potential here in Kenya as well. The EU is keen to see more Kenyan universities applying for these partnerships to enhance the quality of higher education. Similarly, Horizon Europe provides funding for African-led research and innovation projects. Kenya is among the top beneficiary countries under the Horizon program in Africa, but we would like to see even more Kenyan universities and research institutions taking the lead in applying for these grants and working on projects that address Kenya's development priorities. And we stand ready to hear from you how we, as the delegation of the European Union here in Kenya, but also the embassies of the EU member states, can support the achievement of this objective. To support the development of these partnerships between Kenya and the European Union, I'm really pleased to announce that on the 4th and 5th of April, the European Union will host the Study in Europe Education Fair in Nairobi. This event will bring together European universities and funding agencies to present opportunities for collaboration with Kenyan institutions. It will be an excellent platform for Kenyan universities to engage directly with European partners, to explore new funding avenues, and hopefully to establish long-term cooperation. I would invite all universities present here today to participate in this event, and I hope that the government will also join us for the opening. It is a unique opportunity to build networks, enhance research partnerships, and create new academic opportunities for Kenyan students, faculty, and institutional strengthening, be it through Erasmus+, Horizon Europe, or bilateral programs of EU member states, or even other funding opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Union remains committed to supporting Kenya's higher education sector. Through programs like Erasmus+ and Horizon Europe, as well as through initiatives by our member states, we aim to strengthen academic ties, promote student and staff mobility, support joint research programs, and foster innovation. We look forward to seeing more Kenyan universities and students benefiting from these opportunities, and we stand ready to support institutions in accessing the available funding and partnerships. Let us work together to ensure that higher education continues to be the driver of growth, innovation, excellence, and development in Kenya. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for that. And let me begin by acknowledging that I've never been in a space where people are being told that there is money to access and that you can access the money by becoming innovative. I've never been in a space where you are being told that this is the journey to sustainability and that if you do ABCD, you'll be able to cover your gaps in whatever you're doing. Ladies and gentlemen, join me again and by clapping for the 4 speakers who have been here this morning. Let's clap for them again. Let's also clap again for Audrey Simek, because we know very well what Horizon is doing under Erasmus Plus, especially for our postgraduate students in different universities. The twinning program that we have with the different universities here and in Europe is a major plus. Ladies and gentlemen, join me now to welcome one of our members of parliament here, Dr. Christine Ombaka. Then Maseno University, and she's a linguist for that matter, and she's got many things to share with us. But we have got to expect her to help us because she's a colleague. After Parliament, we expect you back to the university. Thank you very much. Please, if you're going to welcome, she's going to give a few remarks, then we welcome the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And before I say anything, let me say good morning, everybody. I don't know what to say today because I wasn't prepared, but I've been asked to say something. I just want to say the role of parliamentarians and the Committee of Education as it relates to what we are doing here in the area of education. As members of parliament, we have several committees. And one of the committees that I belong to is education. We choose being members of committees according to your interest. And for sure, I've been a teacher, professionally trained teacher, and I've taught at the university. And the last university that I taught was Maseno University, where I resigned in 2013 to contest for a position of woman representative for SIAA. And I've won 3 times, 2013, 2017, and 2022. I have been in education committee all that time. And what we do in that committee is to ensure that our education system is run efficiently, that we ensure that universities and higher education institutions receive funds from the government adequately as they budget. It is the universities and various education institutions that do their own proposals, their budget lines, they present it to the ministries, and the ministry present it to the Committee of Education in Parliament. And there we vet the budget. We check whether what you want in the budget is realistic and that it is also affordable. And we do, And the moment it is passed in Parliament, Treasury will take it up and disperse the funds. But we are also aware that the government sometimes does not have enough, and therefore money that has been approved in the budget may not actually reach the ground. And a lot of universities and higher education institutions, including secondary schools, receive their funds very late or far too little, and students suffer, and all the projects that you have set up to do suffer. So we are aware, but there's little we can do because we do our part as parliamentarians. I just want to encourage you to continue increasing your sources of revenue, because I know that you do not depend on government money all the time. You too make your own money using your own innovations. I remember when I was a lecturer at Maseno University, the university bought a hotel. Kisumu Hotel belongs to Maseno University. It was part of income generating activity, and I'm sure many other universities in this country have income generating activities going on, raising funds, extra money to run the institutions, because the government funding is never enough. I just want to conclude that we shall always be there to support universities. And what the committee has always done is to go check various universities. We don't normally do field visits. Recently, the committee visited several universities to see the projects that are stranded and the challenges that universities do experience. And once we get that on the ground, we come back to present it to Parliament so that we can debate on it and come up with way forward. I think so far we are working together as a team, and as I've heard that one of the ways to raise funds for universities is for partnership. For us, our partnership with you as parliamentarians is to ensure that your budgets go through, that whatever you require to improve education is achieved, and that we are part and parcel of that achievement. I think that is all that I can say, that we are together and we shall always support you. I'm here with my colleague, Professor Barto. She's sitting over there, she just came in. I was asking her if she wants to add something that I have not said that may have some value in this conference. And she said that she does not have anything to say. But I want her to say it loudly for you all to hear. Barto, would you like to add some points on what I'm saying? Yeah, if she doesn't have, then I can also say that the EU is a very powerful institution. I'm a beneficiary of the British Council when the British Council was part of AU. And therefore that partnership with the European Union is a very important one. Let us not let's work together with them, because there's so much they offer many students, there's so much they offer universities, and we thank you very much for your indulgence and for supporting universities. Thank you. Oops. I didn't say that. Say something.
Thank you very much. Let me write on the protocols already observed. I didn't really say, I didn't have anything to say, but I thought we have come here as members of parliament, and we are quite a number, and we didn't want to dilute the entire process. We wanted to listen first and make our contributions as we go ahead. And let me request also our colleagues who we came together, maybe to come forward and we make our presence be known. We have Mheshimiwa Orero, we have Mheshimiwa Clive Wanyanja. Sorry. We have Jerusha Momanyi. So far we are 5. We are 5 and our chair is on the way, and we've seen is listed in the program to give his presentation on behalf of the members. My name is Professor Barto, Member of Parliament, Moiben constituency. Moiben is in Uasin Gishu, and formerly I was a lecturer at Egerton University. I left when after completing my term as a Dean of Faculty of Arts. Karibuni.
I'm Wali Morero, Member of Education Committee, MP for Kibra.
Let us clap again very well for them, please. You know, it's very good to be having colleagues in Parliament because we can easily access them and they know our challenges. My only problem is why Honorable Ombaka is not having a course to teach in Maseno, even Nairobi, near Nairobi here, you know, and your colleague from Egerton. These are things we need to explore because in the West, that's a tradition. If you're a member of Parliament, you continue engaging with universities in many different ways. Ladies and gentlemen, we had also expected the chair of the Education Committee to be here, but he has sent Honorable Clive Gisairo, the Kitutu Masaba, I think, Kitutu Masaba MP, to come and make remarks on his behalf. Mheshimiwa is someone we have met with and is someone who has been very supportive of this committee. And I think we need to thank the Education Committee in general for the support they continue giving us. Mheshimiwa Clive. Thank you very much. Let's clap for him, please.
Thank you very much. The biggest mistake you'll always do is to allow politicians onto a mic. They will start calling each other, and before you realize, 1 hour down the road, they'll be still addressing you. We love the mic. I will try not to be a politician and just do exactly what I was sent to do. But before that, my name is Clive Gisairo, Member of Parliament, Kitutu Masaba in Nyamira County. My colleagues have already introduced themselves. You've asked why Professor Barto, Dr. Mbaka are not in university teaching. Because you've not tried politics. Kenyan politics is not Western politics. It's a full-time job. Actually, it is full-time plus overtime. Serving Mwananchi in the African context is quite a handful. We are actually professors. In my office, all those who've done Form 4, they come for counseling on which courses to take and which university to go. So I'll start making a list. The number that I sent to your university, I will be coming for sending you an invoice for at least doing marketing for you. That is what members of parliament do. I'm glad as I stand here, one of my lecturers who taught me in University of Nairobi School of Business is seated right here. My Chuki. So that tells you, despite my gray hair, I'm not that old because my lecturer looks younger than me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent the chair of the committee who couldn't make it. So I'm just going to read his speech and I'll be done at that. Honorable members of the Committee on Education, distinguished vice chancellors, representatives from the Ministry of Education, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the second Biennial Education Financing Conference, Biennial University Financing Conference, where we convene to discuss sustainable strategies for financing higher education institutions. I sincerely thank the Universities Fund for organizing this important event, particularly when Kenya's higher education sector is experiencing significant financial transformation. The state of university financing in Kenya. Funding is a central pillar in the growth and development of an organization. The Kenyan government funds public universities through annual budgetary allocation to achieve its national goals. Over the years, demand for university education in Kenya has increased exponentially, thereby triggering growth. This has forced public universities to operate with an element of financial distress. The financial sustainability of universities remains a pressing concern. In May 2023, the government introduced a student-centered funding model to alleviate financial challenges in higher education. This model provided scholarships ranging from 30% to 70% based on the student's economic needs, with the remaining portion covered through household contributions and student loans. Students were required to apply for their scholarships via the Higher Education Financing HEF portal using the means testing instrument to determine their level of financial need. The implementation of this model, however, encountered challenges. On 20th December 2024, the High Court ruled it's unconstitutional, citing concerns about its discriminatory nature and its potential infringement on the right to education. This ruling has necessitated a re-evaluation of our approach to financing universities. Innovative funding model for universities. To achieve long-term financial stability, universities must explore alternative funding models beyond government allocation and tuition fees. One promising approach is public-private partnership, PPPs, where private sector investments support infrastructure development, research, and scholarship programs. Universities can also establish endowment funds through contributions from alumni, philanthropists, and corporate entities to provide financial resilience. Commercializing research by leveraging intellectual property and technology transfers can also serve as a revenue-generating strategy. Fostering international collaborations with global institutions can facilitate access to research grants and additional financial support while enhancing academic quality. University ranking. The international standing of our universities is crucial in attracting talent and funding. Notably, some of our universities have demonstrated significant progress in global rankings by moving from the 1001 to 1200 category in 2024 to the 901-950 bracket in the 2025 Quaccarelli-Simmons QS World University Rankings. This upward trend underscores Kenya's commitment to academic excellence and research innovation. To further enhance our global competitiveness, we must prioritize research investments by allocating more resources to innovative projects, investing in continuous faculty development, upgrading infrastructure to meet global standards, and strengthening international partnership to foster academic exchanges and research opportunities. Financial management best practices. Effective financial management is fundamental to institutional sustainability. Universities should implement strategic financial planning, ensuring their long-term strategies align with institutional objectives. Establishing robust audit mechanisms can help prevent financial mismanagement while diversifying revenue streams through initiatives such as consultancy services, real estate ventures, and the commercialization of research innovations can provide additional financial stability. Embracing digital innovation in university operations. Incorporating technology into university operations is essential for efficiency and transparency. Digital innovations can enhance administrative effectiveness by automating processes, improve financial accountability through digital tools, and track and manage financial transactions, expand educational access through online and blended learning platforms, and enable data-driven decision-making through analytics that optimize resource allocation. In conclusion, the future of university financing in Kenya depends on our collective commitment to innovation and reform. As we engage in discussions throughout this conference, I urge all stakeholders to collaborate in developing practical solutions that will strengthen the financial foundation of our institutions. The National Assembly Education Committee remains dedicated to supporting policies and legislative measures that will enhance the sustainability and quality of our education in Kenya. Together, we can ensure that our institutions not only survive but thrive in an evolving educational landscape. I thank you all. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. My work was just to pass the message of the chair, which I have done. Thank you, and I wish you that we'll have a fruitful engagement throughout this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mheshimiwa. I think that was spot on in terms of what we need to do to improve our financial situation and improve rankings of universities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to invite the Principal Secretary for Higher Education and Research, Dr. Beatrice Muganda Nyangala. And even before I invite her, I think there is no single university in Kenya that has not been touched by the experience of her work when she was at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research for about 11 years before she joined the ministry as the principal secretary. She was the acting director at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research for a while, but most importantly is what she's spearheaded in universities teaching by launching and implementing the Pedagogical Leadership in Africa project, PEDO project, which many universities know about. 91 universities across Africa, 30,000 lecturers trained over a period of about 9 to 10 years. And she has contributed, if I may say this, continuing to contribute to shaping education policies and participated in global forums in many ways. She is one person we have always counted on to support our work, and she has always put her doors very widely open for us every time we want to engage and to get support of the ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to welcome Dr. Beatrice Nyangala to come and address us. Madam, welcome. Thank you very much. And better clap, please. And better clap again. Thank you.
Good morning. What Professor didn't tell you was that he was my governor at the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, so I am very much his student. Our chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Education and Research, ably represented by Honorable Gisairo, our members of the Parliamentary Committee of Education and Research, and let me take this opportunity to recognize Professor Umbaka, Professor Bato, Mwalimu Orero, and Honorable Jerusa Momanyi. The President's Council of Economic Advisors, ably represented by Professor Machuki, who is in charge of education, the chair of the Universities Fund, Professor Karuti Kanyinga, the chair, Higher Education Loans Board, the Right Honorable Ekwe Ethuro, the chair of Vice Chancellor's Committee of Public Universities, and Vice Chancellor, University of Embu, Professor Daniel Mugendi, the chair of Private Universities, and Vice Chancellor of Catholic University of East Africa, Father Stephen Bugwa, Vice Chancellors of Public and Private Universities present, Principals of Public and Private University Constituent Colleges present, CEOs of state agencies in the Ministry of Education, the Group CEO of KCB and other partners here present, Mr. Nyamu, Madam Rono, and Mr. Abdul Hamid, distinguished partners present from other organizations, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed a great privilege and honor to join you today. 2 years ago, most of us in this room converged for the first time ever for a biennial conference on the financing of university education in Mombasa, with the singular intention of proposing measures to streamline the financing of the higher education institutions in our great country. At the time of the Mombasa conference, the Kenya Kwanza government had just been in office for less than a year. And at that particular time, the universities were reeling under excruciating high debts amounting to more than 60 billion. These debts eventually grew to 75 billion, a figure that started falling thanks to the introduction of the student-centered financing model. Currently, the pending bills stand at 72 billion. 2 years later, we have regrouped here for the second conference, still searching for answers to nearly the same issues that bedevil the financing of education in our country. While a lot of water has gone under the bridge, I wish to look at the positive steps that we have made stemming out of the Mombasa conference, which was also organized under the aegis of this institution. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, you may recall that during the Mombasa conference, you proposed a number of financing options for university students, recommending the review and enhancement of the differentiated unit cost model of funding universities. Your recommendations at the conference were intertwined with the proposals presented to the Presidential Working Party on education reforms then, and this then engendered the student-centered funding model. Effectively, His Excellency our President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, launched the student-centered funding model on 3rd of May 2023, clearing the way for its implementation. And so, over the last 2 years, we have been operating in a new funding regime through which the government channeled over 82 billion to universities, almost doubling what had been initially allocated through the differentiated unit cost. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the legal and other teething problems that have been visited on the new funding arrangements. In his wisdom, and taking into consideration these concerns, His Excellency our President acknowledged all these issues and set up the National Committee to review this model. I am happy that you are fully represented by Vice Chancellor, staff, and student leaders. The National Committee has completed its work and will be presenting the report and its recommendations to the appointing authority. Now we are here with the brain power of Kenya, and I'm confident that in this second biennial conference of the Universities Fund, we will be able to interrogate the challenges and explore the opportunities that lie ahead in the financing and sustainability of our universities. This year's theme, Navigating the New Era of Higher Education Financing in Kenya, speaks to the crucial role we all play in ensuring the future of our institutions. As we assess the impact of the new funding model, we must consider not only its short-term effects, but also its long-term implications on university finances, as well as student access and academic quality. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, we are meeting here when the country is set to make critical decisions on university admissions and funding. affecting the highest ever number of qualifiers for university admissions in the history of our country. I can categorically state that the true elephant in this room right now here is the question of how we shall adequately fund the 246,391 candidates of the 2024 Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education examination who qualified to join university. It means that we have an extra 45,258 students who scored C+ and above compared to the previous cohort. As we celebrate this great milestone, we must also rethink mechanisms of funding their educations. We will require 25.85 billion to fund this cohort alone in the 2025-2026 financial year. Considering that students would study for at least 4 academic years under their degree programs, then the government would require 100 billion to cover their studies the entire period. The obtaining situation poses serious questions, especially given that government resources are ever dwindling, and considering that the lion's share of our country's total annual budget is spent on education. However, I have a lot of confidence in your collective wisdom to unravel this funding equation. Turning to the issue of placement, I wish to assure all of us gathered here that we are undertaking adequate consultations within the context of the legal impediments. We are therefore sure that in due course we shall provide proper guidance for opening the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service portal for the 2024 KCSE candidates to start selecting their preferred courses of study in colleges and universities. However, time is on our side because the students will be joining in September. As a result, all students, parents, and guardians should remain assured that they will be admitted to universities and colleges of their choice in line with the set deadlines of respective institutions. Additionally, on behalf of the government, I wish to inform all our stakeholders that the government will provide adequate resources according to its obligation in the funding equation for all eligible and deserving students to undertake their courses. And I am very happy that our parliamentarians who appropriate these resources are here, and they are very passionate about the education of our children, the country's children. And so we can remain confident that we shall enroll these students at the right time. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I therefore ask you to examine various funding options and explore both their short-term and long-term effects on university finances, student access, and academic quality. This conversation will help us to better understand how the models would shape the landscape of higher education and how we may refine the various models and mechanisms to ensure that they serve the needs of our students, faculty, and institutions effectively. In doing so, I urge participants to explore innovative financing strategies that can complement government funding. And many of the speakers who stood here today have elaborated on a number of mechanisms that will enable us to diversify the funding streams. And I also want to second that this mechanism holds great potential to enhance sustainable funding of our institutions. Additionally, I urge all of us here to focus on equity and inclusion by discussing ways to ensure equitable access to university education, particularly for marginalized groups and students from disadvantaged backgrounds. It is crucial that we create a system that not only provides opportunities for all, but also fosters an environment where every student has the support they need to succeed. Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, during the first biennial conference, we discussed modalities of implementing measures to clear pending bills amounting to 60 billion then. I'm pleased to affirm that efforts are being made to clear these pending bills, and many universities have managed to set aside some money and continuously resolve the issues of debtors. I am pleased to learn that out of the recommendations of the first conference, mechanisms have also been put in place to transform our universities. And I want to assure you that we shall continue to work very closely with our universities to address all the major issues affecting financing, equity, and quality. And so as we think about diversifying these mechanisms through international partnerships, endowment funds, professional courses, fostering public-private partnerships, expanding the scope and quality of our research, optimizing idle assets, enhancing income-generating activities, we will also be exploring the available government procurement opportunities and how this can therefore provide a mechanism for raising additional funds for our universities while using its brain power. Overall, we all agree that going forward as universities, we must assume a more entrepreneurial character. But in this whole conversation, something gets lost. And that is, it's not just about financing the student, but trying to pursue the outcomes that we desire out of the education system, which is quality graduates, which is research output that eventually can be commercialized and to spur some of the startups and businesses that we desire to drive us to the next level as a country. And so the question of quality education is very central in this conversation. What are the funds we require to really support a quality education? We have been challenged by many of the speakers here about bankable ideas. These ideas can only be generated by scholars and students who are properly grounded. And I have a living example of a young man that is closely related to me, which I believe most of you have met, who studied here and then went abroad. And immediately he was able to invent something that is actually undergoing testing for production. And what he told me was the theoretical grounding from the Kenyan institution was very sound, but the practical components were a bit weak. And so, from Canada, he was able to enhance his practical grounding and immediately invent something at a very, early age of about 26. So what I'm saying is that we have what it takes, but we must take issues of curriculum reform very seriously. We are not going to attain a quality education if we do not reform our curricula, get the right balance of knowledge and skills, and give research the right attention so that we can also improve our global standing. The statistics that were presented here were very discomforting, but at the same time, with every challenge comes an opportunity. So this whole funding question is about funding research, is about funding quality education, and all these come together through transformative leadership. So we are very happy that our leadership right from the parliament to the institutions, to the executive, we are gathered here to have a robust conversation, not only about the funding, but what we desire as outcomes from our education system, so that we can talk about value for money, and so that we can also be confident that we are on the right path towards Vision 2030, where we help our young people to realize the full potential and make their contribution towards us becoming a middle-income country with everybody enjoying a high quality of life in a secure environment in just 5 years, a very short time indeed. So more fundamentally, we are dedicated to strengthening the financial management practices within our universities. This includes enhancing accountability and transparency, ensuring that funds are used effectively to support the growth and sustainability of our institutions. And we are all aware of the many audit queries that have been raised through the Executive Office of the President and championed by the Head of Public Service. We have the Zero Fault Audit campaign, and I just want to encourage all of us to take that campaign very seriously, so that incrementally we should be able to address these audit queries and really demonstrate value for money, even as we deliver on our very noble mission of empowering our young ones. These efforts reflect our unwavering commitment to providing practical solutions and ensuring the continued success of our higher education system. As managers, we must not condone any form of financial impropriety in our institutions. Going forward, we must harness the power of innovation and entrepreneurship within our institutions to ensure that our universities are not only centers of academic excellence, but also hubs of economic and social development. It is clear that the road ahead will require bold action and continued collaboration across all the arms of government, and also from bottom all the way up. I am confident that the outcomes from this conference will serve as a blueprint for addressing the challenges and seizing the opportunities in higher education financing. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders here today for your commitment to the future of higher education in Kenya. Your presence here demonstrates a shared dedication to ensuring that our universities remain strong, sustainable, and capable of providing world-class education to mold future generations of students into a special cadre of professionals that serve us locally, that serve regionally, and also globally. And as I conclude, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate that I have full confidence in your capacity, in your knowledge, in your passion and determination to unravel this quagmire of funding university education. I look forward to the fruitful discussions and partnerships that will emerge from this conference. Together we can and we must shape a future where our universities are empowered to thrive, contribute to national development, and remain accessible to all deserving students regardless of their backgrounds. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to declare the second biennial Universities Funding Conference open. I thank you all, and may God bless you.
Please, let's give a better applause for our Principal Secretary. We can do it better. The people at the front are clapping. I have no idea what's happening at the back. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know this morning session has been very well loaded. We've had very good presentations. We have been challenged. We will shortly be breaking for tea, and when we come back, we are going into the session where we begin to engage. We begin to speak into the specific issues that we've been engaged on. But before we do that, on the program, we have photo session. And we'll just do it right here, so you will all be patient, because each one of you will get an opportunity to quickly do this photo session. And with your permission, PS, kwa unyenyekevu na kuomba tafadhali urudi kwa stage. And the chairman of the board, and Mheshimiwa, please, karibu. That will be, and the CEO of UF. That will be the first picture. Please come on stage. We'll do the first photo. While I'm still at it like that, I would kindly request the board members of the university's fund, please join the team on stage. All right. The next, I will like, we done? You're good? I would like to add the members of parliament present. Please join the stage for the photo session. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, PS. You know the drill. We keep moving one step down. My colleagues from UF management, please be prepared to come on stage immediately for this photo session. All right, thank you very much. The rest can sit, but PS, please, Chair, CEO, please remain. My colleagues from UF management team, please come on stage. Please hurry up. This is the moment I remember I'm supposed to be in management team, so you'll hold on for me. Thank you. The management team can go. PS, please, I'm sorry. The next team is the chair, of the Public Universities Committee and the Vice Chair of the private universities. Please join on stage. The next, I would like to have the CEOs present of all the state agencies. Vice Chancellors, please hold. I will finish with you because, no, please sit, Vice Chancellors. The CEOs present, please. And Chair Help, please kindly join that group. Mheshimiwa Ekwe. Our partners, sponsors, please be ready so that we quickly finish this. That will be the second last, then I will go to the Vice Chancellors who will be crowning it for us. Partners, please start walking forward. Thank you very much. Partners, yeah, Ambassador, you. All right. Sorry. You're seeing everyone? The beauty of having very many sponsors, I have avoided using the word many partners, is lest I get into problems. Thank you very much. Thank you. Finally, Vice Chancellors. Both private and public universities. Sorry, my apologies. As Vice Chancellor is coming, please MPs have your own specific picture. Please just come on stage once more. Vice Chancellors, just hold 1 second. Vice Chancellors, just hold 1 second here. I want to take a picture with MPs only. Yes, my apologies, VC. I just want to have a final picture with the MPs alone with the PS, and my apologies, my apologies. All right. CEO, this height works. All right. Thank you. Vice Chancellors, and Professor Machuki will also join the Vice Chancellor's team. Some of you can come at the back here a little bit. So we will take the first one as a group, and then we will take the second one where we will split. We will have one for vice chancellors from private universities and vice chancellors from public universities. I didn't realize we were going to fill the stage. Okay. Kindly, once you're done with that, vice chancellors of private universities, just on my right, you will have to stand there just for a minute. Please do not move from there on my right. Private universities to remain. We take one more picture, and then we conclude. Public universities remain. Private stand on the side just for a minute so that we get a more. Private universities on my right a little bit for just a minute. Because as people will be breaking for tea, we will remain all of us behind for one. Okay. Are we good? All right. So public universities, please do not move. You will also stand on the side because immediately after this we want to have our own side meeting just quickly. So please stand on my right. A side meeting. So the private universities, please join. Yes, stand on my right. My apologies. I should have been more tidy than this. I should have been a bit more tidy. Private. Yes. All right. Okay, we are done with the pictures. Please, Vice Chancellors, while you're just still here, just a quick word from the peers. The rest of the team, please, you can proceed for tea. Please, Vice Chancellors, don't move. We just have a side chat here with the peers. All Vice Chancellors, please, with a session with the peers on the side here. Just 1 minute. So log in into menti.com. For those who are joining, please if you're logged in, we're ready to begin the first question. For those who are arriving, we want people to log into menti.com, or if you're able to scan that QR code, you can actually be able to be directed inside directly. We are ready all? We are all logged in? Very good. If you are fully logged in, we go to the next. Let's have the question. What single outcome would you like? What single outcome would make this conference a success for you? What single outcome would make a success for you? Let's keep the responses coming. You can scan the QR code. For those who are joining us, let me see who is the first one to give their response. What single outcome would make this conference a success for you? Okay, keep them coming. Identify innovative funding, mechanism, collaborations, punctual funding, practical funding model, outcome-oriented, sustainability, partnerships, networking, support, university. Please keep them coming. If you're just joining us, it's menti.com, and the code is 32678650. If you can be able to scan the QR code, please proceed to scan the QR code, and you will be able to respond to the question. Keep them coming. Meanwhile, DTB Bank, be ready. Dr. Kennedy Nyakomita, are you here? Okay. So, DTB Bank, our partner and sponsor, you have your 5 minutes sponsorship moment. So, Dr. Nyakomita, please welcome on stage. Please keep them coming. So we have very many outcomes expected. What single outcome would make this conference a success for you? Menti.com it is. I think most of the responses are funding, alternatives, networking, sustainability. Okay. We progress with the program. And so welcome back from tea break. And now it's my honor and humble duty to invite our chair of the Board of Trustees, the Board of Universities Fund, Professor Karibu. Please, let's give him a hand as he comes. Please keep clapping until he reaches the stage. Since I know he's very fast, you will not have to clap for long. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon again. Good afternoon. Okay, thank you very much. I have the pleasure to invite the chair, Higher Education Loans Board, Right Honorable Ekweturo, to come and give a few remarks, and then we go straight to the panel discussion. And in that panel discussion, I'll be asking Professor Mugendi, Professor Kiplagat, and Professor Nteba to be preparing to come forward after the chair's remarks. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Chairman, Universities Funding Board, I don't see my participants. But let me confirm, because the concentration of intellectual power in this room, you cannot get anywhere in this particular sitting in the Republic of Kenya. Professor Kiplangat was my teacher. I was his parent class in the year 2014. Professor Nyabundi, where are you? Yes, I can confirm he taught me in my undergraduate. So I feel completely intimidated when I address such a distinguished gathering. But with that as may be, at the Education Loans Board, we work very closely with the Universities Funding Board. And I'm sure all of you know that Cabinet made a decision to see how we can merge. So I only came here to listen. And I am happy that my friend and chairman of UFB has set the agenda for us. Navigating the new era of financing of higher education is a big challenge. I'm also comforted that a number of you are members of my board. Professor Njiru is a member. Professor Okeyo is a member. The current VC of USIU was my member and my RECA. So I feel we operate in a space. And if we cannot be able to unlock financing of higher education, then I fear for my country. Because this is the only team that has that capacity to do so. Two, I would wanted to hear also about delivery, especially with the CBC. How prepared are we as universities to receive, because 844 students are different from the students who are getting through. I trust, just like the peers have said, that from this gathering, we should be able to navigate some of these things and come up with solutions to help the government. I was hoping that before this conference takes place, we would have known the finding of that committee. And since it must be presented formally, but I'm sure those ones of you are members, will give us the benefit by sharing without following the strict academic routine of disclosing your sources. Thank you very much. Let's enjoy the workshop.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him again. Yeah, we are now getting into the panel discussions, and we have got two panels that will be coming one after the other. And the first panel here is going to discuss university or higher education reforms and what could be done, but we leave it to the speakers to open their mind and speak from off the cuff and what they consider to be important. And to begin with, and by the way, I should make corrections, not corrections really, but I should have emphasized that in terms of rankings, I've just been reminded that Kenyatta University is now topping also, is visible, though not at the level where we would like everyone to be. We would like to be at the level of about 100 top universities in the world. We can make it. If University of Cape Town has made it among the top 200 universities, I do not see why we cannot do it. And Cape Town is actually out-competed even by our medical school here. Their medical school and the University of Nairobi compete against each other very effectively. So I don't see why we should not be among the top 100 universities, one of our universities being among them. The first panel I've said is going to discuss issues and reforms, emerging issues of reforms within Kenya today. And the panel includes Professor Daniel Mugendi, who is a distinguished scholar actively involved in research on agriculture, forestry, and environmental sustainability. But above all, he is also the Vice Chancellor of the Embu University. I have to mention that he's a scholar to begin with, because that is his platform. He's the Vice Chancellor of the University of Embu and the chair of the Vice Chancellor's Committee of Public Universities. He has over 3 decades of experience in academia. He's previously served as a Deputy Vice Chancellor, Finance and Planning and Development at Kenyatta University, and he began his career way back in Kefri in 1986. He has won many research grants, published extensively, supervised numerous postgraduate students, and I must mention actually among the top scientists in this country, because the rankings now even look for top scientists. And I think, Professor Mugendi, I've seen your name topping among the Kenyans. It's among, I think, number 6 or something like that among the top Kenyans. So we are talking about someone who can pass this particular experience to our younger ones and help Kenya in many ways. He has published extensively, supervised many postgraduate students, and served on various national and regional boards. Please welcome Professor Mugendi. Professor Mugendi, come over, please. Sasa hiyo ni makofi ya kupigia mtu. We may actually deny you people lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, we have got private universities that are thriving in this country. Private universities that are actually building a very big potential, contributing to the potential of growth in Kenya's higher education sector, if I can call it a sector. And one of them is Kabrak University. Please, ladies and gentlemen, we have got Professor Henry Kiptioni Kiplagat, who is the Vice Chancellor, Kabrak University, and also the Vice Chair of Private Universities. He is an accomplished scholar and distinguished scholar in education administration and planning with a keen interest in higher education management. And that one I can tell because he was a classmate of someone I share the house with. He also owns a PhD from Catholic University, Nairobi. That's what I remember him for, with someone I share the house with. And he has an MA with distinction from University of Lancaster in the UK, a B.Ed from Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University is having a B.Ed, you know what it means, right? It's the mother of all B.Ed programs in the country. And he's also he has a certificate in corporate governance from the Center for Corporate Governance of Kenya. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for Professor Kiplagat as he comes on. In this panel, we also have one of our distinguished experts on fisheries in Africa. Not in Kenya, not in Africa, right? So if you eat fish and you get upset, there is someone to ask. If you are happy, you congratulate me. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce Professor Micheni Ntiba, who is the chairman of the National Working Committee on the review of university education funding model. He is a former principal secretary in the State Department of Fisheries, and has also been in the Ministry of Education. He previously served as the director of the School of Biological Sciences at the University of Nairobi. Please, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have Professor Ntiba, Micheni Ntiba, to come forward. Let's clap for him as well. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We go straight to the questions. And if I can have a mic to sit next to the panelists, that would be fine. I will ask each of the panelists to speak about their organizations and where they see that organization or the university going in the next 10 years. And what I want to hear is probably what is it that they think will have been done in 10 years' time when they will no longer be in that particular space. Will the university have closed when they leave? Or will the university be having so much money that doesn't require government funding? And then after that, we shall get into questions. I would like them to introduce themselves from that angle, where they see their institutions in the next 10 years, and also where they see higher education in this country in the next 10 years. Let me begin, first of all, with Professor Kiplagat, because of the importance of private universities in this space. And even before he begins, let me just sound a small, simple warning that actually there are students these days who are preferring to go to public universities because they'll be able to complete university education in time without disruptions. They say lecturers are fighting for CBAs and DSPs, and students are also on the streets, and you take more than 4 years to graduate. Over to you, Professor Kiplagat. You are the lucky one.
Thank you very much. Kabarak University is a university that was started on 16th of October 2000 by the second president of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency the late Daniel Toroitich arap Moi. And the university is a Christian liberal arts, science and technology university. And on 16th of May 2008, the university awarded its charter, which was awarded by the third president of Kenya, the late His Excellency Mwai Kibaki. Kabarak University has a number of schools with a number of academic programs that range from business and economics to education to law to pharmacy to medical and health science courses, science, engineering and technology, music and media. We are committed to excellence and research as a university. And Kabarak University is ISO 9001:2015 certified, and we offer programs to our students. We give our students an opportunity for self-discovery so that they can become global citizens that are sought after in the world. Kabarak University has distinguished itself in a number of areas. And for the next 10 years, we would like to see Kabarak University as a premier postgraduate university, of course, apart from having undergraduate programs. So that is where we're moving, and we are rolling out a number of relevant, quality, and affordable postgraduate programs. One of the newest postgraduate programs that was rolled over in September last year is a postgraduate degree program, Masters of Oncology Pharmacy. And we are running that program together with the International Cancer Institute, and we attracted 17 students in the first intake. And we are doing well. Others are in the pipeline. So in 10 years, Kabarak University will exist, and we believe Kabarak University will be a pillar institution in this region in terms of the higher education programs provision. So the university will not be closed after I become, after leaving my office as a VC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the key word here is that they are looking forward to making Kabarak University a postgraduate university, a postgraduate studies university, meaning that they're going to be big on research. Over to you, Professor Mugendi.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good afternoon, colleagues. University of Embu is located 130 kilometers northeast of Nairobi on the slopes of Mount Kenya. The university is one of the young universities in Kenya because it was started in 2012 as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, taking over from the then college that was called Embu Agricultural Staff Training College. And University of Nairobi maintained the Embu University College for 4 years, and on 7th October 2016, we got our charter and we became a fully fledged university. And I would want to say within that space, the university has grown tremendously. We started in 2013 with only 123 students. Right now, we have a strong population of about 14,000 students. We have 6 schools, ranging from School of Agriculture, School of Pure and Applied Sciences, School of Education, School of Business and Economics, School of Law, School of Nursing, among others. And we are anticipating to open more schools as we move on. I would also want to say that within that short span of time, University of Embu has distinguished itself to be the best public university in Kenya in terms of performance contracting and in terms of other awards. We've been the best public university for 4 years running now, and also the best state corporation for 3 years. So I want to say that it matters quality. University of Embu, we are very, very keen, and we've distinguished ourselves in that area. Recently, we entered into a competition on quality service delivery that was organized by KEPS. In Kenya, we emerged as the overall winners on the lunch service category, and we were entered again to compete in the East African region, which again we emerged the winners. And therefore I want to say that for the University of Embu, we don't look at ourselves as a public entity, but we employ the best management strategies to ensure that we are competing in that space. So I would want to say that in 10 years to come, I see the University of Embu distinguishing itself as one of the best universities that we have in Kenya. Indeed, in terms of world rankings, we have also been doing very well. I want to say again, towards the end of last year, that is the higher education organization that ranks university, didn't rank universities in sub-Saharan Africa, where over 88 universities participated from 20 countries. In Africa, we were ranked number 16, and in Kenya, we were ranked number 1, ahead of all the other universities, including private and public universities. So again, I am confident that University of Embu will continue to cut its niche in that area, being
the trailblazer in all things, in everything that we do. In 10 years, the way I would want to say is that I see University of Embu, whether I'm there or not, still being the leading university. We have very strong undergraduate programs and postgraduate programs. But again, as Kabarak has seen, the area that University of Embu would like to really concentrate and become would want to be our niche is in the area of postgraduate studies. Because we know, other than the private universities in this country, public universities, there is no university that is doing that area very well. Students come to our universities, a 2-year master's degree that's supposed to take 2 years ends up taking 3, 4, 5 years. A PhD that's supposed to take 4 years, people end up taking 10 years. So I think that is an area that we are exploring, and I'm giving leadership, I'm offering leadership in that area, so that then we become the best university in terms of postgraduate studies, and we are looking at that as we move forward. And therefore, I'm sure we will be competing with the Kabarak in that area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. There are 2 things I would like to underline, actually. Globally, the rankings of the universities are sometimes, there is an indicator that concerns how many students do you graduate out of the number of students that were registered. And I think that's something we need to underline. The more your student stays in the university, at either postgraduate or undergraduate level, the more your ranking declines. The more your ranking declines. So there must be effort to ensure that the students complete their studies in time and as is stipulated in the statutes. Professor Nteba, where do you see higher education in 10 years' time to come?
Thank you very much, Chairman. When you put me with 2 eminent VCs of running universities, first of all, from the point of view of the University of Nairobi, is that this year we were all left wondering why we have been beaten in the rankings by Kenyatta University. But just watch this space. University of Nairobi as one of the first universities in the country. We will bounce back. I think that's what I would have liked to say. Number 2, still at the University of Nairobi level, I think you introduced me as the expert on fisheries for Africa. And all of you remember that in the last few years, the whole issue of climate change, ocean science, all these things, I think as a university, and particularly from the Department of Biology, where all those lecturers that teach in these areas in all the other universities were trained. I trained many of them, including one of the VCs here, who is an expert in fisheries, was my first PhD student. We intend to develop the capacity for the University of Nairobi to provide training in blue biosciences and technology moving forward. And you are working with a number of institutions in the world, starting with FAO itself, the University of Pyongyang in South Korea, the Synergy University from Russia, and others. So this is an area that we want to build. And the challenge is, the University of Nairobi, having been the first university in the old East African community scenario, when they were given the chance to develop engineering, and knowing that we are under coastline, one of the biggest weaknesses was that the University of Nairobi did not develop marine engineering. And you can see now we have been caught up, you know, with blue economy. How do we develop ocean economy without marine engineering? So I think this is why we want to make the University of Nairobi as the African Center for blue biosciences and technology moving forward. I think I only want to say that about the university. But in terms of where we would and want to see the higher education moving forward in all the universities, and having spent some time now over the last few months as the chairman of the National Committee that was reviewing the university's new funding model, I think we have to build capacities in our universities in terms of leadership. You see, leaders are trained, and I think we need to train very seriously those who lead universities so that we have management that works, so that we have financial issues that work. This requires training if we are to shift this area. I think also for our universities, and having listened to the constituency of university students who were in the committee, is that I think it is important for all those who are in the universities teaching fraternity, not just to teach, but also to become good mentors of the students that we teach, so that we can have this as the super human power, not only for our country, but also for the world. There is the need to develop mentoring skills in our professors to be able to mentor the students that we are teaching. I think there's a lack in that gap. I also think that from the student's perspective, there is a need to remember that saying that as a teacher appears when the student is ready. It's a saying that goes like that. A teacher appears when the student is ready. Unless our students take that attitude, it doesn't matter who will be the teacher. It depends on the student to be ready, because the teachers are there. And I think I would want us to inculcate this kind of thinking in our student fraternity, so that when you are supported by government, when you are supported by anybody else to take a degree course, particularly the first degree. Why the first degree? The first degree because it is at that level that you are given the power to read, so that we can be able to read and get good class degrees. I think that's the beginning of everything. Because when you have a good class degree, the world will take care of you. The world will educate you. The world will do great things with you. Industries will do great things for you. I think that's an area that all of us have to inform our student community so that we grow in that direction. Finally, Mr. Chair, I think it is also the issue of the parents. I was discussing with some colleagues out there at tea, and they told me that parents of now are just like the parents of us when we were students. But I differed with them because I told them, look, my father and your parents were not in the category, they are not in the era of the information superhighway. So we are two different people. And I listened in the committee where that we don't bother what our kids in the universities do, that they do not want even us to become the guarantors of the loans and scholarships that they take. They want to be guaranteed by their own students. I think we have to take interest. We have to tell our parents that we need to take interest in what our children will be moving forward. For me, I think this forms the foundation of how the future universities in Kenya will look like. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them, please. Now, I'd like to give them 2 minutes to respond to, each of them to respond to a number of questions that I'm going to pose to each of them, and in turns. Let me begin with Professor Daniel Mugendi, the chair of public universities. Government funding to universities has changed considerably. What impact has this had on public universities and their role in education, research and training? And what kind of reforms do we envision to be the best reforms to address that particular challenge, Professor Mugendi?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, indeed, those of you who have been in this space, we know that government funding to universities has been declining over time. And indeed, we have very good statistics to be able to show that. We went into differentiating the unit cost because we wanted universities to be funded in a more predictable manner, because hitherto universities were getting capitation, but then there wasn't a very defined criteria on how this was happening. So we went to DUC that would then determine what each university would get based on the number of students that we have and what they are doing. And the basis of DUC was that the government was to pay 80%, and then the parents would pay the 20%, or the households would pay the 20%. Now, what has happened over time is that the government was not able to honor its obligation of the 80%, and the DUC continued declining year after year. So from 80%, I think if we look at where we are now, like this year, it's around 34%. And therefore, this and a lot of effects on the universities. Because by the time we went, and I'll be talking about that, by the time we went to the new funding model, which was about 2 years ago, by June 2023, and as the PS said this morning, the universities had the pending bills of about 75 billion. But on the same breath, the government owned the universities and remitted the DUC in the tune of 135 billion. So therefore, if actually the government had kept its part of the bargain, those spending bills would not have been there in the first instance. Now, the effects of the reducing then government capitation to the university was one, those accumulating the pending bills, which up to now we've not dealt with adequately. Yes, we know with the new funding model, the pending bills had started declining. And again, the PS mentioned that figure from 75. Within 1 year, we had come down to 72. And we had envisioned that if the funding model continues, the new funding model continues, in about 4 years, we'll have cleared, the universities would have cleared all those pending bills. We have simulations to that effect. So one of the effect was the accumulation of those pending bills. The second effect was the development or the infrastructural development in the universities was affected, because many a times we would get money in the development budget that was supposed to come to the universities, but then that money eventually will not be released to the universities. So And as a result, then we have ended up with the stalled projects in the universities. And if you visit many of our universities, almost all of us have stalled projects. And it's because we started with the hope that funds will continue flowing, but then those funds did not continue flowing. Like last year, we were given only 25% of what had been promised. This year, we have zero development budget. And then you can imagine what is happening to those projects, the certificates, and the contractors. The other thing is, the other effect is the reduced staff morale, because then without adequate finances in our universities, many of our universities had to put a moratorium on promotions. And of course, this then affected the morale of our staff, because then you are there, you've reached the time to be promoted. You cannot be promoted because we have no funds to be able to do that. Also, it affected staff recruitment, where we needed to bring in key staff members to be able to assist us in our programs. Again, in most of our universities, we had to stop that. Also, it is slowing down the expansion of programs in the universities, because again, that also requires funds, it requires money, it requires staff, and therefore, that also was affected. And lastly, and also very important, is that we didn't have then funds even to channel to research. You see, some of the universities, then if we're able to make money to cover operations, we are able then to channel some of that money also to research. But that could not happen because most of the universities were just struggling to survive. And then when you look at the national funding for research from the government, again, it's also not there, very, very minimal. And I'll be talking about that because, again, we cannot expect to develop if we are not investing in research. So the suggested reforms then, quickly, Mr. Chairman, I know you gave me 2 minutes. I'll move quickly. The new funding model that was introduced 2 years ago, to me, this was a game changer. And was going to revolutionize how we do things in the universities. And indeed, the PS this morning indicated that from the capitation that we had gotten 2022-2023 of 41 billion, 2023-2024, that doubled to about 81 billion. So you can see already money and started flowing into the universities. And with the then increased resources or funds into the universities, then the universities are able to do a lot of things. Of course, right now, as you know, we are in a limbo because the courts declared the funding model illegal or irregular. But to me, I think that really is a misinformed decision because from where I sit, the new funding model was really going to be the savior that we needed in the universities. But however, there are issues that, of course, the court mentioned that we need to deal with, but nonetheless, I think that is the way to go. The other thing is, of course, we've talked a lot about diversifying our A&A, or the monies that we are able to mobilize in the universities. But again, I want to say it's again a vicious cycle, because if we don't have money to even survive to pay salaries, we will not have money to invest to do anything else. So again, that needs to be looked into. We also need to enhance funding in research. And what I would want to encourage is that the government needs to take this issue very seriously. I know we have a commitment that we will be giving 2% of our GDP to research, but this is not happening. And I'm sure if that happened, then many of the universities will be able to get themselves involved in active research. And in so doing, then we are able to develop products that can be commercialized and can be able then to give us more money into the universities. We cannot continue to expect that research in this country will be funded by foreigners. we have, as a government, we really have to take this issue seriously so that we commit the resources to be able to fund research. Right now, that is seriously lacking. The next issue on what we need to do, of course, we need to drive sustained endeavors. Somebody mentioned like the green energy, solar energy. Again, those are areas that universities need to get into. But again, these things require money. But today we have very good promises from financiers here that saying all we need are bankable proposals, and we can see how to untap those areas. And lastly, second from last, Mr. Chairman, is we also need to boost things like endowment funds. I know endowment funds, it's something new. University of Embu is the only public university that has been able to successfully set up a proper endowment fund, and the other universities are following. There are many people who have come to benchmark with us, but I want to say it's not an area that is very well understood. We don't have very good philanthropists in this country that can be able to come to fund, but we are starting, and we have started, and we are moving, and we see this as an area that in days to come will be able to be a big support and a route to bring funds to the university. And lastly, we need to encourage commercialization of research products. And right now, I want to say that each university is being pushed in that direction. Out of the researches that we are doing, how many of those products can be commercialized? And many of us now in the universities, we have set commercialization apps, we have technology transfer officers, and we have set up those offices whereby then we are trying to commercialize what we are doing in our universities. But as again I've said, we need more support from the government in this area of research, because that is what is lacking. Of course, our friends, our development partners will come in to support wherever they will be able to support, but we cannot expect that our entire research agenda will be supported from outside. The government needs to come in and be able to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him, please. As I go to the second panelist, I would like to ask participants here from public universities who has a full-fledged business or research grants development unit staffed with the staff who looks for research opportunities, trains staff on how to raise grants, links with the development partners across the globe, scouting for research opportunities, and the same for private universities. Raise up your hand if you have got that, please. A fully fledged business development unit, research grant development unit, where you even train people on budgeting. When the proposal is getting out, you tell them, come, we are there to support you to develop your budgets. FCDO, yes, good. Kenyatta University, right? Kenyatta University, no wonder you are beaten even Nairobi, yes. Who else? Which university is that? Moi University. Sorry? Okay, thank you very much. But does it cut across does it support the entire university? Great. Now I'm mentioning this because of what Professor Mugendi has said, that if we want really to focus on research grants development, we cannot proceed with business as usual. We must have business development units. In all the universities that I showed in the morning, their research development units are handled by someone at the level of DVC. And the aim is actually to build the capacity of the university to raise as much money as possible with very well funded and staffed offices. Let me jump straight to Professor Kiplagat again. Looking at private universities, we are very rich. Why do you compete for money from public with public universities? Your university alone can actually finance many other universities. So what challenges do you face? Because you cannot say that it's money problem you face. What challenges do we have from private universities? And what do you think can be addressed? But from where I sit, I think private universities are damn rich. They shouldn't actually be competing in this space with public universities. Professor Kiplagat.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just before I respond to that question, let me just mention that private universities in this country and elsewhere in the world play a critical role in expanding access to higher education. And the private universities also foster innovation. As to whether private universities are swimming in resources, swimming in money, I would like to say very, very clearly and strongly that that is a misconception. It is not real. It doesn't happen in Kenya, at least. Perhaps it happens elsewhere. Private universities are struggling, just like any other university, and in fact, under the current environment, private universities are struggling more than the public universities, and I'm going to demonstrate shortly. So one of the challenges we face as private universities is financial sustainability. As private universities, we rely on, of course, tuition fees, donations, and so on and so forth. And prior to the year 2016, the number of students, of course, in private and public universities was higher because we had many students scoring C+ and above. So from the year 2016, when all the students were supposed to be sponsored by government, and indeed the government did sponsor them, it meant that the private universities were only getting those students placed by KUCCPS, in addition to a few walk-ins. So most of the students in private universities were actually government-placed students placed by KUCCPS. And I'm going to shock you because when we look at the fees that was being paid by government for students placed in our universities, the amount has been declining from 2017 up to 2024, 2025. And I'll give you just some figures that we received. In 2021, 2022, we received 22,417 per semester per student, regardless of the course they were taking. In Kabarak University, we have pharmacy, we have law, we have nursing, we have clinical medicine, and for sure, you can agree with me that that amount is not sufficient. In 2022-2023, we received 18,210 per student per semester. 2023-2024, the amount came down to 15,617 per student per semester. 2024-2025, I can say was disaster because we received 11,207 per semester per student. So granted, you cannot provide university education with that amount because that amount is even lower than what perhaps our secondary schools are getting. So the private universities have been working around the clock. We've been innovative to ensure that we get resources to take care of the academic services, of course, to take care of the recurrent expenditure and so on. And actually, the nation should be appreciating the work of private universities because despite those handicaps, we have actually not sent any student home. It's only the PS who is clapping. What about the rest? Yeah, our students have actually graduated, and they are serving this nation in different capacities and also elsewhere in the world. Private universities also have a challenge. We have pending bills. Instead of ours declining, ours are actually increasing. Because remember, we still have the students who are placed under KUC CPS going on in our institutions. They have not all graduated. And with the declining DUC, I think Professor Mugende said the one for public universities is at 34%. I think ours is less than 10%. Should be one digit or just very low. The pending bills now in terms with respect to the unremitted DUC amounts to us is right now over 50 billion. It's actually increasing. I think it's almost 60 billion. So that has actually strained the delivery of academic services in our institutions. So, Chairman, I think I have persuaded you to believe that we are not swimming in money.
I am very convinced, actually. Let's clap for him.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Are you done, please?
Other problems, I think I have a number of them, but let me just speak on three key ones. That one is financial sustainability. And how do we do it? What we have done actually is we have diversified our revenue streams. We are quite innovative, and we have introduced even income sharing agreements with some institutions whom we partner to provide educational services, and then we share the revenue, and we get some good revenue to support the institutions. Of course, we are big into grants also. We are jointly working with other universities. As private universities, we've decided to be collaborators as opposed to competitors. And we are also working with public universities. In fact, my university, for example, is working with the University of Nairobi in a certain project, and we are working with other universities so that we can leverage on our skills and win those grants. So we're doing that. And then the issue of also research and innovation funding is another challenge that we face. We don't have sufficient funds. I wish we had. If we had, of course, we could do much more in research and funding. I think our colleagues in public universities, my friend Professor Mugende, don't throw a stone at me. I know you are getting grants from government. Even if the amounts are less or a little, we don't get those ourselves in public universities, in private universities. So we are working with other businesses and philanthropists and non-profits to raise funds for research and innovation. Then we have the issue of faculty recruitment and retention. Again, that is related to funding, financial sustainability. One of the challenges we face in private universities is really attracting highly trained, competent academic staff, particularly in certain fields. And I will give the examples of law, for example, pharmacy, and then of course the medical and health sciences programs. Kabarak University, for example, has a robust, one of the finest law schools in this country. And we have invested so heavily, but not all private universities have that ability. And that then is something that we need to look at. So as private universities, we have navigated around that by collaborating with peer universities so that we can do joint teaching, joint research, staff exchange, student exchange, and it is working to mitigate against that. And of course, sometimes we turn to adjunct lecturers and also industry experts. Then finally, another challenge we face is in private universities is adapting to the changing educational trends. And I'm sure we are not the only ones facing that. I'm sure the public universities are doing that as well. You know, right now we have AI, for example. And we're asking ourselves in private universities, how do we leverage on that? There was a speaker who did a good job in the morning when he made a presentation, I think a gentleman from Microsoft. And us in Kabarak University, we are exploring that route because we even have a master's program in artificial intelligence. So we want to leverage on that to ensure that we improve ourselves. And then right now we have other new innovations which have taken place. Right now we have what we call micro degrees, and we also have the boot camps. And those actually challenge the traditional university models. Then coming closer home, we are going through education reforms, particularly in terms of the curriculum and education, the CBC and CBE. Private universities are aware, and everybody is aware, that we will be receiving our first cohort of students in 2029. So the question we are asking ourselves is, will we be ready to receive that cohort of students in 2029? And on behalf of the Association of Private Universities, I want to assure the country that we are preparing ourselves, and we have started. We have done capacity building. We have retooled our academic staff in a number of our private universities. We have reviewed our curricula, and in my university, for example, all the education programs have been reviewed and accredited by Commission for University Education, and the CEO, CUE, I'm sure will confirm that. But we are moving towards 2029. What will be our readiness? And we are aware that to implement the CBC and the CBE, we require a lot of resources in terms of human capital, in terms of infrastructure, and therefore it is important to pay attention in terms of resourcing universities, whether private or public. So if I may contribute towards what we need to do in the funding model, I would like to propose very strongly that education being a public good, the funding model that is going to be crafted and adopted for this country should take care of universities, both private and public, because education has characteristics of a public good. Because when we produce this human capital, they don't go to deal with private individuals. So if this country has to develop, it is important for the private universities also to be enabled so that they can drive the change that we need, the development that we need for the good of this country.
Thank
I
you.
think I can stop there.
Thank you very much, Professor. Before I go to the last panelist, Professor Nteba here, if you have got a burning question to any of them, please put it down, because I'll only entertain 2 or 3 questions, one on this side here and there, only one. And then if we are not able to finish, you will write them down, and in the afternoon we can go through them and we can look for space, because we are running short of time. There is another panel that is coming shortly, immediately after this. And therefore, Professor Nteba, you spoke at length initially, and therefore I don't think I should give you a chance to ask, to speak on the question I want to ask you. You have been leading conversations on how to reform the new funding model. What's of interest? What is of interest that you'd like to share to share in terms of what can be done actually to strengthen the foundation for sustainability in higher education in this country, given the experience, given the conversations that you have had in recent times?
Chair, before delving into that, in terms of what the active VCs have talked about, can I comment on infrastructure and development in the universities? I think as universities, the existing ones, the old ones, and the young ones, I think in the area of infrastructure and development, we need to be very careful not to let the old infrastructure remain unmaintained, remain unrepaired, because as we move on, we are going to lose that infrastructure. And when you look across the world, universities don't let their old infrastructure just collapse, going to waste, because we are putting up new infrastructure. I think this is an important area that we have to pay attention to. Chair, the question you have now asked in terms of reading, I thought you were going to spare me so that I don't delve into, you know, as you heard, the PS has confirmed that the committee that I chaired overall has already finalized its work, and that you would allow the chair to finish off the process of handing it over to the appointing authority, and then from then on, then the floor will be open for all of us to be able to delve into it. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. I think he is training to be a politician. I think he has trained and is doing very well to on how to respond to some issues. If there is any burning question,
Chairman,
please.
not a politician. I try to avoid
a political expert.
I'm trying to be a diplomat in this area.
We have 3 questions, and those are the only ones I will entertain. One at the corner there with Justice Mr. and then our friend NRF, and then my friend over there. Those are the only 3 questions we are going to entertain. Then,
thank you very much.
4
Chair.
questions, and then we go straight to the next panel, please.
Yes, my name is Justus Munyoki, Professor Justus, and DVC Catholic University. Just 2 quick questions, Chair. One is about involvement of government in supporting universities in research, rather in projects. I know that the government is a major consumer of research output, and therefore the need for the government, for example, to be able to work with universities where we have a lot of expertise, to be able to give them contracts. I know, because government, when we do assignments from government, we do as individuals. Why is government not able to approach universities? They know the resource that we have there, and then be able to do that. Because we seem to be missing, and that will be a major source of university stabilization when the professors there, the researchers are able to also work with the government. So that is one. Number 2, Chair, is about entrepreneurship. This is not a new term. We are talking about entrepreneurial university. We have written papers, we have made presentations about this. Just why is this not happening? How come we don't have a single university that's, we are now entrepreneurial enough, we can sustain ourselves? And maybe that the engine would like to see in the next 10 years, university being able to stand themselves. But will there be policy change in government in terms of how they expect the public university to behave in terms of being there, providing services for the common good, but not at the same time, please become entrepreneurs, look for money for yourselves. How do we balance those 2? Thank you, Chair.
That question is to who? Just Professor Munyoki?
The first question, the entrepreneurship, is to go to the Vice Chancellor Embu. You can tell us about us because in public. The next one could be answered by the Vice Chancellor, my colleague, Cambridge University.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then our colleague here, NRF. Yeah, Ogana.
Thank you, Chair. It's correct a misconception that private universities are not funded by NRF. We indeed funded to a tune of 18 million. The PI was Dr. Moses Thiga. We've so far disbursed 12.5 million. Among other universities that have benefited include Daystar, Strathmore, MKU, USIU, and Quare. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then the last question here.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank our panelists and make two observations that I think are critical. I would like our panelists to address themselves to what I believe is a misconception about free university education in this country. Because our Education Act talks of free basic education as a right. So how shall we deal with this misconception that somebody can pay fees for their children in primary, in high school to the tune of tens of thousands, but they don't want to pay even 6,000 for a course in the university? How do we address that issue? The second issue has got to do with what I acknowledge from our brother VC from Kabarak, that is true, you are owed. But there is a distinction between private and public. It doesn't, whether we are all Kenyans and there's no public or private, the fact that the word private exists, it means you are making money. That's why you got into that business. So unless we have no distinction, then we call all universities universities of Kenya. Otherwise, it's like my neighbor saying he sets up a business, then says we are all Kenyans. So since you have a little more in your pocket and your children occasionally eat in my house, kindly ensure that you also pay for their feeding here. I don't know, I'm taking it lightly. I know the burden you have, but the fact is the word public and private, I rest my case.
Thank you very much. I would like to protect my colleague, my good friend, Professor Kiplagat, on that. Let me also take this opportunity to mention a few things with regard to philanthropies in this country. The number of philanthropies and foundations has grown exponentially in the last 10 years within East Africa. And some of them are keen to finance different things. And we at the Universities Fund plan to have a meeting with various foundations, philanthropies in the course of the year, where we can sensitize them on the need to support universities. Those are some of the issues that we have in our strategic plan. I need also to mention that I know of a Nigerian billionaire who has given money to King's College in UK to work with African universities to train healthcare workers in Africa. And the University of Nairobi is one of the beneficiaries of that fund. And 2 billion shillings is not little money coming from an individual philanthropist. So we are simply saying that this money is available. If you go to Stellenbosch in South Africa, those wineries, all of them have got something to fund in a different department at Stellenbosch, including University of Leeds. We need to get out of this particular space and start attracting the industry to come and work with certain departments, because that's where value addition is. I was very surprised at University of Pretoria to learn that most of the engineering department actually are not operated with government funding. They are operated by, they get funding from the mines industry, from manufacturing industry. So they put up buildings and also finance some research chairs, a chair of this, a chair of that, and they finance their salaries for a period of not less than 10 years. Maybe that's the way we need to start going now, attracting the rich elites in this country. Some of them have got money that they can give if we hand a meeting and sensitize to them to do so. If Chandaria is giving a building in every university today, a majority of the universities, there are others who are keen to do the same. I know some insurance companies that have financed office blocks in one university that I will not name, and just branded them their name and putting up a whole building. The innovative ways we can start engaging on, but let me ask our colleagues now to respond to those questions before we go to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you very
If you can be brief, Prof, because of the next panel.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I will be very brief.
Oh, sorry, there is another question that was supposed to be asked here, sorry, by the Chair. Help. I'm so sorry about that. Professor Mugadi, if you can hold for a minute. If you can hold for a minute, I'm sorry. Yeah. My apology, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. This is becoming very interesting for me. One, I want to make the disclaimer that we operate on a UFB and help. One, to my honorable members of parliament, our management teams always find that you are more hostile than being supportive. So I'm just wondering what the honorable member for CII said today is going to be implemented. And my good friend, two, who is responsible? You know, the new funding model, in the first 1 year, were no issues at all. It was implemented. Now, in the second year of implementation is when we are getting all these kind of problems. So who is responsible, my good professor, the fishman, Micheni? You know, when he was a PS, he really tried. I come from Lake Turkana where we eat fish. So I know he's passionate about it. Who is responsible in terms of ensuring that, you know, basic things like public participation do not become a challenge when we're implementing government directives? Because that has really put us in a very bad kind of situation. And then, Madam PS, that's why I made a disclaimer. We operate on an agency theory. So the principal here is the Ministry of Education. You. So help us to help you. Asante.
Thank you very much. Clive, Mheshimiwa Clive, would you like to respond to him?
I don't know why we've been categorized as being hostile, and more so knowing that he served in that house. Maybe he should have also gone ahead to answer the question himself on why he may have been hostile. Ours is not to be hostile, but seeking answers before we make a decision. Because sometimes, to be very honest, universities will come but don't have full answers. We are talking about funding. If we come and ask, how much are you making from research? And the answer is nil. What programs do you have to bring in revenue? You go and show us a small piece of land saying you are planning to plant something here. Honestly, you may end up categorizing us as hostile. But my worry is, did the universities fail to plan ahead? And that is why we find ourselves where we are. Why do I say this? At some point, universities were sustaining themselves when we had the Module 2 programs. When universities were not taking in students under government funding who had scored below B plane. So we had a huge number of students who qualified to join university but could not be taken in by JAB at that time. And that is what led to the growth of private universities. Is it a case whereby both public universities, who now started running Module 2 program, which was a cash cow for both sectors, both private and public, they forgot to invest more on research, so that when this came to an end, we were caught flat-footed. We are not hostile. We just ask questions that you don't want to answer.
Thank you very much. We have been answered very well. Professor Mugendi, if we can be brief as we move to the next panel, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think one question was government being the consumer of research, and therefore why not support it? And I think I did indicate that yes, we advocate that the government needs to support research in a big way. And the director, the CEO of NRF is in the house, and he has indicated when things were good. I know there is 1 year that the government was able to support research in a very, very big way. And we were only hoping, Madam PS, that would continue, so that then that time when they gave 1 year, they gave 2 billion. We were only hoping that that will continue. Instead of where now we are hearing they are being given 200 million or something like that, that is only enough for operations. So yes, we expect that the government is going to support us in a big way, and we continue to advocate for that, and it should continue. The other question was in entrepreneur universities, and I want to tell the gentleman who asked that question, the universities are moving quickly into that space, and as you know, one of the biggest thing that our current government did is to establish an agency known as Kenya Innovation Agency that is led by Tony Omwansa, and this agency is doing a very, very good job. Recently, towards the end of last year, there are 14 universities that graduated as entrepreneur universities. And the others that are already going through that program, and we are closely, quickly closing that gap. So we are there, and universities are coming along to be entrepreneur universities, and we hope that is the future. I think those were the two for my that I was supposed to answer.
Yes, please.
I don't know that the PS I saw. Okay.
Professor Giblangat.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. I think there was a question on entrepreneurship, and Professor Mugendi has addressed it sufficiently. Just want to add that even at our personal level, as private universities, we support our faculty when it comes to coming up with startups, and also intellectual property protection and commercialization. And a number of our universities are doing that now, and it is something that has to move on. My friend from the VC Alupe regarding private university, yes, we are a private university, but the funds we are asking for are the funds that were that were supposed to have been sent to take care of students' education in our universities within, of course, the lifespan of the Universities Act 2016. So we were operating within a legal framework. Private universities are not asking for any money from any other institution. We are asking for what is legally ours, and that is why we need to approach this with sober minds, not necessarily adversarial, because we were operating legally within a legal framework. Again, when the students were placed in the private universities, it was done by government, and the government knew these were private institutions, so public-private partnership, there's nothing wrong with that. Then, of course, the private universities provided academic services, and those services have to be paid for. So that is the position. And the students were placed in those universities because they chose those universities. So there is, again, the question of choice, which is guaranteed by the Constitution. So should we deny a student a choice, and that is guaranteed? And those are the questions we need to ask ourselves as we rethink the funding model in this country. Because again, all the students who choose private universities are not necessarily from wealthy homes. We can give you lots of examples of students who have been supported by private universities, because private universities have scholarship kitties, some small, some big, but we support those students who have chosen to study in our public universities. So let us collaborate in this space for the good of this country. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Professor Nteba, last word, please. Very briefly, please.
Chairman, I see the question on the misconception of free university education in universities. The question was asked, and yet the parents of the same students sometimes pay even much more during primary, secondary, and sometimes in nursery. And also, I would like to combine that equation with the question that was asked by my old friend, Ekwevulo. On this thing, he asked who is responsible for ensuring that there is public participation. Chair, the way I would like to tackle this is again from the point of view of fisheries. Let me tell you what Japanese told me when we started doing these fish things. They told me this. Let's pay attention to this. They told me it doesn't matter even if God poured fish to your country the way he poured food to the children of Israel. Without that country having very elaborate public participation in terms of what we used to call Eat More Fish campaigns, which rose the per capita consumption of fish in Kenya from 0.5 kilograms per Kenyan per year in 2009. And I think today it is going towards 10 kilograms per Kenyan per year. So you can see how quickly it has grown because of the Eat More Fish campaigns that we used to do. This is public participation. And I also think this came up during these issues came up during the committee that we just concluded. And it was recognized that public participation is key in these things. Say, for example, fish is not like beef. Whenever you go to any butchery, you ask for beef, beef is beef, it is from a cow. Doesn't matter whether it was red, multicolored, or black. The same thing with pork, the same thing with chicken. But these creatures of the sea, one, are very many of different shapes and colors. You see, that is not just a fish. There are all sorts of things. And each one of us as a human being understands it differently. So unless you do these campaigns to teach people all these things, you get into difficulties. Fisheries will never become a business. So in the same way in these education things that we are doing, many Kenyans will not understand the intricacies in between when we talk them. We need to do a very elaborate, public participation to educate the people what we exactly mean by MTI. I was listening to the radio the other day that one of what the speaker was talking about, it's good to measure the ability of this, but you see, they do not know. We need to do, and we need to invest as government in public participation as education for public. I think I want to end there, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for them, please. And again, please, the more you clap, the more I'll give you time for lunch. If you don't clap, can you clap for them again? Thank you very much. You are earning yourself lunch shortly. Please allow me now to call for the next panel almost immediately as this panel goes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. We shall be coming back to some of the issues that have been raised with you later on in the afternoon. Allow me please to call to the podium CEO Geoffrey Monari to come over. Then we have
Professor Vincent Machuki, who is a professor of strategic management from the University of Nairobi, and now is a member of the Presidential Council of Economic Advisors. Professor Machuki has been a coordinator of strategy and business development in the School of Business at the University of Nairobi. He has led in development of strategic plans for many organizations, and I say many, not several, public and private organizations. Let's clap for Professor Machuki, please. And we are joined also by a distinguished accountant, a seasoned one, Dr. Isaiah Oino. He's got extensive experience in accounting and teaching at various UK universities, including teaching professional courses such as ACCA. He is currently serving as the chairman of Stock UK Diaspora Circle, a boutique financial institution. He's also a prolific researcher and has published extensively in peer-reviewed journals, internationally ranked peer-reviewed journals focusing on behavioral finance, corporate social responsibility, and banking regulations. Please, let's ask Isaiah Owino to come over. Oh, it's online, sorry. It's online. But before we do so, colleagues, I would like us to have a 1 minute of silence for Honorable Malulu Njendi, who was a member of the Vice Chairman of the Education Committee. He passed on a number of days ago, and it's important we respect him as, because even his colleagues have really been very supportive. And let's have a minute of silence to remember him, please. Let's get seated. Thank you. To begin this panel, it's on university funding generally, and we would like to hear thoughts about innovative ways of financing universities, stabilizing funding of universities, and how to pursue diversified funding streams in many ways. But before we go there, I will ask the CEO of Universities Fund to make a 5-minute presentation or less, so that at least we can have a framing of the discussion. Just only 5 minutes, Jeff, if it's possible, or less. And then we shall be going straight to the panel.
Thank you very much, Prof. If you can put up my presentation, it was quite a long one, but I will be able to go quickly. Because in the interest of time, let's go to the next slide. I will leave that for now. There are quotations there just to elaborate the importance of higher education and education from Barack Obama and Nelson. The functions of the fund, I will skip that for now. We go to the next slide. This is the structure of the ministry, the cabinet secretary, and the 3 PSs. We can go to the next slide. And the UF, the governance structure is there. I'll not go through that. And then the strategic plan, mission, vision, also that I think we can be able to read on our own. Now, I'll go straight to the funding status. In this current financial year, we are funding 575,315 students. Out of these students, the ones who are under the differentiated unit course, that is third year, fourth year, fifth year, and sixth year, are 299,389. In public universities, we are supporting 260,409 students under the old funding model, that is a DUC. And in private universities, we are currently funding 38,900 students. For the DUC, the amount of allocation by the National Assembly was 23 billion, which is 34% of the DUC. And for the private universities, it was 574.8 million, which is 4.3% of the DUC. For the new funding model, we are supporting students in first and second year, giving them scholarships as a fund. We are supporting 275,926 students, and the budgetary allocation is 16.9 billion. How has been the trend of funding over the years? Just to illustrate is that you can see the number of students funded has been growing since 2018-2019, and this number will continue to grow because we all know the Kenyan population is growing, and as they grow, we need to give more funds. However, just go back. The public universities, you can see the growth has been similar, growing with the trend. However, 2 years ago, we stopped funding students placed in private universities. Therefore, you can see there is a kink there showing the number is reducing, and we expect this number to continuously reduce until these students are taught out. Next slide. The amount of money disbursed over the years, these are just scholarships. I have not added the money disbursed by the Higher Education Loans Board. You can see there the number was growing, but growing at not as at a high at the rate that was expected, at about 5%, and the number reduced in this financial year because of the funds being pushed towards scholarships. So you can see that has been the trend over the last 5 years. Next. Next slide. Now, what is the resource requirement in this coming financial year? And it's good to point out this because our honorable members of parliament are here so that they can think through this process. If you look at that table, you'll notice that the second column illustrates the number of Kenyans who got C+ and above. And then the next column, for example, in the financial year 2023-24, we had 173,127 students who got C+ and above. And out of these, 155,814 students requested for placement, and KUPS was able to place them. Out of this number, another 122,634,000 required funding. These are the students now who applied. And the scholarship funding for them was 12.6 billion. In this financial year, we had 204,465,000 students. That is the cohort of 2023 who got C+ and above. This number has been growing. And the number placed was 178,409. The ones who were funded are 153,209. The amount required was 14.9 billion. And this is the amount that, this is just for scholarship. We are talking about a resource requirement of 27 billion. And the budgetary allocation was, as you saw, was 16.9 billion. Therefore, having a deficit of about 10 billion in this financial year. The next row is what we expect in the next financial year. C+ and above was 246,309. Placement, based on the previous simulation, we expect 221,752 students to apply for placement. However, the ones who we expect to ask for funding will be 207,555, and the funding requirement will be 17.1 billion. Therefore, if you add all those figures, these are just the first 3 years, you will find that we will be funding 623,908 students who will get C plus and above, but the funds will be funding about 483,481, requiring 44.4 billion Kenya shillings. And this is just a scholarship. And that's why we are saying that the investment by government has been heavy in this sector, because the first 2 cohorts, the funding has been availed. Next slide. And this gives you an indication of why the universities need to diversify their funding. Now, in the current financial year, we are saying we have, I'll not go each, we are saying we have a deficit in terms of the first 2 cohorts of about 37 billion, and that is something that we need to think together and see how we can be able to fund these students. That is both grants and loans. For scholarships is 27 billion. Next slide. What do we need? Which operating environment are we operating? We all understand we are currently under reforms. That is the new funding model. We have looked at entrepreneurship of universities. We have looked at commercialization of research, and Tony Omwansa will be here tomorrow to discuss that. So there are many reforms happening in the sector, which we need to see how we can be able to embed and ensure that we reduce government dependability on this and ensure our universities are sustainable, and see how we can be able to support these universities. The other one is the evolving university funding model, which is in place, and how it is evolving. The chair of the committee is here, and these are issues that will be looked into. We also have the court ruling, which has declared the funding model unconstitutional. We need to navigate that area. And there is also the cabinet resolution on merger of the Higher Education Loans Board and the universities fund to bring all the funding under one roof. However, what is important is that there is increasing demand, which is, we have illustrated there, of higher education funding. And we need to see how we can be able to support that. And this panel that is here today of Professor Machuki and Dr. Wino will be able to give us alternative ways in which we can be able to see how we can diversify our funding from the current model of relying on government. Next slide. The huge debate of pending bills, this has been discussed. On implementation of the funding model, we saw a steady decline of the pending bills from 75 billion to 72. But you see, this has been put on hold by the court case that we currently have. We had gone towards a good trajectory, and we believed that in several years to come, about 4 or 5 years, these pending bills will be a thing of the past. But now as a country, we must rethink on how we can be able to navigate this space, because we have been told that we cannot go the direction that we had thought. We need to go back and continue digging the hole, which we were already digging, because the old funding model, why we were in this problem, is because it was not being funded properly. But we are told that we go back there and continue digging. So it is a discussion that we need to have as a country and see, do we continue in the same trajectory so that in the next few years, instead of having 72 billion, we'll be talking about 200 billion pending bills, because we were not able to take the initiative of moving forward. And a question was asked by the chair of HELB, in that in the first year we were able to achieve commendable gains. What happened in the second year? What was the real issue, and how can we be able to surmount the challenges that we are facing, so that we can be able to ensure that our universities go back to where they were. The golden years of our universities are long gone, when students could go to the university and even support their families. Currently, if you look at the state of universities and how the universities are operating, it is from hand to mouth, and it's not in their liking. It's because if you look at the bills that are there, for example, one of the biggest bill here is pension, 25.8 billion, which means our lecturers, when they retire, they have no money to be able to retire to, which is a really desperate situation. You can imagine working for 30, 40 years, And when you leave, there's nothing because your pension was not remitted. Next slide. We have challenges. We have talked about budgetary constraints. There is increased enrollment, which because of increased enrollment or increased population, this will continuously grow. Our data is mainly manual across our universities and the funding agencies. We have not been able to integrate this data to one database so that we can be able to make evidence-based decisions. Sustainability of the DUC, we have seen it was not sustainable, and that is why we had to look for another model or support the DUC. And the issue of pending bills I've already discussed, and the matter that we are going to discuss and challenge our panelists is how do we diversify what we already have and see how we can be able to support the universities. Next slide. So we recommend on a way forward that we need to optimize on resource allocation. Government needs to see how we can be able to target a bailout package, especially if you looked at those, the bill that is there. The first one that I think we need to really think about is the pension, not the pension bill, the KRA bill of 20 billion, because if we were supposed to give universities up to 136 billion, and that was not given, why can't that be waived so that universities can have a lighter, because it is tax that is supposed to be paid to KRA. If the government, then we need to have a trade-off there and see how we can give the universities a lighter burden on that. Revenue diversification is very key to explore alternative revenue streams, and this cannot be overemphasized. I think keep on hammering to see how we can be able to have alternative revenue streams going into the universities. A DVC who is in charge of fundraising, and those are some of the things we shall be discussing and agree as we close tomorrow. Policy reforms to streamline governance structures is another issue we believe that we can be able to look into. To mobilize additional university funding, it will also be key, and data management in the higher education sector will be key. Next slide. So we recommend that we strengthen collaboration within stakeholders, and that is mainly between government, universities, and the private-public partnership. Tomorrow we'll have a participation from the National Treasury to tell us how do we navigate. We know we have engaged universities, and they have been straightforward to tell us that process of PPP is a challenge for them. So we want the PPP director to come and explain to us how does the university navigate that space. Because we keep on asking them and challenging them to go PPP way. But when they go back and try and navigate that space, it becomes very difficult. So we want to have that discussion with the Directorate of PPP. We give them suggestions from the participants, then we agree on the way forward, because that is the only way in which we can be able to put money, more money in the university sector. For example, if a university is going into business, if you open a hotel and you have been put under the stringent procurement rules, you are supposed to buy tomatoes and get 3 quotations. By the time you get 3 quotations, that person who you are getting quotations from, because you have a hotel, is in the market, because the tomatoes are perishable. He'll have sold them. He cannot wait for you to quote for 3 weeks, come back, and then tell him, now I want to buy your tomatoes, because you have a hotel. So these are the conditions that universities are subjected to. We need to assist them. Can they be waived? If they are entering into business, they cannot operate a business or an income generating activities based on the current procurement rules. It becomes very difficult, because then you are competing. The next door, if you have a hotel, there is somebody who can even walk into the farm, pick those tomatoes, negotiate at the farm, and come with them. But you, who is buying the tomatoes, and you don't even have the money, you will pay after 3 months, it means even the costs will be inflated.
Those are the challenges that we need to look into. Need for continuous review of the funding policies. This is why we are here, and we hope and believe that we shall be getting ideas from the participants. Encouraging innovation in resource mobilization. I've talked about PPPs, and as I conclude, we will be urging universities to have a students' control account so that we minimize the audit issues, and tomorrow the Auditor General will be here to discuss the issues that have been there so that we can help each other moving forward. And we are developing an institutional portal so that universities can be able to upload their data so that payments to them can be easily made so that we don't take a lot of time. So thank you very much. That was just to set a background on the discussions by the two participants this afternoon as we discuss on how we can be able to diversify revenue streams for universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And better clap, please. Thank you very much. Let me begin by asking Professor Machoki just only a simple question. We have seen the challenges facing university funding. What are the most innovative solutions we can offer in order to come out of this problem?
Thank you very much, Chair, for that question. I want to offer some kind of background before I answer your question, because the challenges have been very clear. And this is the second conference. The first meeting that we had with Vice Chancellors in Kenya School of Government was the very first opportunity to diagnose the challenges that face universities, and they themselves brought out some very innovative ways of dealing with the challenges. But because at that time, the main challenge was on student funding, we focused on it and we processed, and that is what came out as the new funding model. But we also went to Mombasa, and the same issues emerged, and there was commitment from the Vice Chancellors on a number of initiatives that they were going to undertake, which according to our evaluation were very innovative. Now, as I sit here, I want to be let me use some terms which will help me bring out some issues. To echo the words of our Principal Secretary, in her speech, she gave a trajectory and the issues and how we have been engaging. But we fall into the trap of paralysis by analysis. We have had this discussion, Chair, not once, not twice. This is the third time. And even when the Vice Chancellors met His Excellency the President, they actually applauded the new funding model and promised that there are 1, 2, 3 key things they were going to do. Let me pick one, and therefore delve into your question. If you look at the universities, our public universities, we are offering programs that kind of are a duplicate of each other across the universities. And when you look at the students that are admitted in those programs, they are very few. And the university remunerates the professors and the lecturers who teach those very few students, and the cost of offering or teaching those few students in those programs vis-a-vis what you will call the revenue and the capitation, they don't even break even. And the Vice Chancellors promised the President that they are going to relook at their curricula and the programs so that there is niche. They focus on those programs that exploit their competitive and comparative advantage so that we don't spread students thinly across universities who are taking programs that are a duplicate of one another and know that there are universities that are specialized in particular programs, and then all students in that particular program will go to that university, and then the resources will follow the students. That was a promise that the Vice Chancellors gave to His Excellency the President when they met. The other one is which programs are to be financed so that there is a priority. Then there is the focus on development agenda for the government. And we borrow from the current government's blueprint, the bottom-up economic transformation plan, and we have the key pillars and we have the priority areas. And as recommended by the President's Working Party on Education Reforms, it will be important that the universities reevaluate their academic programs so that they focus on those programs that have got impact both to the student, to the society, and to the overall economic agenda. I would have wished that in this conference, Chair, that the various universities and the Vice Chancellors provide a scorecard on what innovative action they have taken. Of course, I acknowledge that Professor Mugendi was able to say that ever since, universities have been able to register some milestones, but then it could have been good if he compiled an evidence-based report and then present so that we are very clear that Moi University, University of Nairobi, the University of Embu, and all other universities have initiated particular innovative initiatives so that is in tandem with what we are discussing about. Now, that is one. Number two, we know that a number of issues around this funding have been talked about. And I would not want to sit here to repeat what you presented, what my colleague here has presented, and what has been presented, including the speech from Honorable Mary, the chair of the Education Committee. All these diversification of funding, frameworks, and revenue streams to universities, all of them have been listed. There is no other new one that one can talk about other than pursuing those that we have talked about. Talk about endowments, talk about research and commercialization, talk about ensuring that the universities adopt governance restructuring so that there is a clearance of research funding proposals. As I finish, so that I come back again, I will give you my own practical example. Before I left the university, I won a research grant. And I was supposed to go through some ethical clearance so that I am cleared to go to data collection. It took me a whole year to get that clearance from the Ethical Review Committee. Then we said that universities have to incentivize faculty to write grant proposals and ensure that they get funding. But then we have internal governance issues that need to be looked into in order to unlock this revenue stream. It is after I have left the university, I am in my current engagement, that I called the office to ask them, look, a proposal came to you 1 year ago. Up to now, the donor, the one who was funding, is asking, what is happening? The money is available. You are not telling us the clearance and so forth. That is when I got the certificate, right, of clearance, ethical clearance. It took a whole 1 year, Prof. And therefore, those are some of the things that we need to deal with so that even as we talk about commercializing research and incentivizing staff to do grants and so forth, we also look at one more thing. We have over loaded our teachers, our lecturers, with teaching workload, and we have left them with very little time to innovate and think about research. That is where we need to deal with. Let us work together as vice chancellors and as the entire innovation and research ecosystem to ask ourselves, what are the internal bottlenecks that can unlock all these very beautiful alternatives that we are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Machuk. Let's clap for him, please. He has raised very important points here. Internal governance of the universities, how we manage research grants, how we manage the faculty issues. Other than DESTA and AMREF, who else has got ethical clearance departments that can allow for ethical clearance from outside the university? That's KU again. KU, and which other universities there? Alupe, yes. Actually, in the whole room, out of 71 universities, 75 universities, there are only 4. 6 now, 7, 8, 9. That's a shock. Because it should be every university, if we are thinking research, ethical clearance is a big thing in the world today. No donor at all can send money to you before you have got ethical clearance. Not even NACOSTI permit. They are not interested in the permit. NACOSTI is no longer relevant to donors. What they want is that you have got ethical clearance from a scientific committee, from any of the universities or anybody that is financing. And you can see, out of many universities, not all of us have got that particular space. But that's a conversation we should be having as we build research forward. Let me go straight to Isaiah Oino. And the question I would like to ask Isaiah, if you can hear us clearly. Yes, thank you very much. What are the most promising alternative funding streams for higher education institutions in today's economic times, the challenges that we face? What do you think should be the most promising alternative funding sources or streams that we can start exploiting? And I'm saying this, and I'm saying, thank you. Please proceed.
In fact, let me just start by the beginning that it's not only Kenya that is struggling in terms of university funding. 7% of universities in the UK, they are in deficit. And those about 28%, they are heading to a deficit position, but also looking for ways not to go to deficit. And that brings us on to the question you asked. Those 28% universities, we have more than 50% of income that doesn't come from government-sponsored tuition. And that is what we have this conference today, in the sense of we got to look into outside the government funding. Yes, we're discussing a new funding model, but we've got to think about outside there. What are some of the avenues? And I'm going to tell you a few of them We have a lot of universities in Nairobi. Why is it they don't have conference facilities that they can generate additional income? And government, of course, most of the speakers are making about employment, so I wouldn't want to repeat that. But also think about alumni, research grants, speak to companies, and there's a lot of companies that today, they are coming on the platform of the conference, and they need to come on board and support funding within the university. I think Professor Matuka's challenges that yes, we had a conference 1 year ago or so, but the question the university asked themselves is, put in place mechanisms, identify someone who's responsible for generating income from A, research. The other one is to generate income from research. The other one is to generate income from rental income. Anything to do with sponsorship income. Somebody else is responsible for that. So you give somebody the KPI and their responsibility. This year you give them and say, I need you to generate X amount of money. By doing so, over a number of years, you'll find that you have less reliance onto the government funding. Because at the end of the day, when you look into the data, when I look at the Kenyan data, only 22% of the students are self-sponsored. And when you look only the students who are funded by the government, by help, what percentage of the students repay back the loan? In the long run, what will happen is people will not dry. And so the universities, we need to be innovative. And I think one thing that I can challenge my colleagues, I've seen a lot of vice chancellors that have met this again. Then if you don't allocate somebody responsible, you don't say, somebody Isaiah need to do A, B, C, then it will not be done. I think Professor Matuka said, okay, we were here before. We mentioned alternative funding, but what progress have we made so far? How much research grants has your university been able to generate? How much sponsorship from charities has the university been able to generate? How about alumni? Do we have alumni associations that are able to generate some funds? One of the universities at SOAS University and Warwick University in UK, more than 50% of the income does not come from student fee. Doesn't come from student fee. Why? Because they have identified those single revenue streams and they have allocated specific people who are responsible for generating the income. For example, as I mentioned, investments, contracts. And the university, if the university can have some contracts with companies in Nairobi, in Kenya, and generate income from contracts. How about if we think about online courses? I'm glad that we have an open university in Kenya. But it doesn't stop Nairobi University from doing the same, offering some courses, but not repeating what the other university did. Because in fact, in the UK here, the discussions are about some universities may end up marching. If the university is offering the same course as the other, and they're within the close proximity, then there's need for us to think, can we march those two universities? Consultancy services. Come on. We are universities. People with experience, knowledge, they should be able to offer consulting services. So you identify someone within the institution and you allocate and say, your work is to generate income from consulting services. Industry partnerships with different companies, Sabbatical, KCP here, corporate here, they should be able to sponsor the university, and so you are able to ease the burden of depending from the government. I think I will stop there so we can continue the discussion. But those are just highlights of the areas that I would think of revenue streams that we've got to tap into.
Thank you very much, Isaiah. Thank you very much. I would like to add something else, which is one thing that we have not been pursuing, and that is international students. Attracting, the more international students you attract, the more the resources actually you get. And I must also say that the rankings by various ranking institutions also check the numbers of the percentage of international students that you have. And the more you have, the more the ranking. And the reason for this is because they are looking for internationalization efforts that you are making as a university. But even as we proceed, we may want to start asking ourselves a big question. What's the quality of our faculty? We've been told that because people are teaching throughout, they have no capacity to build the skills for research. And the senior people like Professor Machuke are leaving, and the younger ones are not being mentored. So how do we address these particular challenges? And most of Professor Machuke, how do we pursue diversification of funding and engage in our mandate of teaching, learning, and training? Because people seem to be saying there's a conflict there. Once you are teaching 100% of the time, forget about the diversification of funding sources, hence the reliance on government funding. How do we play that balance?
Thank you very much. I want to put it this way, that universities are playing a very critical role in the value chain of human capital development. That value chain starts from developing human capital to provide solutions to the problems that exist in society. And therefore, there are very many programs that universities are offering are not offered in a vacuum. They are offered in a context. And let me say this, therefore. We have had challenges that come due to climate change. We have issues to do with food security. We have had issues to do with unemployment, and therefore the development of micro, small, and medium enterprises will be an alternative towards providing employment. And when you talk about pursuing the diversification of funding without compromising the core mission of the university in terms of teaching and research, is when you tie the various diversified funding models or funding initiatives to the core programs and research areas of the university, so that you are able to complete the value chain. My colleague, the CEO for Universities Fund, talked about tomorrow there will be a specialist who will be talking about public-private partnerships. And there has been a challenge, not even for universities, but even for the government as a whole, on how to pursue these public-private partnerships so that to unlock some of the funding. On engaging on these public-private partnerships and their collaborations, they must be aligned to programs and undertake research that is supporting the core mission of the universities. For example, if it is Egerton, I will expect that the funding activities will come from income-generating activities like establishment of the farms. Currently, the government is pursuing a very robust program on livestock, and there is the leather value chain and all that. Where is research being undertaken to be able to inform farmers that the quality of the animals that you need to keep require this kind of care so that there is quality of the hides and the skins. It is in the university. So it does not compromise. What needs to be very clear is that the diversified funding streams need to be tied into the core programs of the universities. And therefore, Chair, that brings me into the aspect that I said here. I picked 2 universities. There is Egerton and there is Kabarak, which is a private university. Egerton could be offering a degree in law. Kabarak, in the same locality, is also offering a degree what? In law, right? And you ask yourself, should Egerton have gone to queue to seek for approval to offer law when actually there is a university nearby that is offering law and the focus on agriculture, crop, and livestock science, so that that will be what Egerton will be known for, and it will get research and then commercialize enterprises around agricultural development, livestock, and crop development. That is the same thing when you talk about commercialization of research, innovation, efforts that are linked to the niche programs and that are market driven. Because in this country, in East Africa, globally, we have globalized, and therefore the market for the human resource that Kenyan universities produce are able to be consumed globally. And we will not miss a donor or a support from those who want to fund particular research and innovations who are focused on particular programs that the universities are. We have to be known for something. And that is why I had that. And there is another area that I want to talk about that is an innovative way of raising funds. One day, I was involved in a program in the College of Agriculture and Veterinary Sciences in the University of Nairobi, where I was training all managers who are owning seed companies in Africa, and I was training them on governance and managing business growth from a perspective of a business. And that was a small, a short course that all seed owning companies or seed producing and processing companies from all of Africa were brought into the University of Nairobi. It took around 1 month, and there was a lot of income to the College of Agriculture and Veterinary Sciences. So if you offer short-term programs on areas that you are known to have expertise in, it can be a very quick, a low-lying fruit to get on board some income because you are known in that particular niche area and your short course is market-driven. You are not going to offer it to anyone. Now, Dr. Oino has mentioned something that is very clear, that if you go to Kenyatta University is known for producing high-quality teachers, and then it is now in health programs and so forth. If it focuses on holding conferences on pedagogy from across Africa and utilize the very many facilities, conference facilities, and charge those who are coming to attend. One of this conference here, we could have had it in one of the universities, and the resources will flow in many ways. But also, there is a possibility that, and Antonio Mansa will be talking to that, it is good that the Kenya Innovation Agency has now been brought into the executive office of the president to oversee the entire innovation ecosystem. and bring all the players so that the startups and the innovation hubs and the business development hubs in universities can be enhanced, and that way, then you will find that there is no compromise, there is no conflict of interest between pursuing revenue streams and the core function of the university. And lastly, Chair, so that I exit this discussion, we have had issues in universities, and it has been agitated that the ratio of administrative staff to academic staff is an imbalance. Instead of having 70% academic and technical staff to administrative staff, it is the other way around. And there was a presentation in the morning from Microsoft on how to leverage on AI and enterprise resource planning system and data-based decision making, but most importantly, use of AI to ensure that we optimize cost efficiency. The things that universities do ordinarily, but adopt what is called cost leadership strategy to ensure that they are efficient. How? By deploying technology. And that way, then resources that are used in carrying out routine administrative functions can be automated and release resources for academia in terms of research and teaching. And therefore, it is important to look at some of those issues so that universities don't establish income-generating activities that are not aligned to their niche programs where they exhibit strength. And I want to ask Madam PS that the higher education subsector is the engine of development, can be the engine of development in this country. But it requires deliberate, robust reforms. James Belasco, who is an expert in change management, once said that an elephant sees itself as so huge that it cannot be flexible to dance, that break dance. But he wrote a book called Teaching the Elephant to Dance to demonstrate that even huge organizations, huge sectors like the higher education sector, there can be reforms. And he has pointed out that for you to teach the elephant to dance, you do one or two things. One is demonstrating or having the vision that the higher education subsector needs to play in this country. Number two, create the urgency for change. And the urgency for change was created by tying the elephant using chains in all its four limbs, and then fire was lit and the smoke came to where the elephant was, and it sensed that there is need to move. As it tried to move, it found it was held, and therefore at that point, moving this way, this way, this way, the elephant was seen to be dancing, something that it could not do if it never sensed the urgency for change. And therefore, on that aspect, is to pursue the development of a policy that actually makes it legally compulsory for all universities to pursue income-generating activities that are aligned to their core programs, right? And then be able to get to commercialize and ensure that there is no conflict of interest, where you find a university will forget on its core mandate and is doing business completely outside in areas that it is not offering programs on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. he's brought a very interesting point here that actually we don't relate income generation activities with our niche areas. Everybody's offering the same thing. What I know in the West today, a law is taught in almost every university, but it's very different type of law. You'll go and find a university is offering legal medical law. You'll find another university is offering a very different type of law. Yes, the foundation will be the same, but what you graduate with is legal medical degree in law or agricultural law, you know? But here we are duplicating. We duplicate even notes. We duplicate notes, right? Because we are taught by the same person, and that really doesn't augur very well with that. Professor Oino, you are studying between us and lunch. And the question... Yes, okay, just one question. One question I would like you to address as you address other things is what type of internal capacities do universities require in order to be able to satisfactorily diversify their funding streams? What capacities do universities require to be able to get out of this box?
Right, there's a number of things that the university need to do based on the experience I have seen from various. You are associated with teaching. So my children your hours is to do the teaching. And I mentioned in terms of commercial, we need to identify who is responsible for generating commercial income. Okay? And that's their time. But I think I would like to see if we meet next year, each university come out and say, okay, you're only depending 80%. Then after years, you're only depending 50%. Because now you've been able to identify income stream, especially where your specialty lies in. The university and get this. And the student finances say it's high time some universities merge. Professor Machuka of one university offering the same course as the other and then the same location. So within the university itself, identify what you can do that is different from other universities. Within the government itself, not to award the degree awarding power to similar institutions or to other institutions that are offering the same in the same locality. Within the university itself, you got to on ethics. I think we mentioned it from the very beginning. No international grants or funders can fund a research if it has not gone through the ethics committee. And this is easy to get. Nowadays, there are quite a lot of and I did my own time. At Coventry where I was, I took almost 3 hours as well. And it's an online course. Once you have gone through the
Thank you very much. Jeff, I would like to say some final remarks as he closes this panel and he gives us directions to lunch.
Okay, thank you. I think I just want to give a few comments, and I highlighted them there because we need to look at the operating environment of the universities to enhance what we are proposing. And I said, number one, the procurement rules do not favor them. We may be asking them to enter into IJAs, and to be honest, it is not practically possible because of the environment in which they are operating. So that is one thing that we need to engage as a sector and then see how can we be able to leverage on that and maybe ask the honorable members here to facilitate so that these procurement rules or the universities are given waivers, because you can't compete if you are using the normal procurement rules and you're going into IJAs. The other one is a debt waiver that I gave here. Universities need to be given a reprieve because with a huge debt of about 72 billion, then it becomes very difficult to start engaging in other activities before you get out of this. The other one is, and it was alluded to by the DVC of Catholic University, consultancy services. The same way we have ring-fenced youth and women funds in our institutions, especially in government, why can't we ring-fence consultancy services for universities and say 50% of all consultancies will go to universities so that they can compete amongst themselves. If you look at the national budget, procurement is about 800 billion. If consultancies is about 100 billion and universities compete amongst themselves, then you'll find that this money is being pumped into the universities. And these are issues that we can be able to leverage on. My chairman talked about international students. I think it is a very good proposal, but there's something here we need to look into. Many international students, when they come into the country, they are asked to clear with KNQA and NEC. Some of the students have given up in that process because that equalization where you went, and I'm sure there are some universities here who can testify that that is a huge problem. If we look into this issue, then these issues that I've raised, then it will be assisting the universities be in a better place. Otherwise, we will be asking too much from them, and yet where they're operating is very difficult for them to operate. And after that, then we can tell them we can start introducing what we call performance-based funding in a small way. If we look at issues in that way, then my proposal will be, thank you, Chair.
Directions.
The Daktari,
yes,
the MC will give us directions.
Let us clap for the panel, please. But there are questions. I can see hands up for some questions. I don't know whether the person at the back is yawning or asking a question. That looks to be a very clever way of yawning and asking a question at the same time. Let's begin here. Second question, third question at the back, and fourth question here.
Yeah, thank you.
If we can be brief, please.
Yes, I'll be very brief. Thank you, Chairman. I'm Professor Mwenja. I'm the Chairman of the Central Bank Pension Fund. I will comment based on my U.S. experience, where I stayed for many years. Number one, I agree with Professor here in the issue of specializations. It's extremely important that our universities are able to stick to that, and I'll give you an example. At one time, probably in the last 5 or 6, 7 years, JKUAT was the largest business school in the country. That's just an example. And I'm giving that example by showing that when we walk away from our specializations, we are not able to attract the kind of grants that we need to be able to attract. That's one. Number two, regional universities in terms of specializations. If you go back to the US in the 1890s, they had what they used to call the land grant universities. And they used those universities as engines of economic development for that region based on the resources that are available in that region. For example, if you go to Meru and Embu, We have Mogoka, we have Mira and all that. Those are natural resources that are there, and we should be able to exploit those and use the universities as engines of economic development based on the local resources and specializations. If you go to Kisumu, Mombasa, and Turkana, we are talking about the blue economy. Those are the areas that should be driving with that. That's number one. And I go back to the capacity in terms of building capacity for research. Number one is establishing research offices, the support system that support faculty in finding and applying for grants. That's extremely important. Number two, building research orientation. This is focusing on specific research areas to attract competitive funding. We have to be able to do that. Number four is the partnership and collaboration that our prof in London is talking about. Funds are available with collaboration with several universities. Number five, which is developing clear proposals for grant writing. This is writing persuasive and well-structured research proposals, like emerging areas and all that, but it has to be a concerted effort within the university to drive research and a supportive structure within the university in order for us to be able to develop that. Then lastly is enhancing capacity for the faculty to do research. There's a difference between being educated and intellectually developed. So we have to figure out how do we get our guys who are doing research, give them all the support that we need and they need in order for them to succeed and write competitive grants, because grants are there and they are many. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. We've got, yes, the one with the mic. We are coming back to you at the back, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, the panelists. My name is Professor Deogratius Jaganyi, MKU VC. I would like to ask Mr. Munari a question. And the question is that the title of this conference is Navigating the New Era of Higher Education Financing in Kenya. Your presentation touched nothing about private institution. You talked about pending bills, and you showed how the pending bill for public university was going down. You have given an indication of fee waiver, debt waiver for the public university. Where is the funding, the pending bills for private university focused in the discussion in this aspect? Number two, we have discussed a lot about funding for research, capacitating our academics. We listened to the VC Embu, who has indicated that the academics, because of the funding challenges, the academics are demoralized. What can we do tomorrow to get the academics up and running? The nice things that have been talked about is when the environment is already working. The current environment is not working. So can we have ideas that can take us from where we are at the moment? All the nice things have been said is when the environment is completely working and it is conducive for the academics to engage in research. So with those two, thank you very much because of time.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Nganga. I would just point two things. I will not repeat what the professors have said. On internationalization, two critical things, and Monari has mentioned. One is, how do we fix government bureaucracy? Because that problem of student coming in, you need an immigration pass, you need equation. Students take I almost lost a PhD student waiting for 6 months to equate his high school. And this is a master's student from the United States. So how do where can government bureaucracy be unlocked so that this international market we are talking about can be opened? Second point, still on internationalization. When people come here, they are not looking for a Kenyan curriculum. They are looking for an internationalized curriculum. So if I'm teaching Bachelor of Commerce, my faculty must be quality enough to give a Bachelor of Commerce with global standards at the same time with local standards. So how is that curriculum? This is an internal issue now. I was looking at it from an internal point of view to the universities. How are we internationalizing? Internationalizing is not only bringing students, it's also how we internationalize the curriculum. Third thing, which is very important, student services. Where are these people living? I mean, those of you who have traveled, just go to University of Ghana and see how they treat international students, their living spaces and stuff like that. So if when we had Gen Z's run last year, and you have international students here, what happens to those students? Where are they living? How do you so student services generally. And then finally, I also wanted to point out this. Somebody said that yes, the 30-70 rule in the administration versus teaching, but the regulations make it also very interesting. So CUE will come to your university, will ask, where is the office of the dean? Where is the office of the academic director? Where is the office of the program lead? Who is the secretary? Of course, that is already blotting the system. So we could be speaking one way, but in actual fact, on the ground, we are being demanded of something else. So that bureaucracy also, bureaucracy at the institutional level also needs to be addressed if we really have to unlock internationalization space. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. But even as he speaks, I think in terms of administrative versus faculty, the figures have been there for a long time. It's not the dean who is considered as an administrator. It's the support staff, because the dean is a faculty.
Thank you. I'm Philip Nyaswa from Uzima University, representing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Cosmas Ragot. I want to appreciate the efforts that the board has made to engage the academia and the university management in solving our problem. The elephant in the room is looking at a sustainable, efficient, sufficient funding for university education in this country. That includes all. How do we get here? What strategies? Everybody is talking about strategies to be sustainable. Have we created enough policy frameworks, legal frameworks for the universities and the managers to achieve this? When a member of the Education Committee of the National Assembly, Prof. Mbaka, was speaking, I was a bit touched when she said there's little we can do as a committee when there are gaps between what they have approved and what has come down to the universities to achieve their mandate. Who do we go to as members of academia? We have a lot of risks within the system, a blotted funding ecosystem, where we have MCAs running scholarships, MPs running scholarships, women reps, governors having scholarships, University Funds Board help. Can we put all this money together so that we make education in Kenya affordable, free for everybody? We have our partners. We have mapped out our local and international partners, private and public players in the system. We have universities, but everybody wants to offer everything. All of us are teaching universities. Do we have research universities in this country? People have talked about niche. Everybody wants to survive. So they offer all courses, and then at the end of the day, we get lost in what our niche is. Do we have a framework for dealing with the accountability deficit in our institutions and in this country, and more so in the system of higher education? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Just realized that, you know, the hotel, the lunch break normally goes up to 3 p.m. We are getting into very interesting conversation, and 3 p.m. is here. I know many of the people in this room are professors, vice chancellors. I know sometimes when you do research, you fast voluntarily. But some of us have not been gifted. And so with your permission and the chair of this panel, that we break for lunch, then we can come back and continue. But before we do that, please let's appreciate the team here, led by our chair and the panelists. And as custom, I have a small liking for pictures. And therefore, I will ask all the panelists to come to the front, and the ones who are there in the first session of this, so that we just take a group picture, and then we'll break for lunch. I will guide you how we'll do it, and Madam PS, I'm sorry, because these pictures are nice and we need you in them, please, with your permission, humbly. And the chair of the acting chair for today of the committee, please, pictures are nice. Karibu sana sana. So please come on the stage. Professor Kiplagat, Professor Ntiba, please karibu. I have a liking for fish for lunch, so please, I want to enjoy it. So as they do that, I would like to give guidance for lunch. Lunch is served right outside here. As you get out of the door, straight on, lunch is served. Please, let's enjoy lunch, and we see you immediately after lunch. It's now 3:01. Can we try and be back by 3:45? 3:45, so that we can try and push this program? Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. The people sitting on this first row, please don't take off yet. Thank you very much. Our ushers will show you around. Thank you very much. Ushers at the door, please, may you guide our guests on the lunch. Menti on the screen. Eric, can I have Menti on the screen, please? All right, so please get out your phones and let's do this quick one. So, you can have, yes. So please take out your phone or your gadget, whatever it is, let's get to menti.com, and the login is 362, code is 362-678650. All right, and let's go to the question. Eric, next. And the question is, what one word that comes to your mind when you think about the future of Kenya higher education? What's one word that comes to your mind when you think about the future of Kenya's higher education? Please begin to respond. Let's hear your feedback on this one. Meanwhile, DTB, please be coming on stage. DTB. For those who are coming in, what one word that comes to your mind when you think about the future of Kenyan higher education? All right, exciting, challenged, as you are responding, this is one of the few conferences where from morning to lunchtime, I already have 2 phones that do not have owners. Rarely does this happen, but it's happening here. I have 2 phones without the owners. And I have no intention of owning any one of them. Okay, this is yours? Please call it so that I confirm it's yours. It's not ringing. Confirmed. All right. I have another phone without an owner. It's a good phone. Okay, thank you very much for your feedback we are getting in here. Need a lot of work. Needs to be worrisome, bleak, hope, tough, change, expensive, prospects. We have reached the stage of faith. Challenging. Okay. All right. We've gotten your feedback. Please continue giving your input. We will be collating all this and we'll be able to share. At this stage now, I would like to invite Dr. Nyakomita from DTB Bank to give us a quick presentation on DTB, and then we move to the next session. Please make it short.
So, to the PS, the CEO, the senior leadership of the university, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon or good evening. It's evening, PS. It's 4 o'clock. Okay. I'll not take more than 5 minutes because I know you've really taken time to discuss what the challenges are, and we are aligned. One scholar said that education is what transforms an empty mind to an open one. And I think today, with open mind, we have discussed how to bridge this gap, this funding gap that is currently a big challenge to the universities. Another one, I think it was Adam Smith, who said that the mother of all innovations is scarcity. And I think almost every scholar, everybody who came up here talking about solutions, talked about innovations. The CEO talked about it, the PS talked about it, and most of the presentations here were talking about innovations around funding. And so how is this done? Because I've also struggled, because when I heard the questions that were being answered and how they were being responded to, I think I've taken 3 takeaways. But it's also a challenge to the banks that are working with the institutions, the universities, on how do they reimagine the funding of universities. You know, education really is what defines our economy as a competitive economy or not. So this discussion around funding is what will really take us to the next level. And so I come here today to say we want to present to you DTB as a reliable partner in funding your growth going forward. And I know, because I've talked to a couple of VCs here, and I've seen the choice of partners they're having in terms of banking and how conservative it is, the kind of engagement that they're having. I want to implore and challenge you to look at DTB for any future engagement that you are looking for in terms of these innovative solutions we are talking around funding. So I just want to talk quickly about who we really are, because some of you might not know. DTB is part of that AKDN group, which is actually one of the largest groups in the world. In East Africa, we are the single largest group. And just what you see in the screen just talks to the strength of the group. It's a very diversified group. And those are some of the group companies that DTB is part of. For example, you'll see the Nation Media Group. That's the single largest in East Africa, is part of the DTB family. Jubilee is the single largest insurance company in East Africa, is part of our family. Aga Khan Health Services, the hospitals, is also the single largest in East Africa, is part of the group. We have schools within the group, the AKS, the Aga Khan schools and the Aga Khan University. So that's who we are. And DTB is a tier 1 bank. We are all in East Africa, and we are strong in the education sector. And many of the VCs were asking me, but do you bank government? My answer to that is yes, we do. In fact, it's only that I could name, but the top 12 government institutions bank at DTB in terms of collections. We also bank around 22 counties in the country. So we bank government. We understand government business, but our core business has been in the private space. So for the private universities, they'll find a home, but for the public universities who didn't know that we bank government, I just want to say that it is something that we do. Now, I've heard what people are talking about as the challenges. At DTB, we have something called the DTB Academy. So as part of our contribution to this innovative funding position, what we looked at as the pain points in the education sector as a whole, we divided it into about 4 areas. One is the institution itself. And the institution itself, I know people have been talking about funding gap. That funding gap is always either on the OPEX side or on the CAPEX side. But it has to do, and the presenters here were it was very obvious that it has to do with imagining what can be done around it. Because the contribution of government going forward is going to be less and less. Government resources, you know, is not elastic that much. So it is the partnership that the institutions, the universities will have with private enterprises that will define the new revenue streams. So in terms of that piece, which is the funding gap, I want to challenge you that let's not be conservative around it, because I think that's one of the issues. If we want to be conservative around it, we'll stay on the same path. Can we look for new partners? Can we try new things? And so what we are saying is that that cash flow issue can be addressed if there's new thinking into it. We have an issue with the parents, and I know now parents are going to be called upon to do more contribution towards their kids' education. And we have solutions around it. You really don't need to be a DTB customer to get a loan to pay your fees to the university for your kids. It's online. We have a criteria. You go into it, you log in, you put in you upload your credentials, and the fee is paid directly to the university. Now, if you partner with the universities, they can enjoy this kind of facility, which other schools and universities are already enjoying, so that you can manage that cash flow gap, which is what is bringing this problem. If you are not collecting your fees within the first 10 days of opening the university, you run into that lag. We also have a solution for the lecturers and the workers. I've been told today the ratio is about 70 to 30%, significant. But we have that workplace banking for the employees of the institution. It's very competitive, and I also want to encourage you to look at it. Suppliers, this is key. So we are not looking at these 4 items separately. Once we enter into a partnership with a university, it's a bouquet, and I'll show you. You immediately get the benefits of all these 4 items. What happens is when you fail to pay your suppliers early, and I've seen the 72 billion unpaid bills, they will hold supplying you some key items that you need to run. So at DTB, we have a program where we pay critical suppliers early as they deliver, so that the institution continues to run. Next slide. So our proposition is around these key 4 pain points that we are handling under what is called the DTB Academy. And this is what is called the DTB Academy. So DTB Academy is a bouquet of services that we give to universities. We also give it to schools. So if you come to DTB and you're a school, we offer you not just those, these are unsecured lines. We are not looking for securities, for example, for you to access a working capital requirement. Maybe you need this money just to pay, for example, lecturers. We are not asking for security. All we are looking to see is the cash flow. How much fees are you collecting? And how much fees you are collecting is also depending on how many parents you can tell to log on to that DTB website so that they can qualify for those facilities, so that the loans, the school fee loans, are then sent to the institutions. And on the CAPEX side, assuming you are building a hostel, for example, we want to partner, because this is another critical area. I went to one university, I won't say, but the students were staying in the villages, in homes, in villages. And I would imagine if that was my kid going to stay now with another family that we probably don't know. There's some risk there, and at DTB we are saying we can partner with universities and build proper accommodation for the students. We have the capacity, as I've told you, we have a balance sheet that we can run with this, and some of these things just require looking at new partners. We might be very comfortable with the partners that we currently have, but if you are to try and look for a partner other than what you have, you might see a different way of doing things that you don't have currently. So that's what it is. We also have a collection platform that is reconciling end to end, and I know many universities have big finance departments that are doing reconciliations every day. We want to cut out that with the automation process that we have at DTB. And so all these things, transport for example, that Bebaleo, it caters for the transport challenges that the universities have. So today, if you are hiring vehicles, you can get these vehicles at DTB without putting any capital outlay upfront. So that's what it is. The DTB Academy is really a bouquet. It settles the suppliers, it settles the parents to pay the fee in advance, it settles the school in terms of having those working capital and capex requirements sorted in one house under one window. Over and above that, I was talking to some VC out there. The other things that we are doing very well as DTB, and some of you already are enjoying it, is a very comprehensive job shadowing program that we are having with universities right from second year. To make your students competitive, we are allowing them, and we have 88 branches across the country, we are allowing these students to come and just work. Every time they are on holidays, they can come in at DTB and just work with our employees, see how work is, so that by the time they are graduating, they are ready to be employed. They already know how work is. We are also very heavy on the environment side, the climate side. As a group, we have a net zero by 2030. So last year, we have planted 500,000 fruit trees in schools and institutions. Between now and 2030, we want to plant 5 million fruit trees in universities and in colleges, so that as these students are in colleges, they can also find a balanced diet there. They can find the avocados in school and they can take it whenever they like. We are happy to partner, not just for carbon credit, but just for the environment. Thank you very much. Please try DTB. We have a team here. We've come with a very strong team outside there. I'm sure you'll find something that is suitable for you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, DTB Bank. I have realized that everyone who says, I will only take 5 minutes, has an assurance that they will take 3 times the 5 minutes. Therefore, I think I will be agreeing somebody takes 2 minutes, so at least we will take 6 minutes. Then we might be safe. Because we need to pay some little bills, we accept. So without much ado, there's one presentation we must listen to before we go to the final presentation. And this presentation is from Chanson International. Hopefully we'll make it real time so that we can quickly finish and go to the actual presentation. We'll make it very short. I know time has gone, so please, welcome, Mom.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I will only take 2 minutes, but I think it's going to be worth every single minute, because what I'm going to present to you now, I think may be an adequate response to some of the challenges we were discussing earlier today. So if we could just go to the next slide, please. One of the most important opportunities we have And one of the biggest revenue drivers is actually our students. And why is that? Because if they go through good quality education and they get a job, they generate income. And that in turn can become revenue. So what do I mean? Chanson offers a fair and ethical finance platform for young people to finance their education, and it's unlike anything you have probably seen to date. So bear with me. This model has been developed and active in Germany for the last 25 years, and in fact, this is how I financed my education. Originally from South Africa, I was lucky to go to Germany and use this model. Our mission, on the next slide please, is to ensure that the most vulnerable youth have access to education that leads to a lifetime income increase. So we don't just care about access, we care about actually increasing people's income, because that breaks the cycle of poverty and helps us grow our economies. Next slide, yeah. So our flagship product, and some of you may have heard about this, is called an income share agreement. It is an ethical alternative to traditional student loans. In simple terms, you study now and you pay later based on what you have, what you are earning. So you are directly linking education to future outcomes, which should be employment and good economic activity. So how does it work? Next slide. Well, maybe before I get into the details, I want to say there are three really important things about an income share agreement, which make it incredibly inclusive and a solution like nothing we've seen before. The first is that it doesn't require collateral. So most of the products that we see on the financial market right now for students lock a large portion of our population out because they need to pay whilst they're studying, or they need to put collateral on the table. The second is that they pay a small percentage of their income after gaining meaningful employment. And what we mean here is you're earning above a certain income threshold, you can cover your basic living expenses first, and then you start repaying. So this makes sure that, you know, those that are more successful in their career might pay slightly more, and those that are less successful might pay slightly less. So you're never overburdening young people, and you don't have a debt cycle. And then we obviously cap repayments, right, to market rates. You will never pay more than what you would have paid in the market. So, how does this compare to a traditional loan? I think I've already touched on that. Most loans require collateral or at least early interest payments. With an income share agreement, you don't need collateral because you build portfolios of students and you are spreading risk across groups. With a loan, you often need to start repaying whilst you're studying. With an income share agreement, you start repaying once you have graduated. With a loan, you repay whether you're employed, unemployed, etc. With an income share agreement, it's directly tied to how much you are earning. And it's flexible. It increases as your salary increases and decreases based on any changes, which is critical in the economic environments that we live in. So, what does this mean to universities? For us, industry linkage is key. And I'm going to call the elephant in the room. We haven't spoken enough today about what happens at the other end. Access is key, absolutely. But access only matters is that at the end of your studies, you actually get into a job. And so when we look at financing students, we look at education providers first. So all of you in the room. And the first thing we will do is understand what is happening to your graduates. Are they getting jobs? Where are they active in the market? And how are you responding to the market needs? Because if you can answer that question, then any student that comes to your university can generate revenue for you. So we do a due diligence on education institutions. Once you have passed the due diligence, we will finance your students. We raise capital, we pay you directly, and we enter into a contract with the student, and then they repay us. Next slide, please. We are active in 4 countries across Africa. We recently launched in Kenya about over a year ago, and we're very excited to grow here. The demand for what we do is already very high, and we financed approximately 200 students in Kenya to date. Next slide, please. Who we serve? The most low-income households. 71% of the young people we serve come from $2 a day households. We have a very strong gender focus, so we've 65% of the people we reach are women, and we really care about diversity. We have a large group that also have disabilities. Next slide. To date, we have financed approximately 5,000 young people across the 4 countries where we operate. 93% of them graduate, 93% of them have employment. They're earning 3.4 times more than the country median income, which is significant. So we're really proving that if you have the right education that links to the right employment, you can earn significantly more. And the best part is, and you're probably not going to believe me, the repayment rate is 96%. That means only 4% of the students we have financed have defaulted. No one believes this because no one has actually tested and tried to date. Can you lend to a young person and they will repay you? And so we're changing that. And I think this will fundamentally change how you will finance your tertiary institutions in the future, right? Youth are investable. It's right there. We have deployed about $14 million to date. We're moving into a next round and we'll deploy about $40 million in the next 2 or 3 years. We're very excited for new partnerships. As you can see, we have mobilized capital into the education space that was previously not here. Not a single funder on here has previously invested in education. So what does this mean? We crowd in these funders, and eventually we crowd in the private sector, and we are solving the gap that government cannot fill right now with a private sector solution that is sustainable and that will make sure that we are growing our economies with strong human capital. Finally, on the last slide, our amazing country director, Gladys, is here and she's available to speak to you. And she's leading the team in Kenya, where we aim to finance at least 2,000 students this year. So that's it from me. I hope this is a valuable contribution to the conversation, and we look forward to learning from you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. This is one of our new exciting models that we can all learn from and be able to engage. I'm sure during the breaks we'll be able to engage with the team from Chansen right behind here so that we can see how we can benefit from that arrangement. I know there are a number of questions for them, but because of time, we need to move because there must be a conversation that will happen. I also just want to mention that we have exhibition tents right out there. Please encourage that we pass there and get to interact with various of our partners. And tomorrow we intend to start our day, starting from there. Madam PS, when you have a moment, it would be good to have you leading the team to visit the exhibition tents out there. So without further ado, I would like to invite our next moderator, Dr. Ken Nyaundi. We had a general agreement between myself and him, or him and I, that I will just say Dr. Ken Nyaundi, a lawyer. Welcome. And so I had a long introduction that I was supposed to do, but he said, please don't. So thank you. Welcome, sir.
Madam PS and all protocols observed, good afternoon. We have come to the last of our sessions today. It's a hot afternoon, so you'll excuse my obeying the weather. That's why I don't have a jacket on. And I know we are tired. We will try to be brief, but if you finish listening before we conclude the discussion, please wait for us. We will not be very long. I want to invite to the podium now Dr. Mercy Wahome, Professor Mike Kuria, Dr. Caro Hunja, and Professor Walter Oyawa. Please come and take your seats. The discussion this afternoon is on university rankings, placements, metrics, methodologies, and implications for higher learning, policy, and institutional excellence. Throughout the morning, we have been told of the benefits of rankings, promoting global visibility for our universities, driving quality enhancement, and attracting investment and talent. From these panelists, we are going to address the elements that inform our discussion this afternoon. And so without taking a lot of time, I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Agnes Mercy Wahome, who is the CEO of the universities, Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. Most of us have interacted with her. She is responsible for the operations of the placement service, and she has played a significant role in the implementation of various reforms in the higher education sector. Before that, she served as a manager, research and knowledge management at the organization. Our next speaker will be Professor Mike Kuria, the CEO of Q, an expert in higher education and quality assurance. He has held key leadership roles, including Deputy Executive Secretary at the Inter-University Council for East Africa. He also a PhD in English from the University of Leeds, a Master's of Arts in Creative Writing from the Open University. His basic training was at Moi University, where he attained a Bachelor of Education. Professor Walter Oyawa, next to me, is the Director General of NACOSTI. He holds a PhD in civil engineering, as well as an executive MBA. He has undertaken extensive research and experience in sustainable construction materials, and he is widely published. Our last speaker will be Dr. Carol Hunja, a distinguished researcher and academic with a strong focus on molecular biology and population genetics. Her research is primarily around malaria, with a particular emphasis on drug resistance, infectious diseases, and tropical medicine. She has been a lecturer at the Southeastern Kenya University and a board member at Kenyatta University. I now want to cede the podium first to Dr. Mercy Wahome to make a 10-minute presentation, less if you could, because there will be a plenary during which you might address some of the concerns. And so that I don't come up here, after she finishes, we will ask Professor Mike Kuria and Caro and Professor Oyawa in that order. The podium is yours, Mercy.
PS, Chair, UF, let me ride on the already established protocols. Good afternoon, everyone. I know when it's afternoon, it's actually evening. It's not a good idea to come in at the end, but I'm going to make it very brief to also give my colleagues an opportunity. As introduced, my name is Agnes Mercy Wahome, the CEO, Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Service. This is a body that is charged with the placement of students into universities. we are well known as COOPs. We place students to universities and colleges. We also carry out career guidance to schools. These are mainly the public schools in the country. We work with over 11,000 secondary schools. We also advise government on matters of placement, and we provide information on the available programs in our various institutions and colleges. This is through our platform. Currently, we are placing students in over 400 institutions. We have 70 universities. We have 90 KMTCs, that's the latest. We have over 300 TVET institutions. These are all government institutions. We have some within the Ministry of Education, and some are in the other line ministries. In total, we are working with over 18 ministries. We also place students into the teacher training colleges. We have 35 teacher training colleges. These are just the public ones. They still demand that we place students into the private teacher colleges, the private TVET institutions. So you can see our mandate is quite heavy, and we are still getting more and more institutions interested in joining us. What are the main issues that we have been experiencing over the years? We were established in the year 2014. We were established in the year 2014, and we have so far placed almost 2 million students since we were established. Excuse me, I think there's somebody running the presentation. They are a bit behind, so I'll just continue in the interest of time. What are some of the interesting things that we have seen as an institution that we would say make us unique? First, we have had issues of trying to balance gender issues in terms of placement. I think there's a problem with the Sorry, go back, please. Yes, in terms of placement, we look at what influences an applicant's choice to university. We usually look at issues of ranking. We consider merit as the most important aspect when we are placing the students. So we have developed a system within the institution, a computer system, where we rank, once we get the NEC results, we rank all the students depending on the programs they have selected. So once they have been ranked, the last student who is ranked in that program forms what people know as the cutoff, and that always generates a lot of discussion, because they ask, how do you come up with the cutoffs? We do not determine the cutoffs. The number of students placed selecting a program and the available capacities actually determine the cutoff. So we also are looking at the issues of cost of programs. This again came up as a major issue of discussion, because in our portal, one of the things that we are now displaying is the cost of programs. And now we can see the various costs, the different costs that are, that the universities are deciding what they want to charge. And we've had a discussion between the private and the public universities having different costs. Next, please. So in terms of universities, based on the placements, and this is the last placement that we had, 2024-2025, we can see how the uptake of courses has been per university, the number of students who make applications, the number of students placed, the capacities that have been availed by the institutions. And I know the question here is, why do we have a university like the Kenyatta University not having the number of students placed being 8,000 as opposed to available capacities of 10,000? I know there are discussions, there are always questions in the private universities why this university has more. What I would wish to state there is that the capacities are determined by the universities themselves as a starting point. And then the Commission for University Education, and I'm glad Professor Kuria is here, are the ones who look at the capacities declared, and then based on their criteria, they can say, yes, a university can be able to handle this number and not the other number. So COOPS does not determine the capacity. But that capacity, based on the number of students who actually apply for the program, can determine the cutoff. So in a situation, for example, where students do not fill the class, or we have 100 places and only 50 apply, the question is, do we have a cutoff? And the answer is no. In such a program, we do not have cutoffs. Next, please. So we have been looking at the program costs. Again, this is something that we were not displaying before, because though it is in our mandate, we had not put out the programs for, the cost of programs for the various institutions. But from the year 2023, 24, 25, we have been giving the students this information so that as they make their decisions, they are able to see what the cost of programs is. Now you can see the cost of program for the public universities. The programs are costed higher than those in the private universities. In terms of the average, we have an average of 167,260. That was the average in the year 2023. And for the public universities, 237,700. And the price seems to be going up in public universities with the year. So again, this is something that I guess needs some discussion, which should be more, but I leave it there. So next. So in terms of observations, like I said, from 2024, 2025, there's been a significant cost disparities among the programs, particularly the health science programs, medicine and pharmacy and the such programs. We have had significant, differences within the programs themselves, especially in the public universities, and there is need to therefore standardize or just come up with a way that we can look at the tuition fees, particularly in program clusters with significant disparities, that have significant disparities, to ensure that there is some level of to ensure there is equitable access to education. I wish to note, like we have programs, the art programs generally, we could see a huge disparity between the programs within the public universities. You ask, why should some of the programs in University of Turkana, for example, cost higher than those in University of Nairobi as an example. So those are some of the things that we have seen. But apart from the presentation, I would also wish to say that in terms of placement, some of the major issues that we have seen in the last 2 years are more students taking up TVET programs. We have had more students going for the medical courses. Those who qualify for universities, we've seen students with C+ and above going for nursing, clinical medicine, teaching. Last week, we had put out advertisements for programs within the law, a diploma in law. Again, we saw most of the students who had applied were those with C+ and above. So there is a general trend of students preferring to take up the TVET or diploma programs in the last 2 years. We still have more students going, more male students taking up the science programs, more female students going for law and other art programs. And you know, looking at where we are as a country, the population of those going for university or TVET courses is going up. The number of students who actually finish school, that population is really going up. Last year, we had over 960,000 students finishing O-level, that's KCSE, with 246,000 meeting the minimum entry requirements. That means the population of students who are getting into the universities is also going up. The performance of students, you know, those getting C+ and above, again, we notice that that has gone up, meaning, again, the population into the universities is likely to go up. The question is, do we have the enough capacity at the universities, at our local universities, to take up all these students? And the answer is yes. We do not have a shortage of capacities. In fact, when we look at the declared capacities, we still have over 100,000 capacities that can be filled. And for me, I think what I would like us to take is that we need to target other curricula, students who are taking other forms of examinations, not just the KCSE. We have the international curricula, the IGCSE, that we have not targeted yet in terms of encouraging them to take up courses within our local public universities. So that is a direction I would wish that, you know, even as a ministry, we would want to see, because again, we do not have the data on how many of the students are actually taking the international curriculum. So that is an, you know, something that I would take as food for thought in terms of placement. And as a conclusion, I would still say that the placement service, COOPS, has a platform that can be able to serve as many institutions as possible. We have a lot of pressure to now take on students who, or institutions that are privately owned, the TVET institutions that we know are over 300,000 that are able to take up our TVET institutions. And just to finish, I would wish to say that the platform that is used at COOPS for placement of students is internally developed by our own Kenyan officers. It's not a procured platform. And that just goes to say that we have the right capacity in this country. And that is a platform that also helps institutions to validate that the students they are taking up in their institutions actually meet the minimum requirements that the institutions want. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take my seat. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for Dr. Ahome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahome, for that presentation. Thank you, moderator. You will be happy to know that I don't have a PowerPoint, so I will actually take 3 minutes. And if you are sitting to someone who has finished the meeting, as the chair said, just remind them that they were supposed to wait for us to the end. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought when I was given this topic, it's about ranking and funding. And then I was invited as the Commission for University Education Secretary. And so I asked myself, Vice Chancellors know about ranking very well. And the Commission for University Education is not yet doing any ranking of universities in Kenya. So I was asking myself, what should I come and tell you here? And I thought maybe if we can be able to excite you to engage in a conversation about ranking and what role the Commission for University Education could play. In the morning, Professor Karuti Kanyenga had a slide here that showed that we were not doing very well as far as international ranking is concerned. To be honest with you, I have a little bit of a problem sometimes in our part of the world in the use of the word international. Many times we use that word international to the exclusion of ourselves. In other words, if we do it from our side, it's not international. But if it comes from another part of the world, it is international. I ask myself, why? And have we given up hope that we cannot get to a place where what we do is as international as anywhere else? So one of the questions I would like to ask ourselves is, who is doing the ranking? How are they doing it? And then the other question I would like to ask ourselves is it possible that we could do a ranking also from our side, and that would be credible just as well? For a beginning, let's just agree that ranking is useful. There are many ways in which ranking is useful, whether you are ranked by Times Higher Education or Shanghai or web ranking, wherever that may be. Let's agree that there are some benefits to this ranking. And I think the presentation that was done on the funding of students based on university linkage with industry and employability is a good indication. There are some people who, when they do ranking, they are looking at that question of employability of graduates. So if you are ranked very high by that particular ranking agency, you might be able to attract funds that come from organizations that consider that question. And I think we could go to many other reasons why ranking could be done. We could do ranking just so that we can compare ourselves with the rest of the world. Let's see where we stay. And I think that's what Prof. Kanyenga was doing this morning. Looked at the ranking and asked, here are the other countries, that's where they appear, where are we? And why are we not there? It's a good question in my view. Let me just look at some of the rankings that have been done and look at the metrics that they use. And then after that, I can ask the question that I was asking a little bit earlier. Is it possible that we could do ranking from our part of the world and make it just as good as other parts of the world? If you just give me a minute. So I just looked at a few, not many, just a few. Times Higher Education, which University of Embu subjected itself to and was ranked #1 in Kenya. And the metrics that they use is teaching takes 30%. And that they look at the learning environment. So you have to tell them about that. They look at research, they give it 30%. They assess the volume of research, they assess the income, and they assess your reputation with regard to this. And the next thing they look at is citations. They measure your research influence. This carries 20%. And then they look at the international outlook. They consider your staff, students, and research collaborations, and this they give 10%. And then they look at the industry income, and here they're looking at transfer of knowledge and innovation, and they give this 10%. So these are the metrics that they use. So if you want to be ranked along those lines, you should submit your data to Times Higher Education, and they will rank you. I had the honor of visiting the offices in London, and I think we were there with Professor Mugendi. Probably that's when he submitted this data. And this is what they told us. The reason why Kenyan universities are not ranked is because there is no data. So if you are sitting there and wondering why Times Higher Education has not ranked you, it's probably because they don't have your data. You should provide that data. Throughout this morning, I have been hearing two keywords that are also keywords in the strategic plan of the Commission for University Education. Those two words are data, and the other word is internationalization. Those two words, we want them factored in our strategic plan because we are encouraging universities to internationalize. And to internationalize takes both connotations of staff, students, and curriculum, as was mentioned in the morning by someone else. We need to do that. So the next one that I looked at was the QS. They look at the academic reputation. They use surveys of academic staff, and they give that 40%. They look at employer reputation, and they're looking at perception of employers of your graduates. So they want to know what employers think of your graduates. They also look at the faculty-student ratio, and they give that 20%. That indicates the teaching capacity. They look at citations per faculty. They give that 20%. They look at the international faculty ratio. They give that 5%. And they look at your international student ratio, and they give that 5%. So again, if that's the kind of interest that you have, you submit that data to that organization, and they will rank you. I also looked at the academic ranking of world universities and the metrics they use, and I saw that they use the quality of education. They are looking at alumni winning Nobel Prizes. Yeah, they give that 10%. No, is it 10%? Sorry. They give that, sorry, let me just have a look at that again. Yeah, they give that 10%. So maybe that's why some of our universities haven't made it there yet, because the alumni haven't yet won Nobel Prizes. But good people, the reason why I asked that question, is it possible that we can do this part of the world? And we could have this discussion when we get out. Why has Ngugi wa Thiong'o not won a Nobel Prize for literature when some other guy who was singing some songs got the same award? And yet we know Ngugi wa Thiong'o fought for oral literature so hard at the University of Nairobi. That's why there is a literature department and an English department at the University of Nairobi. We know the volume of writing that Ngugi has done in these areas. Why hasn't he gotten it? The point I'm just making is, yeah, it's a good idea to look at that, but is there something else also that they could look at? The second thing that they look at is quality of faculty. They give that 40%. They're looking at staff achievements, including Nobel Prizes, and they're also looking at highly cited researchers. So that's one of the things they look at, and they give that 40%. Then they look at the research output. They are looking at papers published in Nature and Science. They give 20%. And papers indexed in major citation indices. They give that 20%. So I think that bears out what Prof. Kanyinga was telling us in the morning. How can we make sure that our journals in our part of the world can make it to those particular kinds of reputation. And I think we should look towards making sure that that happens. And then they look at per capita performance, they give that 10%. The next one, and this is the last one, I looked at Webometrics ranking of the world universities. Here, they look at visibility, and they give this 50%. And this is based on web content impact measured by external backlinks, which means that you can actually hire a very good person to organize your website and make sure that its presence is felt internationally, and your ranking could easily go up without necessarily increasing anything else. They also look at excellence, 35%. Here they're looking at academic papers, and they look at the top 10 most cited in your fields. They look at transparency, number of citations from top authors, presence 5%. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to suggest, if you look at all those metrics that have been looked at, and they have been used to gauge universities from our part of the world, we could ask ourselves one question. Now let me come to the second. I mentioned two things that have been coming up in this discussion. One was internationalization, and the other one I said was data. The Vice Chancellors here will bear me witness that the Commission for University Education has been making efforts to make sure that we have data. You remember I also said that Times Higher Education, the reason why they have not ranked our universities is data. Data management and data use in our universities has not been the best. And I think we can see that. Even at the Commission, I have to admit that use of data has not been the best. But we have made a lot of effort. And right now, we have the data. Now, if you think about the kind of data that these international agencies have used, and the data that we have asked you, do you believe that we have the data, same data, or similar data to the one that they have? And the question I would ask ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, is it possible? I think that's the discussion that I am thinking that we could look at. Is it possible to do a Kenya-centric, Afro-centric ranking, but which will be credible enough because of the data that we have, and which will give us some sense of credibility in this country? My thinking is that ranking should be used by students so that they are able to tell which university should I go to. Now, when I say that a certain university is number one, how helpful is that information to two students, one wanting to do engineering and another one wanting to do medicine? What about if one of those students also wanted to be in a university where they want to be part of the arts and creative economy? We know that some engineers in this country have gone to university, done engineering, but they were at the same time involved in creation of comedy and art. Suppose a student wanted to do that kind of a thing. How does ranking help that kind of a student? Is it possible that we could do a ranking that would be useful to us as the country in terms of seeing what is happening where, and also see students being able to see which university should they go to depending on their interests? Is it possible that that can happen? I think that's the question I would like to leave us here. And if you feel that it could happen, we could ask ourselves, what role can the Commission for University Education play in this process? I want to suggest to you that actually the data you have given us, if we wanted to rank you in some of the parameters that I've just mentioned here, we could, because you have told us how many international students you have, you have told us how many international faculty you have, you have told us how many students in terms of gender balance, even county, so we can actually rank on which is the most diverse university in this country. We could probably use that data, but we have refrained from it because we want to make sure that if we ever do that, it's going to be made on accurate, reliable data. And that's why in our strategic plan we are saying we want to emphasize that whole question of data-driven decision making. And that should be at the commission and also at the universities. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've put some ideas before you that we can discuss and maybe come up with some concrete ideas about how we could move forward without necessarily saying that we don't want to be ranked internationally. You remember I said I have a difficult time with that word sometimes. Without saying that we don't want to be ranked there. We want to be ranked there because we want to be visible out there as well. But we also want to be able to have a useful ranking that could be beneficial to both us and to our students. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Carol Hunja. I'm reintroducing myself. So for those who do not know me, I'm Secretary Higher Education and Research. And in other words, I'm Deputy to the Principal Secretary, State Department for Higher Education and Research. I rushed very fast to come and talk after Professor Mike Kuria because I want to continue the conversation from where he's left off. I want us to draw our focus on the core mandates of our university. Overall, the core mandates of our university are teaching, research, innovation, and community engagement, or extension services. Some people call them that. Now, when we look at these core mandates, they are beautiful. I love them because we say, we teach what we research, and we research what we teach. Then we go ahead and say, we need to research and have research outputs, and some of these research outputs are what are being ranked internationally, as we put it in quotes. For example, dissemination of our research findings in peer-reviewed journals, high impact factor journals, number of citations in these journals, and for most of us, this is where we end. Research needs to be innovative because it is our core mandate as a university or as universities. We have been called to carry out research and ensure that the kind of things we're doing are innovative. Now, I love the definition of Kenya National Innovation Agency on innovations. They indicate that innovations are products that positively disrupt our economy. I love that definition, positively disrupt our economy. So that's a part of our core mandate that seems to be taking the backseat when it comes to output in our universities. And finally, our outputs in terms of the innovations that we produce, we need to look for ways in which we can package them and direct them back to our communities so they can take them up, disrupt the economy, change their lifestyle, because remember, when you're innovative, you're simply solving everyday problems in our community. Change them, transform them, and so the full cycle is achieved. Professor Mike Kuria is asking us, is it possible to develop our own ranking? And my point is yes, capital Y-E-S. Why? Because I feel when we develop our own metrics that are adding value to our economy, to our communities, to the graduates, which are part of the output that our universities give out as labor, as part of the work environment, then we can develop our own metrics which are talking about these aspects. And we can develop our own metrics so that we drive the direction of our universities. We drive the direction in which we want the country to go. We drive the research and the outputs that we need. When I look at all these aspects that Professor Michael Kuria talked about, he's talking about awards, Nobel Prize. It's amazing. How is Wanjiko benefiting from you winning a Nobel Prize? I'm provoking you. It's amazing, I know, for you, perhaps for a country, but how is that person in my local community of Ukambani, where I come from, in Kitui, how are they benefiting by us winning an award or by us winning a Nobel Prize? But if we drive our researches so that we produce innovations, we produce products that can disrupt our economy positively, that can make a difference in our local communities, then we are making the difference in the country. And so, by standing here, I want to state some grim statistics that Professor Oyawa usually gives us every time we have a meeting with the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation. University of Nairobi, our academic giant, according to Professor Oyawa's records and the data that Q CEO was talking about, UON has registered 3 patents since inception. JKUAT is the leader, number 1, with 17 patents registered in the country. That's the question, is actually not the numbers. The question we ask is, Professor Oyawa asked that question too, where are they? What have they done? What difference have they made? It is important that we think along those lines, and as a representative of the government, these are the kind of conversations we're trying to draw, so that now we can see how our universities can start developing products that are transforming our communities, and that should be a very high level of value. We should be able to sleep at night as leaders of this country, knowing that we have made a tremendous impact in our societies. So let's start having conversations on how we can think of enhancing our patents, our innovations, our community extensions, giving back to our communities, and see how we can enhance this and develop our own rankings. And I can assure you, once we develop this kind of rankings, automatically, through these homegrown solutions, we are going to start competing globally, and it will be automatic. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Carol. I think you are trying to divert the heat to me, and I can already see the VC, Professor Mugendi, is looking at me with very severe eyes. But allow me to also divert the attention back to the ministry on matters ranking. What I'm seeing and what Professor Micah said, we are in concurrence that rankings are extremely important. We are also in concurrence that we need to subject ourselves to international rankings. And we are also in concurrence that we also need our local metrics. Allow me just to also recollect that some years back in my previous life, I was at the Commission for University Education. And the Commission, maybe you're not aware, CEO, the Commission sponsored the entire board of the Commission to go to Germany to study the ranking system, or what they're calling the rating system in Germany. And when we came back, we wrote a report, and I'm happy my boss, Professor Ntarango, I saw him around, maybe still around, is in the records of COE, and the board agreed that ranking is extremely important, the board of the Commission. It also agreed that we need to intermarry the different rankings and have a Kenyan ranking system. So probably you could check those files and start from there. But I'm indeed very pleased to discuss this matters ranking. I only wanted to add, rather than repeat, that ranking also has direct bearing to Kenya's global competitiveness. So you are not doing, or you are not subjecting yourself to international rankings just for the sake of your students. it increases the number of your students, it attracts your alumni to come back, like the University of Nairobi alumni. It does all this, it attracts the stakeholders, but most importantly, if you can go to maybe slide number 11, if I had the button, I'll move faster. Whoever is controlling the slide, just go to 11, which talks of Global Innovation Index. Go, just move on. This one I think has been mentioned by my good friend, Sir Mike. Just go on, move on. Move on. He has given the ratios. Move on, move on, move on. Move on. Move on, move on. They're almost there. The next one. Yes. So rankings have direct bearing on casual global competitiveness. And as a country, when you're competitive, the way His Excellency desires, then you're able to attract business in the country, you're able to attract investments in the country, you're able to attract like tourism the other day when there was an offload of tourists there. So it is actually a necessary requirement to subject ourselves to those rankings. And I just want, if you move to the next slide, and then the next slide, in this year's Global Innovation Index, we picked out Kenya's worst performance. And it was in the education area, and it's good my boss, the PS, is there. There's some very critical data which is missing from government funding, funding to people ratio. The school life expectancy, we have no data on that, and therefore Kenya is really, we improved based on some data that Nakosti gave, but that is not enough. We are missing on PISA scales, we are missing on people-teacher ratio, something which I know the State Department for Basic Education has that information, and we are requesting Dr. Carroll to assist us with that data. But if you go on research and development, we are able to see that the gross expenditure on research is 0.4% of GDP. This is what Nakosti gave out because we could not get the data from the private sector. If you go down, you see global corporate R&D investors is 0 because it's difficult to get that data, but you have found another way of going around it. So we now have that data, and which we have provided to the WIPO. But look at the QS rankings. I think Professor Mike mentioned 3 key rankings which are globally known. One of them is the Times Higher Education ranking, the QS ranking, and the Shanghai ranking. We are scoring 0 in the QS rankings. So as much as we apply ourselves to those, or we create our own local rankings, we need to do it as a first step to getting into the global international market. If we engage so much to discuss on what is good for us and so forth, we will miss out on other international things that we desire. But I strongly recommend that we pursue both international and global. But we scored 0, and this is simply, if you go to the next ranking, in that QS rankings, only 2 of our institutions are there. We go to the next one. Yes, that is, for now, University of Nairobi, which even when you go to the rankings in Africa, what you need also to ask yourself, why are universities in Africa applying themselves to those global rankings? Yeah, we are able to compete with South Africa. We are not competing ourselves with the international, the Europeans and so forth, just with Africa. Our University of Nairobi, a very famous one, most of us are alumni, is number 23, that is in June 2023. So at least, let us at least rank ourselves or get a rank which is better in Africa. Forget about the Europe, but in Africa. KU is number 34. Yes, it's number 34 in the rankings. Now, KU is a very, very strong example because when I talked to the VC just the other day, he was talking of how persistent they were in engaging this team, in giving them data, and I'm very pleased that a number of universities are now subjecting themselves, as much as we are not being ranked, because maybe you are missing 1 or 2 things, but at least you're applying yourself to this ranking. It directly affects Kenya's global competitiveness, so we really have no choice. If you go to the next one, yeah, these are some of the global indicators that really define our country. The most famous is the Global Innovation Index. We have the World Competitiveness Ranking, where we don't even feature, but if you look at the metrics, it has a lot to do with education, research, those staff-student ratios, and so forth, of which COE, as the custodian of the regulatory framework of the universities, actually it is the CU guidelines. So you'll find most of the metrics in these global rankings are already in the CU guidelines. So it will not be a surprise even when we make our own local guidelines that we'll be adopting most of this. We are talking of World Talent Ranking, of which most of our youth are excelling very well, but we're not featuring there as a country. We are talking of World Digital Competitiveness Ranking. There we are doing fairly well because the Minister of ICT is doing very well. ICT ranking, we are doing very well. SDG Index, the universities, all the 75, I think 78, would do us a great service to this country if they provided out of that SDG index. So this rankings goes beyond the normal university rankings. It also cuts across other areas. If you go to the next one. Yes, I was just checking the quick one. I think my boss, my courier has mentioned Times Higher Education ranking. This is the ranking now of the Shimago. in addition to the three well-known, the Chimago rankings. And this is the latest one. I think you can Google that. You can see what they're giving in terms of research and innovation. We have Cambridge as our leading institution. We have ILRI as another leading institution, and you'd expect it because these are institutions focused on research. Then that's when you have University of Nairobi as number 3. Then you find World Agroforestry. You go down, you'll see KU as number 7. This is in Africa. Okay? So at least let us compete with East Africa and Africa if we are not so keen on competing with the others. Then you see Egerton University, you see JKUAT, Baseno, Moi. This one is there. If you check the same Chimago on just focusing on the impact to the society, which Dr. Carroll talked about, that it is time that we define our role as whether professors, as universities, how we impact on Wanjiku, how we impact on Boda Boda. That is when you'll be felt. And when you go to Parliament or to the Economic Council to ask for money, then they'll see value for money. If you look at what they're calling the societal impact, Cambridge is no, that's, would you go to the next one? Sorry, I'll repeat it. Yeah, go to the next one, which is talking of societal impact. No, go back. Yes, then you can see University of Nairobi is now leading in terms of the impact. Now, data never lies. This gives the impression, of course, we expect this of University of Nairobi because they've been there since independence. But you can see now KU is, again, very consistent. When you talk of the QS rankings, it's very consistent, following after Cambridge. Then you see Moi University coming, and this is some of the information that Moi University should have used when they were in the heat the other day, when there's a lot of heat going on there. They're also doing some miracles elsewhere. So I think they need to salvage themselves by saying, we are here. This is now factual. The other one can be many other things. And you come to Aga Khan University Hospital is doing well. Maseno, and I saw my senior, Professor Jabundi is here, is doing well. Took one of the young institutions that came with the others is also doing well. So you go to the next one. I think I don't want to take much time. Yes, these rankings, we could, and this is also a suggestion that humbly comes from our side as NACOSTI, as a regulating agency of the entire STI sector, that we could consider those global rankings as tier 1 ranking. We don't throw them away. Treat them as tier 1. Everybody wants to be globally ranked. And I think if you look at most of the visions, or you call it what, the visions of the universities, where they want to go, they want to be internationally ranked or recognized. So if you look at that, tier 1 rankings would be like Times Education, which Prof has mentioned, QS ranking. Shanghai is very difficult because they talk of how many Nobel laureates do we have. So that one will only have University of Nairobi forever because only University of Nairobi has one Nobel laureate. So Wachana, Shanghai, but go to Chimago, we should do very well on that one. If you go to the next one, then we are proposing very kindly, based on what you're saying, and Professor Mike, I think this is what was there some years back at CUE, that we could focus on areas which are very familiar are in the CU guidelines, teaching and student experience. Then you break it down to small items like student staff ratio and so forth. Then you go to research and technology inputs and outputs. This is where now the patents coming, the shocking number of patents. And Dr. Carroll, it's not me it's not my data. And it's not, don't put me to trouble. Yes, so the patent data is very shocking. Then you talk of international outlook. And this is where institutions like JKUAT and KU would have excelled very well when they had campuses in Rwanda. They could have used this to justify why they need to be in Rwanda. Because it's part of the requirements of global rankings and then industry partnerships. In fact, you allow like some of the 50 top companies to undertake a survey on each of one of you. What does Kenya Breweries think of you as a university? Is it that many of your students are taking their brand or something like that? So you go to the next one. So this is data. Now, as NACOSTI, we have also been given the mandate of collecting data in addition to other agencies, but this is now through the STI mainstreaming PC target, which goes up to government organization. And this data, I saw, and we are pleased, our PS asked for this yesterday. We are able to get literally cuts across, and probably we need to convert this data with what Tiveta has, what CU has, because we are also getting the same data through the STI mainstreaming. We're able to get the number of publications, the number of IP rights, and you can see in Kenya, the total active patents are 146. Very low, very low. But researchers, we have done very well. So it means somebody is taking our information and converting it into a multi-billion business and coming and selling those things back to our country. So this is an area of national concern. We are talking of technologies transfer. This is what the universities gave us. You go to the next one, I'm just saving on time again. Yes, validated number of patents. This one we validated from KIPI because we are not getting correct data. This is as of October last year. JKUAT 16, TUCAS 7, MUST 5, UN has 3, KU has 2, JOST has 2, MOI has 1, Egerton has 1, University of Nairobi. This is data as it is. Yeah, you know the reasons why there are challenges. To me, one of the challenges is that the researchers are not rewarded. If you want me to go on with my discovery, then there has to be a clear agreement that when you patent this, I will have this %. So that could be the missing link, because people are not disclosing what they're researching on. It's a major area. UN, I was told, because I'm seeing UN has 3. I don't know whether that is, it's terrible, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. But probably I was told the researchers are taking their researches to the industry, where the industry will patent on their behalf and they'll get the royalties. So this could be the missing link in our institutions of higher ranking, but you can see Kengen has 3 patents. I don't know on what. You can see Calro has 16. No, Calro, I think that's a mistake. Kirdi has 7. Calro, that's a mistake, because they have less, they have 3 or 4. Calro is another area in Cambridge. They have very few patents. And there are very many partners. Like Calro has 174 partners. So the question is, who are these partners? What are they doing? And they're bringing on board in Kenya several billions. Move to the next. Maybe this for another day. So this is the cause of concern I've just repeated. You just look at, like in 2022, the patent grants to China was 695 in 1 year. 695 in 1 year. Japan had 155,000 in 1 year. Of course, we are not competing with them, but just look, compare 155,000 in 1 year. Multiply that maybe with around 10 years, then compare with the 55 patents that we have as a country in institution. This, I think, is a debate conversation that we need to have. This is the elephant in the room, and this is what will, when you monetize that money of patents, then these issues that are happening in universities will be minimal. So, PS, I put that for your help and even for the regulator. See you next one. I'll skip some. Sorry for taking a bit of your time. Move on. Next one. Move on. Yes. So when we are talking of local rankings, again, this will be for CU and maybe other stakeholders to assess. This is the kind of data we are getting. Like you talk of total equipment cost. We are getting, Chuka University has a lot of equipment worth 190 million. Cooperative University, young as it is, it has equipment worth 178 million. Egerton, and it goes on and on. So rather than have one global ranking, you can separate this and say, which is the best institution in terms of equipment? And we say it's Chuka University and Cooperative. You will go to the next one, you'll go to the next one and say, separate the ranking and say, this is the top institutions with the highest % of PhDs per category. And you can see University of Nairobi has now 675 PhDs. JKUAT has 451. Of course, that is based on age. So we need to normalize those numbers and say maybe number of PhDs stroke number of students or something like that. This is the data that is there, but you can see National Construction Authority as 26 PhDs. And that gives you an opportunity, universities that are struggling to get these PhDs, to get people from National Construction Authority. Next one. Almost. We have a lot of, what I would say generally, we have a lot of data which can be used to rank in addition to what you have there. These are the leading institutions in attracting funding from the private sector. A great interest when we are talking of diversification of money. And you can see JKUAT is leading with 38 billion. This must be an equipment, 38 billion. PS, maybe you are not aware, but it's like they got some money, 38 billion, and they're hiding it somewhere. JOST has 9 billion, and I think this was from the US Aid Fund. DECUT has 8.4 billion, and they're telling you they don't have money. Yeah? Egerton has 3 billion, and they're telling you they don't have money. So they have money somewhere, and this money, if done well, yeah, go to the next one. You know, next one, Calro, no. Yes, this is the current data that we have on R&D funding. When we're asking about R&D funding, there's a lot of data, there's a lot of money for R&D, but it's not available in air. You have to go and dig it in some ground or something. What we are getting is the business enterprises, and we went into the annual reports of about 60 top private sector institutions, Safaricom, Kenya Breweries, and so forth. And we have found they have invested on what we are calling research and related areas, 13 billion annually. So the question is, how do the universities access that 13 billion? And I think the CEO of UFP can help. How do you access and partner with them? They move from silo and access that 13 billion. We're also seeing a Kenya government, through of course our peers, is doing very well. The Kenya government is actually allocated 60 billion. It is somewhere. As much as NRF might be having only 320 million, but there's some 60 billion which the government of Kenya has given, and it is somewhere. Then we're seeing funds from the rest of the world is around 28 billion. So there's money somewhere in the country which amounts to around 21 billion for R&D and equipment and infrastructure, which is somewhere and needs to be organized. So I think with that data, just go to the conclusion. Yes, India, yeah. So we say the same thing, that it's strongly recommended that universities in Kenya embrace the global ranks as tier 1. And then we also create ours as part of encouraging universities to attain reputable global rankings. It is proposed to have our own, through the Ministry of Education and other regulators. The chief lead, of course, will be the COE to be able to get the ranking. Thank you very much. And sorry for taking much of your time.
Thank you very much, our presenters this afternoon. We want to go into a discussion now, and I will put the questions that I like the panels to address. Please take your question, Dr. Wahome. What are some of the emerging issues in the placement of students, and what role may universities play to influence the change, if at all? Professor Kuria, how may higher education policy support institutions in developing their own unique strengths and missions? Professor Oyawa, how may methodologies used in university rankings be improved to better capture institutional quality and impact? And finally, Dr. Hunja, what are some of the key proposals, decisions, and reforms required for universities to influence institutional excellence? Madam Pierce, this is one of the rare occasions I may ask my chairman also to jump in. I get you now, to address the question as whether there is any scientific data that manifests a relationship, if any, between placement and rankings. And finally from me, and I think maybe a vice chancellor in the meeting would address this, how would universities better improve their curriculum to abide with the requirements of industry? And by industry here, I use the term generously. How is it that we may craft curricula for our engineering students that allows them to work in industrial area? I mean, we all know here seated, Professor, that the chaps working in industrial area in Nairobi would rather take the polytechnic guys, wale wanajua kukaza bolt, than our mechanical engineering students. What can we do to better improve that field so that our training is useful for the industry? Thank you very much. Again, I'll start with Dr. Wahome. Please let's have your views on the question presented to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. You asked on the emerging issues in placement. One of the main issues, observations that we have made, is that now placement or the demand for programs, certain programs, is being driven by the industry and the available job markets, especially at international level. We have seen a great demand for programs like nursing, where students or the graduates are considering international jobs. So the availability of international jobs is also affecting the placement, because the higher the demand for those courses, the higher the, even the grades required. Some years back, nursing was just one required to, with a B, they would be guaranteed, but now even an A minus, one is not even guaranteed to get a nursing course. The other thing that I mentioned, which is also related to that, is where we are having we are observing that more students are taking up the TVET courses, as I had mentioned before. And we would attribute this, when you have students who are very clear on what they want, as opposed to being driven by their grades, they are being driven more by their passion. So if they get B minus, for example, if their passion is engineering, we are seeing students taking up a diploma in engineering to start at a lower level and go up if the competition is stiff at degree level. So we are seeing students who are very comfortable with that, and I can just give an example of a student who was in Mangu, had a B plus, and went to Garissa National Polytechnic to do mechanical engineering. Some of the emerging issues, especially in the last 2 years when we started disclosing the cost of programs, we have seen again, to some extent, the demand for private universities by the students has gone down because they are now not eligible to get government scholarships when they are in their private universities. So again, that has affected the uptake of placement into private universities. Gender disparities, as I said, still remain, where we have more men, more male students taking the sciences. And as an institution, we are now looking at issues of affirmative action to get more girls take up the science programs. I think in terms of policy, there is now the policy to delink placement and funding, which in my view is a positive direction, where placement is really determined on one's performance rather than the cost of program or the ability to pay. That is all dealt by UF and HELB, but placement, what we focus on is, does the student really meet the minimum requirements? Then if they do, that is all that we are concerned with at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Prof. Korea?
Thank you very much. I think I want to respond to your question by, first of all, highlighting something that happened some years ago. And some countries, including China, and I think Japan, Germany, and a few other countries, they made up their mind that they wanted to make sure that a certain number of their universities would become some of the top leading universities in the world. And in order to get there, they decided they were going to do targeted funding for some specific universities to do some specific things. And as a result of that, I am told, China is now probably the highest contributor to publications in high-impact journals. That happened because of that targeted funding. The point I'm making, I want to use the one to make 3 points. Number one is that we could also decide as a country, say in the next 10 years, rather than just keep moaning about the fact that Kenyan universities are not anywhere to be found in the top 10 African universities, we will deliberately target that in the next number of years, we'll have at least, say, 3-4 universities as top 5 universities or top 10 universities in Africa, or if we are ambitious enough, to the world. And then as a policy, then we can fund those particular universities and fund certain programs, fund certain areas, infrastructure, faculty development, career development, internationalization, all those metrics that we were talking about before. And if we do that, as a matter of policy, we can encourage those universities to become specialized in those particular areas. That's number one. Number two, I would say, as a matter of policy, we could say we have 79 universities now. We don't have enough money to run many more. We could put a moratorium and say, let's first of all develop the ones that we have, get them working perfectly. And as a result of that,
we encourage specialization in those particular universities. And number three, and this has started happening, because as a Commission for University Education, we have gotten, directions from the ministry or from government. And so these are our priority areas which we want to focus on. And therefore, programs that are coming in that direction, you should give them priority. I see no I see no problem with that as a matter of policy, that we can actually say we are going to develop programs in certain areas because that is where we want to go as a country. Now, if you have a lot of money and you want to do research and establish in other areas, it's fine. But as a matter of policy, that's where we want to go. And because that's where we want to go, we are going to put the money there. So I would say those could be some of the ways in which policy could encourage specialization.
Thank you very much. Hunja.
So the question tackling deals with the government position on ensuring that our institutions achieve excellence. Now, we know that currently we're living in an age of educational reforms, and 2029, we are expecting the first cohort of CBC, of the senior school of CBC, and at our level in higher education, we consider that competency-based education and training, where we're developing graduates who have skills that can make a difference in our economy. Now, we know that these young people have been joining junior schools and under identified pathways. And these pathways are social sciences, science, technology, engineering, the arts, where we're talking about arts in terms of creative as well as performing arts, mathematics, and finally sports science. And so the question we need to ask ourselves as universities, are we prepared for this? We've been waiting as a State Department to see proposals, to see you stressing us that you need support so that when this cohort comes into your universities, you're well prepared. So what are we doing as a State Department? We're developing several policies and even implementing them. Everybody who is in the public university is aware that we sent out a questionnaire asking universities to identify their niches. This is the direction we were taking. We know that these pathways are here with us for CBET, so we were looking to see, have the universities identified clear niches to drive the process and inform us so that we can now think of funding and other priorities. 29 universities responded out of 43. That's a policy that we have, and this will ensure that we prepare ourselves in terms of building infrastructure, harnessing resources in preparation of these students who are coming to us in 2029. The other thing we're looking at is infrastructure and funding. Do we have the capacity to accommodate these students in terms of laboratories, in terms of, if they go out for field work, how can we support them? In terms of equipment. Currently, we know that NACOSTI has established a very good database of equipment, and Professor Oyawa has shown us that data. So how can we drive the use of these resources? Let's share them. Once we know that we have all these resources, let not all proposals come and tell us that they want to buy a particular equipment. If we have an equipment in a particular specialized area, and a particular university has got that equipment, then there can be sharing of resources. And that way, we can save up on establishing and maintaining this kind of equipments. So the other thing we're thinking about as a State Department is how can we revitalize and revive our higher education, make it more interesting and exciting. And some of the things we're thinking of is programs like agriculture. We're talking of Egerton being the agricultural giant at one point. But we know in the recent years that the number of students interested in taking up agriculture have dwindled. So we're developing policies to see how we can make agriculture, for lack of a better word, sexy, a sexy science. And that's what we're thinking of as a government. Finally, in the research environment, we have several policies that are coming to you. We have the Science, Technology, and Innovation Policy that is ready and available and will be rolled out very soon. We are revising the biotechnology policy of 2006 so that we can keep up with the times. New technologies have emerged, and we also look at the direction we want to take. And we're also partnering with the Kenya National Innovation Agency to produce a very, very important policy that is currently missing in the country and that will transform the research products, our outputs. And this is the National Intellectual Property Policy that will, as Professor Oyawa said, will make us now start recognizing. We're not saying that we don't innovate. We're not saying that we don't have these products in our institutions, but we don't recognize them and we don't make use of them. And so this national IP policy is going to drive that. And these are some of the policies that we're discussing. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yao.
Yeah, thank you. I think the question was, how can methodologies used in university rankings be improved to better capture the institutional quality and impact? And as I said, I think during my brief presentation, most of the metrics in university rankings are actually closely linked to what COE and profs here have in their guidelines for quality assurance. So all I think we need is to sample the various metrics in those international global rankings and pick the ones that are relevant. And from our side, we are already proposing as a start, as draft 0, teaching and student experience is automatic. And this comes through the assessment by students, assessment by staff, and other things. Then we have another one, research and technology, inputs, outputs, and influence. Then we have international outlook, and then we have the industry partnerships and is it community service. These are key, they're in those metrics, they're extremely important. Additionally, as we said, whatever we put in place should also be able to help our country to improve its global competitiveness, in terms of competing for business outside there, in terms of competing for venture capitalists. I think Kenya has been ranked as, I think last year, as the top country receiving funds for, I think, venture capital, and so forth and so forth. But I also want to support what my colleague has said in terms of why don't we have a targeted funding? I know we all want to be treated equally, but there could be a criteria where the government says we have this limited amount of money for this year, and for this money we are investing in university A, B, and C. Next year, we're investing in university C, D, and F. And to this end, I also note that there are already, I think, 2 or 3 universities that are called special degree awarding institutions. The universities that they call the Universities of National Strategic Importance. One of them is the NDUK, National Defense University. Last time when we engaged with them is that they lacked funding. I don't know how they could synergize with the Ministry of Education as much as then the Ministry of Defense so that they're given special funding. And this is simply because matters of research, science and technology are now first and foremost a national security issue and a public safety issue. So if that university can be funded, it can do a lot of the things, even industrial. I think in the US, the military were the front line in coming up with industrial solutions. So NDUK is there, Open University is there, probably theirs is a unique one, but there's another one which I'm hoping is coming soon, the Kenya Advanced Institute of Science, Technology and Innovation, KAIST. KAIST, I think, having been involved in this for a number of years, it was meant to be a special degree awarding institution at both undergraduate and master's level. It has now been improved to master's level only, but if we could start that with special funding, because KAIST in Korea, for those who are in the know, is what transformed Korea's economy. Just one institution or 2 institutions, and there's a targeted policy from the cabinet memo which targets that institution, and it becomes like a role model for the other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairman, if you would have a minute on the question I posed to you.
Thank you, Chair. But before I answer the question you posed to me, let me make one observation that this panel actually, we have rushed them. And yet, they seem to be having answers to universities funding. And maybe Jeff, Massey, and Kuria, you need to meet immediately after this and see who is going to finance or how collaboratively we can finance this particular model so that we don't rush them. Please, I think this owns the key to the future of universities. If you look at the presentations, that becomes a very central thing. The second thing I would like to say is that after listening to Oyawa, Professor Oyawa, and Kuria, and the data that is in different places, we don't have common data even on the same thing. This data you are presenting is not uniform. What universities are giving Kuria is different from what they are giving Nakosti. And it's different from what universities are giving the Ministry of Education. We need to ask ourselves, why is it so? And in fact, I can say, even the capacities universities declare, I am worried. It could be very different. What is it that we need to do in order to have the same data? And that's why we are beaten by everybody in the West. Data is data, and the data is used for decision making. So what kind of decisions can we make when the data that we are using has got discrepancies? I am not blaming anyone. I'm simply saying that if there is inconsistency in the use of data that is available, we are running a crisis in terms of policy making and in terms of decision making. And I think the Commission for University Education has a responsibility to correct this so that you pass the same information to everyone, same template that goes to everyone. If we continue like this, we shall not actually be able to say what is hitting us as we proceed. The last point I would like to make before I go to my question, Caro, the question of Nobel laureates, I don't take it lightly. Nobel laureates are actually disruptors of status quo. And you can come with an invention that can save the entire world, including up to the village level. And therefore, even if we do not have them, many of them in our part of the world, we should aim to do that. But we cannot aim to have that one noticed if our patents are this low. If we are not encouraging researchers to patent with the university departments. You already heard what Professor Machuki said. A proposal sits for a year without ethical clearance. And yet we are expecting to have an impact. We know during COVID quite a number of universities did a lot of inventions, but they took them to the industry because of not only our bureaucracy, but there is no guarantee that they will benefit from that patent. So there is a lot of things we need to correct on this space. University of Nairobi had 4 Nobel laureates who started their careers at IDS. Stiglitz, who is alive today, Tobin, Todaro, Coleman, all of them were at IDS in the 60s and 70s. But do we have anything much to show other than the relationship that we have with them? So I think we need to take the scientific production very, very seriously to that, to that level. Moving to the question of rankings and placement and funding, Kuria, you have done very well without telling us that actually we are decolonizing the rankings. That's what Kuria is aiming for, on decolonizing the rankings that we have. And I'm glad that Oyawa has come to say that let's work with what there is, but let's also have objective ways of doing our own internal rankings as Kenyan universities, but something that is foolproof, because if we give it to a chance to our colleagues, you'll see them even talking about predatory journals and ranking even predatory journals, saying how wonderful they are. We have been in this environment and we know if we don't have a very credible way of making judgment on the parameters we shall use, they will be abused. Remember, we are in a situation at the university where if you put very high level of standards, people lower them in order to jump them, right? So we have to be very careful. But again, massive. It is important to start thinking about what kind of standards can we do to help us know how students choose courses. Do they choose the courses in terms of popularity of the universities, in terms of rankings, which I know is also one thing? Or do they choose it because it's near their home? Or is it, what really influences that? Now I'm mentioning this because we don't have data to demonstrate very clearly the rankings of the universities and why and whether, how many students want to go to those universities in our case here. We have seen instances where you can end up having a university, many students applying more beyond the capacity that is available. But there is a need for us to look at that and start asking very hard questions. And I think because we have got emails for every student, we can be having national surveys every year annually so that we have got data-driven exercise and data-driven decision-making on placements. But even as we proceed, this is where Parliament comes in again. Even as we proceed, we need to have laws that protect universities and the space in which we operate in. Why can't we have the Parliament helping us to get into the hand area of gazetting some of these things we are talking about, gazetting journals, for instance, like many countries have done in the West? Why can't we have Parliament even come with a law or a policy to incentivize lecturers to publish? South Africa does it today. If you publish in a very high impact journal, you get how much? Is it 3 million or 2 million? Sorry? Who has gotten money from South Africa? I got mine a long time ago, but I can't remember. But you are given on basis of when did you publish your journal. And that money does not come straight to your pocket. It goes to the department, but for you to tap on in terms of research. And you can do many things with that one. You can buy even a car for research, which you can use for research, but you are using it yourself. And there are so many other things we do. Actually, that's what some of the researchers, Kenyan researchers who are based in South Africa, that's what they live on. You don't touch your salary, you live on research grants. So your aim is actually to publish and publish and publish in very good journals. That's the responsibility of Parliament. Please help us cross this path because we can make Kenya globally competitive by trying to ensure that some things are anchored in law. And if it's in law, no one can cheat the other. Maybe you can tell us as Parliamentary Committee on Education, what else do you think we need to do in order to make Kenya a better place? We have told you what we can do, what you can do for us to perform better. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to have another session with these ones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my chairman, Professor. This session will not end before we have a panel discussion. It's coming to 6 o'clock now, but it's not my time, it's your time. When do you want us to stop, Edwin? Now? You don't want to have a plenary? Mheshimiwa, please take the mic before we, Edwin.
Thank you very much. I have 3 questions, and they are simple. One is, how often do you rank universities? Is it a yearly event, or after a few years? How often is ranking done? The second question is on gender disparities and affirmative action fund. There's a time when women entering university had their marks lowered. Is that still going on, or you stopped it? That's my second question. And the third question is on replacement of students. When a student has been placed at a university, then after a few months, a student wants to transfer to another university. How is that done? Do you consider the course that the student is undertaking, that he or she is going to do in the university that he is requesting? And how about the school fees that has already been paid in the original university? Do you carry forward the school fees as well? It is important for us because some of these are also questions that are raised in Parliament, and we need to understand the entire education system at the university level. That's my third question. Otherwise, what you're saying about policies and all that, I think that we can talk about later, and I think we are here with a number of us. There is a way in which it can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. I'm advised that we could take one round of questions, maybe a maximum of 4. So, Dr. Wahome, you could hold your answers until we get all the 4 questions. Do I have a hand somewhere? Where is the mic? Who is moving the mic for us?
Thank you, Chair. Mine is to Dr. Wahome. This new placement model you are using is heavily disrupting intake to agricultural courses. Is there anything that is being done either by COOPs or which you know is being done by the ministry to ensure that at least the intake to these courses is increased? I don't need to explain the importance of agriculture to our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second hand anywhere? Professor?
Thank you very much. I have 2 comments to make and an answer. One comment will be the answer to the question that you posed. Curricular development in collaboration with industry. If you go to a number of universities in China, they have a whole value chain of human capital development from entry to university. What do they train? They get into the industry because there is very close collaboration in the development of curricula that addresses the industry needs. So, industry plays a key role in the design and even delivery of curricula. The question that we want to ask ourselves, and it was asked sometime, for which jobs are our universities training? For which jobs are our universities training? I will want to ask if there is evidence of any university that recasts or develops or reviews its curriculum based on evidence of research that has been done to determine the market need of the skill sets and competencies that will then inform the curricula. Maybe a few, but that is not so common in universities. And that is why when we talk about high levels of unemployment, it is one of the contributing factors, because you will find that we do not engage industry in the design and even delivery of curricula. Number 2 is on what Secretary pointed out on what you want to do with the collaboration you have to Kenya Innovation Agency. The Kenya Innovation Agency currently operates under the Act of Science and Technology and Innovation, right? But then recently it was directed by His Excellency the President that it is brought under the auspices of the Executive Office of the President in order to harness the abilities and the capacity and streamline the entire innovation ecosystem. Coming to us individually and collectively as members of the Council, the CEO was seeking some views, which I know he has also he has shared with you, and I will be here tomorrow, that there is a limitation in the Act that provides for innovation, and therefore a move towards having a national innovation policy separate from the Science Technology Act where the Innovation Agency is housed. And therefore, within that particular context, do we need to have that separate national innovation policy, or you are satisfied with the current provisions in the prevailing act as we speak? And therefore, when I have listened to the professors presenting and the entire innovation and research ecosystem, there appears to be the need for harnessing all this capacity so that we have the different institutions, some of them not in this conference, to be able to work together in order to ensure that when you talk about universities playing a role, so that universities become centers where research is incubated, is curated, and the output is then processed within the entire ecosystem. We have different players in different stages so that we have some kind of focus. But address my concern with regard to whether do we or do we not need a national innovation policy to even drive some legislative amendments to the current act. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Machuki. I will want the next speakers to make your comment brief and the question straightforward.
Thank you. I am Simon Obuatho, DVC Africa Nazarene University.
Could you please up your volume?
Okay, I hope you can hear me. Now, I'd like to first of all begin by appreciating this conference and specifically the item on rankings. I would like to emphasize that the ranking of specific, or the participation of specific universities in rankings also speaks to the attractiveness of Kenya as a whole. So there is a way that specific universities participate in the rankings, and it speaks to how attractive Kenya becomes as a destination, especially when focusing on international students coming from the other countries, Uganda, Tanzania, and the other countries. But then, and I would like to emphasize that indeed, the attractiveness of Kenya cumulative becomes also an important indicator of how our specific universities become attractive. So the item on rankings becomes a very, very important element. So once again, thank you for this item. But then I have two questions. One, what are the effects of weak sustainability on rankings? Remember, the fact that you're participating in ranking doesn't mean you will rank highly. What are the effects of poor ranking? You participate and you rank poorly. What are the effects of that? And I'm speaking specifically because we have a general feel that maybe all our universities are not doing very well in terms of our sustainability, financial sustainability. I know we may not want to speak openly about these things, but I don't think in Kenya today there is a single university that is in the space it is supposed to be in terms of financial and organizational sustainability. So that will be my first question. My second question, what can we do, and let me just change the question a little bit, because we are talking about having probably our own ranking. But my concern is, are we going to be ranking our own universities? Remember, even those other ranking systems, they're not ranking universities within their own countries. They're ranking internationally. So what are we going to do to ensure that our ranking system is not just a local Kenyan ranking system with our own metrics, with our own, ways of thinking through? And I think those will be my two questions. Thank you.
The last question. Please ask the question, don't explain it. On my left.
Thank you. As I said, I'm Professor Munyoki, Catholic University. This thing about ranking is very important to us. And Walter, you have done very well to talk about two rankings, which I think is very important direction, especially for the Kenya universities, just to encourage them. My question is just to get guidance. Who should develop these criteria so that it's implemented within a timeline, and then university will be obligated to participate? And I would like even to include a category for public universities alone, or that also, which is number one university from time to time, maybe private universities categorized separately. We'll look at that. And perhaps I've seen in some countries like South Africa, you go there and you find even faculties. They know which is the leading faculty in South Africa. They know which is the highest, the best ranked, that kind of thing. Is it possible to also include such criteria to know, I would like to know which is the leading business faculty in Kenya? Which is the leading business school in Kenya? With some kind of a ranking like though you have guided us, and this will be a very good step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And speaking of South Africa, you know that they also have an A-rated professor. Professors are not the same. Depending on how you publish, where you publish, what you publish on, you may or may not be an A-rated professor, and if you are A-rated, you attract funding quite easily and in large volumes. Now that we have the education committee, I don't require an answer from you, sir, acting chair, but a few troubling thoughts. We're talking about dwindling funding from government to universities. Is there value still? You don't have to answer the question. In establishing more universities. Number two, again, speaking of South Africa, a few years ago, they collapsed universities and specialized them so that if you want to go to the best medical university in South Africa, you know which one to go. If you want to go to the best engineering university, you know which one to go. Is it, Chairman of Education Committee, a consideration you might have, and I said you don't need to give us an answer, to walk that route so that our universities are not just, institutions where we attract students to, they get degrees, and unfortunately, they go to run border borders in the villages. Fine. And to my panelists, please answer a question if any was put to you. If not, you heard them say their time is over. They would like to leave. So let's take answers to specific questions only. I think, Dr. Wahome, there was a question put to you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There are a number of questions put to me. I would like to start by answering the first one on the gender disparities and say that yes, we have affirmative action on gender. The practice is if we have a program that after placement does not meet at least two-thirds from a gender, then we lower by 2 points. So it doesn't matter if it is a program that has more ladies, then we lower by 2 points for the male. If it is a program that has more male, then we lower for the female. But what we've seen over the years, we find ourselves lowering for the ladies because the men seem to be performing better. On the transfer of students, what we consider first is that the student has to meet the minimum requirements for that program. If the program had failed, then they need to have met the minimum cut-off points for that program. If the program had not failed, then as long as they have met the subject requirements, then they can transfer. We have linked the placement platform and the funding platform so that the funding follows the students. So that has been in place for the last 2 years. And then on agriculture, there was a question on the uptake of agriculture. Yes, some years back, we looked and saw that students taking the agriculture courses were very few. In some programs, we would have as low as 5 students. And we were able to establish that the main reason, one, is the poor performance in the subjects required for one to take an agriculture program. Biology is a minimum, or had been a minimum requirement for all agriculture courses, regardless of whether the student had sat for agriculture as a subject in school. So we revised that in the year 2020, and now we consider a student who has done well in the agriculture as a subject, then we are able to consider that instead of biology. So that has improved the uptake of agriculture in the universities. However, we still see a disconnect between industry and the training of agriculture at the university level. There is a difference in the TVET sector. I can say that some years back, the problem was the same in the TVET sector. But now with the strong link between industry and the training institutions, the TVET institutions, we have more students going for agriculture programs, thanks to programs like Ukulima Maju, where industry, especially in Britain, in Germany, recruiters are coming. Some are taking students on attachment. So in a college like Bukura, where we would have all the students placed and the following day they would leave, now we have more students, up to 500 students, all going for a diploma in agriculture. They do 6 months in Germany, and when they come back, some of them have already secured jobs. They just sit for the exams and they go. So we are seeing the problem has been solved at TVET level. We have more students actually going for agriculture courses. Some have been placed to take programs in the university, and they are turning those away to take agriculture courses at the diploma level. So I see a need for partnership between the training institutions, these are the universities, and industry or potential employers both in the country and out of this country. Thank you very much.
Just two quick questions that I think could touch on what I mentioned. The question that how often do we do ranking? The practice is once every year. I think amongst the four I gave you, it's only one of them, I think, Webomatrix, which does it twice. The rest is once every year. So that's the practice. The second one, that question about if we did our ranking, would it be just a local something, a village something that nobody recognizes? It's a good question. Prof. I have to look at my pictures again, because that meeting that was discussing the possibility of doing ranking locally, I was also in that meeting. And the idea was to do it for the whole of the East African community. And now we are having, is it 8? Or there are about East African countries and many universities. So we can decide how far we want to go. But I looked at the ones that I mentioned here. 2 of them are in London. One is in the US. The other one is in Spain. None in Africa. Why? Is it not possible to do something from Africa and that it is global? I believe it can be done. And so if we agree that we want to do something that is more decolonized, to use Professor Kanyinga's word, more decolonized, without necessarily, please, when you go back home, I want you to remember, I did not suggest that there is anything wrong with subjecting ourselves to other rankings from other parts of the world. I think we should. For that reason that you just raised, that once we are ranked highly, for example, by Times Higher Education, it gives us visibility in all the places where that ranking is visible and recognized. But we also have to start thinking and seeing, is it not possible for us to do something on the African continent, and that thing is credible enough to be respected by the rest of the world? I think we can if we put our mind to it.
Yeah, maybe for my boss, the secretary, answers on the issue of the STA Act. Just allow me, Mheshimiwa, to also say something as an interested party in the Act. STA Act, taking note that our agency is established by the Act, and we also happen to sit in the board of Kenya. We also sit in the board of NRF. And I joined NACOST about 5 years ago, and it had 17 functions listed in the Act. And when we did a quick review, we found that maybe only 3 out of the 17 functions had been done, due to reasons beyond control and so forth. And I would imagine the same would apply to NRF, I would imagine the same would apply for Kenya. So my thinking, the first thing would have been to take a status report that if you want to change this act, to what extent has the existing one been implemented and what are the issues? And you might just be shocked that even with what is there, even with the function number 1, like in Akosti, you found even the function number 1 had not been done. Very little has been done as per the act. So if you transit to another act and this one has been implemented maybe 30, 40%, it's very likely that a new act will just generate the same. And we are seeing this even in the agricultural sector where Kari was converted to Calro. Now again they are trying to unmerge it. To me it's more of the will. Like in the STA Act, the National Research Fund is supposed to be allocated 2% of GDP. If that money is not, or part of it is not allocated, it's a lot of money, I think, I don't know, 100 and something billion. If that money is not allocated, even if we change the innovation system, policy and whatnot, and they have no money, the problem boils back to the same thing. Then finally also, the world, including the Kenya government, is talking about one government approach. The challenge which has been there, which I've seen, this is personal and I could be very wrong, is that when you separate research from science, from technology, from innovation, then we go back to the silo system, where the innovators are working differently, like they're doing the startups and the scientists are not aware. Or people are doing patents, Kirby is doing their thing, they're not aware. The world now is talking about RSTI ecosystem, It means the research fits into science, to technology, innovation, that they work as one full system. One fits into the other. If SMEs operate differently and you see a strong disconnect with the universities, that's how where we are now. There needs to be a forced collaboration that we focus on the product. What do you want to produce? The first Kenyan car. Who are the players who need to make that Kenyan car? We want to come with a Kenyan vaccine. Who are the players? We focus on the product rather than this other one. So that is just a humble suggestion, but back to you.
Now, if indeed we need a national IP policy, and my reasoning, we've had these discussions with Professor Oyawa so many times. My reasoning is because when we look at development of policies on IP at an institutional level, there have been a lot of challenges. And these are the conversations that many of the directors of research have indicated to us. And so perhaps it is my wording, we shouldn't call it a policy. We should have a clear guideline on the kind of set guidelines that should inform the development of an institutional IP policy. I grappled with this when I was a director of research, developing an IP policy whereby an institutional one, whereby I'm even thinking of issues like revenue sharing, you know, how much should I have a patent or an innovation, sorry, or an invention? If we commercialize it, how much should go to the university? How much should I receive? And these are models that Kenya has been assisting us in developing. And so these are conversations that we should continue having so that we empower our universities to recognize their inventions and innovations, and then once they are recognized, because there are so many, IP is a factor of, there are so many IPs that we have out there, but we don't know them. And so how can we, it's not a question of sensitizing, it's a question of having clear guidelines, clear frameworks, so that we can leverage on this and now start harnessing from these resources, from this kind of frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess that brings us to the end of this afternoon session. May we again put our hands together for our presenters. Thank you very much. May I invite Edwin to come and lead us to a closure of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them another applause again for a job well done. I know some of us are very tired. It's been a long day. When you plan these events, you never realize how long it takes. And so we will try and make it a little bit better tomorrow. I have two announcements. Tomorrow we begin at 8 a.m. Please bear with us. We want to finish early. So we try and start early, so 8. The second one, our grants team is around at the tent outside. Please, if you have any challenges you want our grants team to deal with, particularly, you know, the areas we normally deal with in terms of disbursements, please, the grants team is around. Please spare a moment. They will be at the UF tent outside. Finally, let me thank our PS. Thank you for sitting through with us. Let's thank also our members of parliament for sitting through. We really appreciate our chair, our board, chair of HELB, and all the vice chancellors and all our guests. Asanteni sana for sitting with us through the day. Please, let's start tomorrow at 8 a.m. But because we began with a prayer, we can also close with a prayer. And so, PS, you look like you have something to say. Thank you, PS. Please, as we wind up, the panel that was there just before we finished, you will be coming to stage for a photo. My apologies, I was so ready to finish the event, this session for the day, that the photo was getting mixed, but sorry for that. We will do that. So immediately we finish with a word of prayer. we will have the photo session, and I hadn't planned for anyone to pray. So I kindly request for a volunteer to come forward and pray for us. All right.
Sector in this country and for the overall development of this country as far as human resources is concerned. We just want to thank you for the leadership, want to thank you for the direction, and we want to thank you for the grace. Thank you for all the speakers, for all the discussants and the panelists. Want to thank you for all the participants. Good Lord, now as we break, may you bless us, Father, even this night ahead of us, that God, when we come together tomorrow again, we shall be careful to give you glory and honor. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Please, the last panel team that was here, Madam PS, every time you say there's a picture, it means you must come. Mheshimiwa, every time they call a picture, you know what it means. CEO, when they say there's a picture, you know what it means. The last panel, please come. Professor Yawa, Madam, please, karibuni hapa.